Good afternoon, or good evening, actually. Afternoon's already passed. Good evening, Arkansas. This is Executive Director Rich, a very exhausted Executive Director Rich, with a tornado warning issued for Northwest Arkansas. This is going to be for Western Benton County and Southern Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma. So this is going to be our primary focus up here. I'm going to zoom in and change the velocity scans. We've been watching this for the last 30-40 minutes, and we've been seeing multiple handoffs with this particular tornado threat. It does have a history of dropping on the ground, and so we've been seeing it handing off left and right, and this is going to be a rather difficult difficulty in basically trying to pinpoint with any accuracy until it ends up finally being on the ground. But this is a radar indicated tornado warning, right? So I want to stress that. This is also going to be coming in with a 1.75 inch golf ball sized hail. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at here, and I believe this particular, it is moving at 35 miles per hour. It is changing speeds constantly. As soon as it started heading towards Arkansas, it started pumping the brakes and slowing down and trying to regroup. Basically, what we're looking at here, if we go back to our high-res reflectivity, we can see, your typical prominent hook going on right now. And it is trying to hand off in different spots of this particular cell coming in. And as you can see, here's the Arkansas border. Here is the tornado warned area. This would be your main area of rotation as just for right now. And I'm going to go ahead and make a circle around that. This would be your main rotation area right now. And it's currently, let's see here, that would put that about, according to this, seven, that ain't accurate. That can't be accurate. 7 miles from Arkansas border? Maybe it is. Anyway, so we're just basically sitting here waiting for latest scans to pop up. We can definitely see a pretty decent rotation going on. There's a high amount of winds coming out of this particular rotation. And if we zoom back out, we'll kind of get an idea where we're kind of looking at here. So here's our tornado warning, and we can go ahead and see here that this is coming into Gentry, Cherokee City, Bloomfield, Ionia. So if any of you guys live here, or if you know anyone who lives in this particular area, you need to tell them to take their tornado precautions immediately. And I'm not going to tell you that there's going to be any straight path with this, because it has a history of bouncing up and down, left and right. It is not a very stable rotation. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to take your tornado precautions. Just everywhere in that tornado warning, just do it. Because it, like I said, it has a history of bouncing all over the place. And we're just basically kind of waiting to see if we get any indication of it being on the ground or observed. Right now, it's still radar indicated. So basically, at this time, you guys got about, I would say about, well, let's find out exactly. You've got about, say this 35, go with that. Um, if we zoom in here, we'll see that Cherokee City has until about 1 a.m. Cherokee City, you have about 1 a.m. to get to your safe zone. That's going to be in the lowest floor of your house, away from exterior walls and windows. If you live in a mobile home, I would consider actually evacuating. Um, this has a history of producing a fairly large tornado, and given the intensity of it, um, I would not want to take chances with this. Just evacuate. Go um, go south, go north. Right now, south and north is safe. Just go to your nearest, if you have a 24-hour Walmart, which I don't think most Walmarts are open 24 hours anymore, gas station. Um, you can even go to your nearest hospital. Sure, they wouldn't mind you hanging out in the waiting room, or fire department, police department, anything like that. Basically, anywhere but a mobile home. Because as it is right now, this is a very, very strong rotation. We have no indication, say that again, we have no indication that it is on the ground. We are aware that several spotters are in the area, so they are watching it, but it's going to be rather hard to see considering it is at night. And so if we look out here, we can see your typical prominent hook. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. You can see your typical prominent hook here. And this is moving in at about 35 miles per hour right now. So take your tornado precautions now. This is a very advanced warning ahead of time. You guys can definitely have plenty of time to get out of this situation, because this is it's pumping the brakes as it comes into Arkansas, so that's kind of a saving grace on that one. So we're basically just kind of, you know, we're just kind of waiting for it to come in at this point, because we wanted to give you guys as much of a heads up as possible. This is right now just in the Colcord row area. If I bring this in, we'll find that this area right here is basically your general area of concern. And we look at highways. I believe I thought there was a highway. I guess there wasn't a highway up here. So these are all just mainly like rural streets that right here. The closest highway is Highway 116. That's going to be just your south here. So your area of concern is going to be in this general area right here. I'll take a quick drawing of that. This is your general area of concern. And basically, it's kind of a little ahead in advance, but that's okay. But it is just about to come over through the Arkansas border. And if we go back to our reflectivity, we can kind of see, it's got that typical, hook shape that you have in your supercell. And you got your hail core to your north. And it's basically just been, if you're just joining us, it's basically been kind of hopping back and forth on this cell for a while now. And at one time, it was observed way back over here in, what is that, Claremore? Yeah, Claremore. Numerous reports of damage in Claremore. So at one point, this was on the ground, and it has been cycling and coming up and down. So we've just been basically waiting for the National Weather Service to finally issue that tornado warning, and they finally did. But again, this is just radar indicated with golf ball size hail, and it's moving in east at 35 miles per hour. So we're going to zoom back in, kind of look at the areas affected here in the path of this. And we can see here we've got Cherokee City first to be in the path of this particular rotation that is happening. Again, it's not on the ground. We have no indication that it is on the ground. If any staff is willing to double check and make sure that my radar system is not lagging, make sure that this is still not on the ground. But as of right now, all indications are radar indicated. So this is about to affect your Cherokee City over here. This is going to be Highway 43. It's going to be coming into Highway 43 here within the next 4 to 5 minutes. So if you have not, you definitely 100% need to take your tornado precautions. Everything from getting to the lowest floor of your house, staying away from exterior walls and windows. Basically, as I mentioned before, with mobile homes, if you're in a mobile home, please consider evacuating, grabbing your bare essentials, and don't mess around with this particular storm. I believe we might be able to also have Cameron. I believe he's done with his chasing for night. We might be able to get him in here too, and he can kind of jump in as well. And let me pull him up real quick on our forecaster webcam. We're gonna check in with him and we'll wait and see if he's willing to jump in. But as of right now, your particular rotation is going to be in this area right here. So it's going to be coming in right at Cherokee City, Highway 43 area. You have to forgive me. I've got Cameron actually in my ear right now, and so he's trying. I hope he actually comes back into the Discord because I won't be able to hear him if he jumps into the webcam. One of my staff can at him and let him know to come back into the Discord. Yeah, there he is. Okay, so at this time, it's still radar indicated, and we're just basically waiting for it to cross the Arkansas border. So we're just kind of waiting for this particular next radar update. And it's really hard to tell because this is a particularly radar gapped area. So the rotation on this is actually going to be a little further back here. I can just double check with something real quick. There he is. Let me switch over there real quick. He has to activate his webcam. Let's see here. Let's go. We're just trying to get Cameron in here real quick.
So you're saying I should be in.
Anyway, so we're just waiting for this to actually start crossing into the Arkansas border. Again,
Yep.
It's radar indicated. This is going to affect the areas of Cherokee City, Highway 43.
I was going to say, Rich, can you hear me?
Right along here. And if we go back to our velocity scan, we can see. Pull up something here real quick. Check something.
Rich, can you hear me?
Sure. Accurate. Okay, so this is.
Rich, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Cameron.
Okay. Can you hear me via the the thing, or
I'm gonna assume that you're coming through. Let's ask the audience. Audience, can you hear Cameron? Okay,
yeah,
they can
if
hear
y'all
Cameron.
they can hear me.
Yep,
Awesome, awesome, guys. First off, like I said, for Rich, you're doing a great job with this tornado warning coverage, man. I appreciate it. Second off, here we've got that tornado warning ongoing right now. So if you know anyone in Cherokee City or the Bloomfield area over towards Gentry, give them a phone call. I realize it's about 1 o'clock in the morning. You might want to wake them up, tell them what's going on. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes back out here in northeastern Oklahoma, and it's going to continue to move off towards the east. I do believe the forward motion ridge is like 30 to 40 miles per hour, I do believe.
correct. Yeah,
Um, so yeah, if you know anyone on 59, the Gentry area, which was Cherokee City, or the Bloomfield area, just make sure you get them up, tell them what's going on, and seek your tornado precautions. That's getting away from windows. That's getting to that lowest part of your home, that lowest and center part of your home, and putting as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. And it looks like it's getting a very strong amount of rotation, Rich.
yeah. It's definitely started improving since it started approaching the Arkansas border, and so I've been kind of going through the different products here, different velocity scans, and we can definitely see it getting well a well structured rotation at this time.
Definitely. Let me see here. I'm looking at your stream here at this time. If you could put a track,
Yeah,
it's moving to the east. I think that's like you said, about 40 miles per hour. That's gonna go right over Highway 12. Looks like it's gonna go over 59. I would say anybody on 102 as well, possibly as far east as Highway 12, and that's gonna be Highway 279 over there. Make sure that you're getting people up. You get them to safety immediately. That's also going to cross over Highway 43. That's pretty much that runs along the Oklahoma Arkansas border. So, like I said before, I do realize it's about 1 o'clock in the morning. It is going to be, one of those situations where you're just going to have to get people up. You got to test their phones, blow their phones up, do whatever you got to do to get them up here. So, Cherokee City, you've got about 4 minutes. Definitely time to hustle if you're in that area. Make sure you're getting to that safe spot. The Decatur areas, you've got about roughly 14 minutes. And then also Mason Valley and the Anola area, I do believe. I pronounced that name wrong. I apologize. This could be around 109 for that area, and then Mason Valley around 123. So it looks like it's going to be affecting about 1,839 people. So, like I said before, if you know anyone in this area, I know it's up here in Benton County, far northwestern Arkansas. Make sure they're getting to their safe spots immediately at this time.
definitely. And yeah, latest scans had. I mean, it's the we've been having kind of a hard time with understanding what the velocity scans have been doing with this, simply because it's either been bouncing, handing itself off, or it's been trying to regroup and resurface. And I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit better if I can get rid of maybe cooperate here. So this is going to be coming. Yeah, it was about 40. 30, I'm going to clock it at 40 miles per hour. I believe it's 35, but we're just going to clock it at that. And this is basically the path. So it's going to affecting Ionia at about 108, Catter around 112, Mesa Valley 122, and just basically get to the lowest level of your house. Treat this as it is considered to be on the ground for your own safety. Like, treat this as like it's already on the ground. Take your tornado precautions because it has a history of dropping, and it keeps getting stronger in rotation. So you really don't know when this is going to drop. So take your tornado precautions now. Get to the lowest level of your house. Stay away from exterior walls and windows. Definitely consider evacuating if you are in a mobile home or be anything that is not a well-established structure. Um, and
And I would say
Cameron, yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say from downstream, probably our folks in Bentonville along Interstate 49. I would definitely get those folks up, tell them what's going on. And like I said before, I know it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and most people don't like being woken up this early, but I mean it's got a very, very strong area of rotation, Rich.
yeah,
I'm getting 90 mile per hour going towards the radar, and I've got about 30 going away. So that's about a total of 120 to 125 and gate to gate. So that if there were to be a tornado up here, um, it is definitely going to be on a little bit of a strong side here. So the Decatur area, the Gentry area, and I said Bentonville, Rogers, the Lowell area along Interstate 49, I would definitely watch this storm very, very closely. As a matter of fact, on a trajectory, it looks like it will hit downtown Bentonville head on if it were to continue at its current strength. So
Right.
anyone in those areas, definitely give them a heads up, tell them about what's going on, share this live stream out. Like I said, I know it's 1 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday night and a Sunday morning. A lot of people got to get up in the morning for church, but we could deal with them being upset about you waking them up at 1 a.m. if they know it's
Yeah.
coming. I'm gonna tell you right now, Rich, I think this may be on the ground, but
it might be. It might actually be.
Right now.
okay,
Mhm.
power
It's a little
flashes just outside of Gentry. So I'm getting some reports of power flashes. This thing's on the ground, Rich.
It is.
Okay, yeah, then everyone, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions now.
Yeah,
And Gentry.
yeah. This thing's on the ground.
Yeah.
It's matching out our product over here.
Right, exactly.
And for those that are wondering, the reason why Heartland Storm Chasing is not out because first of all, it's midnight. You will not be able to see this particular tornado coming. It is very, very dangerous to be trying to go out there and chasing, especially in that area where there's no vantage points. That's just more of the reason why you should take your tornado precautions now, guys. It's a very serious situation, especially for the folks in the Decatur area or towards Centerton. And then, like I said before, if this doesn't change the track, this is going to go right for downtown Bentonville. Bentonville, you've got about 30 minutes. Do whatever you got to do to get those folks up, blow their phones up, text them. If they're living next door, go bang down their door or something like that, get them up.
Yeah.
This thing could easily be producing a tornado. And we just got it's a big old debris ball. It's a massive debris ball, Rich.
Yeah,
it's going to be it's on the ground.
Right, yes, we've got a debris ball. We've got a debris ball.
We've got a debris ball. It's on the ground. It's on the ground. Yeah, folks, you need to take your tornado precautions now. If you're in the Decatur area, you've got about it's a 116. That's putting you at 11 minutes. Take your tornado precautions now.
Yes.
It is urgent. It is on the ground. Take your tornado precautions now if you live in this area here. That's going to go for the Decatur area. That's on Highway 102, Highway 59. For our folks over there towards Centerton, Mason Valley, make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions now. And if you know anyone in downtown Bentonville, this is urgent. Very, very, very urgent. You know anyone in downtown Bentonville or along Interstate 49, get them up immediately. This is a potentially life-threatening situation.
Can you get the cam?
Yeah.
The traffic cam.
The traffic cam.
In I-49.
Rich, are you able to do that on your side yet, or?
No, I haven't set up layer for that, but I mean, I can try to set that up real quick. I can try to set that up real quick. I'm looking at it. I'm trying to see if I can pull up the traffic cam over there. I still have the path of this particular storm, so if you are in this path, take your tornado precautions now. Do not wait. While it continues to say radar indicated, we are seeing a massive debris ball. So you need to honestly take this seriously, like right now. It is a debris ball, and you need to be taking your tornado precautions. If you're in a mobile home, evacuate, get out. This is a massively strong rotation.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm really surprised. Tulsa hasn't extended this tornado warning and put radar confirmed tornado by now. It's matching out our NORAD product. It's matching out our velocity over here. Folks, I've got wind gusts. I've got winds on our. There it is, Rich. There it is. We just got a brand new update from Tulsa. It is a confirmed, extremely large, dangerous tornado.
Yep.
It's radar confirmed.
Yep.
It's moving east at 35 miles per hour. Bentonville, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now.
Absolutely.
You need to get whatever you need to do. Get your family and friends up. I know it's 1 o'clock in the morning, but this is a life threatening situation. Take your tornado precautions now. This is a PDS tornado warning. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 5 miles southeast of Maysville, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take your tornado precautions now. You are in a life threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, vehicles is likely, and the potential of complete destruction is on the table here. So Solemn Springs, Gentry, the Decatur area, Gravette, over towards Jay, West Solemn Springs, Springtown, Centerton, over towards Cherokee City, also the Concord area, Fairmount, and Gallen. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions now. If at all possible, you got to get underground in a situation like this. Oh my goodness, Rich.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. It's broken my scale. My scale is broken over here. It's a very, very strong tornado right
Yes,
now.
it is. It is extremely strong. I mean, it's
And another thing,
trying.
there's no chasers on it. It's radar confirmed.
Yeah,
And that should be a sign for you. If there's not any chasers out there, it's midnight.
yeah,
It's it's a situation where you're not going to be able to see this until it's on top of you. So,
exactly.
folks, you've got to get to shelter. I mean, if they get upset with you about blowing their phones up 1 o'clock in the morning, send them our way. We'll take care of it. I promise you. But this is a very, very serious and potentially deadly situation for our folks up here in Benton County right now. You need to take your tornado precautions now. If you're in the Decatur area, if you're in Gentry, and for my folks over here, Rogers, Lowell, Bentonville in particular, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately
Absolutely.
at this time.
Yeah, this is. I mean, yeah, it is observed and it is considered damage threat considerable. Gulf size hail, but obviously that's the least of our concerns with the tornado actually on the ground. And so we've got Bentonville at about 135. If you're not taking your tornado precautions now, you absolutely should. And Decatur, this is going to be
I'm
on you. Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you, Rich. If this is a situation you need to be underground. This is a very, very dangerous tornado on the ground.
Yeah.
You need to be underground. You need to be underground if you are in this area. If you can't get underground, then you need to get to that lowest center part of your home. This is a very deadly tornado that is just to the west of the Decatur area. I've got max velocity right now, easily over 120 mile per hour winds going in, and I'm gonna check to see the outbound. The outbound is gonna be, oh man, yeah,
2 mile
yeah.
debris ball.
2 mile debris ball. Yeah. It's it. Yeah, folks. This is a deadly. This is a deadly situation.
CCC.
Yeah, Rich, can you pull up the debris ball
Yep.
on there?
It's right here. It's right
Okay.
here.
All right, it should be coming up here in just a second. Yeah, folks, this is a very deadly situation. If you know anyone in this area, please blow their phones up immediately. Get them on. Make sure they know what's coming, and make sure that they can get to shelter immediately. If they have a storm shelter, that is amazing. Priority number one is to get underground with something like this. But if you can't get underground, you need to get to that lowest and center part of your home. And if you're in a mobile home or a trailer, if evacuation is not possible, you're gonna have to get low. That's the number one thing that you're gonna do with this. You're gonna have to get low in this situation, guys. This is a very deadly situation for our folks in the Decatur area and just to the west of Highway 59, and I believe it's right over Highway 102 at this current time here.
Yeah, that'd be correct. Yeah, 102 going into Highway 59, and it'll be coming over Highway 59 probably within the next visual scan. So it's probably already almost at 59.
Okay, he's en route. His name is Joel Bishop.
Okay.
He just intercepted it in Oklahoma.
Okay.
Produced massive damage just across the border.
Okay. All right. Just keep me updated on that, man. Yeah, that's a very, very dangerous situation, guys. And I know there's a lot of people that are coming in. I'm seeing the comments right now for those that are, in Southwest Arkansas, Central, folks. This is a situation that this is for Northwestern Arkansas. I promise you, Central Arkansas is fine right now, folks. I'm not saying we don't care about Central Arkansas, but this is a deadly situation up here in Northwestern Arkansas. It is on the ground. It is doing destruction. You got to get to shelter immediately. Do not withhold this information from anybody because it's not affecting your specific area. There's some folks up here in Northwest Arkansas that probably don't even know it's coming. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Get them up. Tell them that this thing is on the ground doing destruction. You've got to get to shelter immediately here, guys. I cannot stress this enough. You've got to get to shelter here if you're up here in northwestern Arkansas. And like I said, it's a Centerton. And I know for a fact for Bentonville, that is a highly populated area in Bentonville. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Get them up. You got to get them up right now here. That's like I said, if they get mad at you, send them our way. We'll deal with it. But right now, you got to get them up. This is a deadly situation right now here.
National Weather Service in Tulsa as of 1 minute ago. Destructive tornado in progress.
Okay.
Across northwest Arkansas. Current path takes it north of Centerton and between Bentonville and Bella Vista.
Bella Vista. Okay. Yep. Yeah. So, like I said, folks, that's folks, you've got to get to shelter immediately, guys. Okay. So, this is a situation right now here. Like, so and here's the deal. In this situation, you want to pray that folks are not getting hurt or killed or, something like that. Property and stuff like that can be replaced. Human life cannot be replaced. Okay. So get to shelter now. You've got to, folks. This is a deadly situation for National Service in Tulsa. They are now saying that this is a destructive tornado up here. So I've got some folks that are asking about the Gravit area. What I would do is I would go ahead and take your tornado precautions. I would go ahead and do it. This is a situation that it is a deadly tornado. Go ahead and, if you're in that tornado polygon right now, if you have a tornado warning that's scrolling across your phone, you need to get to shelter immediately here. Even if it doesn't hit your area, if you are in this tornado warning polygon, you need to seek shelter immediately here. This is a deadly situation. It is on the ground. You need to seek shelter now. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately if you're up here in Benton County. And the biggest thing I want to stress too is just downstream. Rich, if you could do me a big favor, I know the focus right now is with this tornado warning. Could you zoom out for just a bit so we can kind of get a little bit of a regional view, kind of like Benton County and Washington County? My folks downstream towards Bentonville, towards the Bella Vista area, this is Memorial Day weekend. A lot of people are coming into the state that are visiting family, they're visiting friends. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. They probably didn't even expect this type of a situation here. Tell them to take your tornado precautions now. Get to shelter. You've got to get there immediately here, okay? If your phones are not blowing up at this point, you've got to get to shelter, okay? You got to blow those phones up, get them up, do whatever you got to do to get them up. This is a deadly situation. Like I said, right now, the biggest thing you could just do is just pray that nobody's being hurt or killed. Property could be replaced, but human life can't. I'm getting very concerned about folks in Bella Vista and the Bentonville area right now. So please, folks, please do not withhold this information. This is a situation that, we're trying to save lives here. Take your tornado precautions now. And this is going to take 1000% priority. For those that are asking about Central Arkansas and Southwest Arkansas and everywhere else, right now, this is a deadly situation up here in Northwestern Arkansas, and this is going to take 1000% priority at this time. What do you
National Weather Service in Tulsa now reporting another tornado has developed south of Decatur, Arkansas, doing damage as well.
So you've got twins. You've got twins. You've got twins.
Arkansas now.
Wow. Oh wow. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, that's why it was confusing.
They're saying now, to Bentonville needs to be taken care of now. Bentonville needs to be under a tornado warning.
Yeah.
They're not even under.
They're not even warning.
Needs to be
that's why it was confusing me, because I could not exactly pinpoint where this was. I was really honestly struggling, and I did not realize that there were two. There were actually two tornadoes
now being reported by the National Weather Service.
Okay. So,
anticyclonic as well as cyclonic.
That's terrifying, folks. That is absolutely terrifying. I'm hoping no one is getting hurt.
Here's the debris ball for the first tornado. Here's the debris ball for the second one. And this is continually on the ground. This is a continued debris ball at this time, currently, and this is south of Decatur, north of Ionia. So these are two unique tornadoes.
Yeah, Bentonville needs to be under a tornado warning. I'm not sure what the delay with that is going on right now here, but Bentonville needs to be under a warning. Yeah, you've got two tornadoes right there, folks. But this is a situation you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. This is twins.
Very reminiscent of
Yeah.
the El Reno.
The El Reno situation. Yeah. Folks, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. Okay, do whatever you got to do to get them up. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. If they throw a fit about it, they're just gonna throw a fit about it. At least they'll still be alive to throw a fit about it. Take your tornado precautions now. If you know anybody in the Bentonville area, Centerton, and also the I do believe Rich, that's gonna be right there on 59. That other circulation up
Yeah.
there as well. So
New PDS warnings.
new PDS
For
warning
the other
for the other tornado warning.
tornado, we still do not have
Okay.
one for Bentonville. Yeah, this is a dangerous situation. Bentonville, Rogers, you need to be in your shelter immediately,
Yeah.
folks. This is a dangerous situation.
Okay, so from one of my close friends, Melissa Cleveland, she's in the comments. KNWA has had it on her cameras. Unfortunately, the town of Decatur has taken a hit. Unfortunately, they have taken a hit. I have not heard anything in terms of injuries or anything like that just yet. But yeah, they have taken a hit. Unfortunately, they have taken a hit right now, guys. So like I said before, I'm begging y'all. I am absolutely begging y'all. This is northwestern Arkansas. This is Bentonville. This is a very highly populated area up here in northwestern Arkansas. Share this live stream with your family and friends. Don't be selfish and withhold this information from them because it's not impacting you. You could be potentially saving somebody's life by sharing this live stream. Okay, if they complain about it, like I said before, at least they will be alive to complain about it. Make sure they're taking their tornado precautions now, guys. This is a very serious situation here.
Exactly.
This is from National Weather Service in Tulsa.
Yeah.
Debris now being seen well over 30,000
feet in the air. Yeah.
Tornado is slowing forward progress right now.
Yeah, it's man. The report we just got in. Yeah, it's boy, guys, y'all need to take your tornado precautions. We also have Rich. I'm not trying to take anything away from you in terms of those two areas. There's another area near Highfield. There's three circulations now. Yeah, there's three circulations now. 3 debris balls that are being picked up on air. It is.
Okay.
This is a catastrophic situation. This
Oh
is
my
an
goodness!
absolute this is an absolute catastrophic situation, folks. This is for our folks up here in Benton County. Like I said before, take your tornado precautions now. You've got to get underground if at all possible. If you cannot get underground, you've got to get to that center lowest part of your home. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. But this is a catastrophic situation for our folks up here in Benton County. I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. That's our Executive Director Rich here. I've also got Chase Director Derek here, filling in reports of what's going on. Folks, this is a very deadly situation up here in Benton County. I want to reassure my folks in Fayetteville that this is all north and west of you. Okay, this is all north and west of downtown Fayetteville. You're good to go. The University of Arkansas, you're good to go. This is not affecting downtown Fayetteville. But my folks up here near Rogers, Bentonville, the Lowell area, over towards the Decatur area, the Gentry area along 59. Very deadly situation, folks. Very, very deadly situation. This is we're watching potentially 3 debris balls being indicated right now here. You've got to seek shelter now. Like, this is a very, very situation here. You've got to seek shelter immediately here. I want y'all to spam that share button on Facebook. I don't even care if you live in El Dorado. Hit that share button on Facebook. You could potentially be saving somebody's life. Get to shelter immediately, guys. You've got to get there immediately. This is a very, very dangerous situation for my folks up here in northwestern Arkansas at this current time.
Yeah,
all right, you go ahead, Rich. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and I am seeing that there is some moderate decaying of the debris balls just north of Ionia. So it looks like Decatur, Decatur has actually maintained its debris ball right now. So this particular one is definitely the dominant one. Your one in Ionia, it looks like it seems to be losing some in its rotation here.
That one just to the east of the Decatur area, right there on Highway 102. That one's gonna more than likely become your dominant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's going on is all 4 of them are you've got one massive tornado is right there on Highway 102, and you've got satellites that are setting up what's called satellite tornadoes. Basically, these basically you have the parent tornado, and then you have multiple tornadoes that develop. Kind of, if you guys have paid attention in the past, what happened in El Reno and the Moore situation here, that killed Tim Smears, the satellite tornadoes that develop away from the parent tornado. That's the situation that you're in right now up here in Benton County. Also, folks, I want you all to take a close look at that total population count. That is over 142,000 lives on the line right now here with this particular situation here, with that going that way. If y'all hit that share button, I promise you, you're going to be saving someone's life. They're going to be able to get this information. They're going to be able to get the shelter immediately, okay? So I don't use this wording a lot. You guys know me full well and our team full well that we don't just, throw that word out there unless there is an absolute, deadly situation. But I'm worried my folks in Bella Vista and Bentonville right now, folks. You got to get them up. You have to get them up right now. This is just a situation. Like I said, if you're in El Dorado, you're in Little Rock, something like that, you're watching this, hit that share button. You never know whoever's going to be up here right now listening that may not even know that something's going on. Just make sure you've got to get the shelter immediately, guys. This is this is heartbreaking, Rich. This is absolutely heartbreaking right now.
Yeah.
Man,
the only saving grace is Ionia has decreased quite a bit. You can see the rotation has dropped a lot, and I'm not so confident that is on the ground anymore.
Yeah. So
you can see the debris falling on that one. The Takata is still prominent.
I'm worried I'm worried what's going on, Rich, and I'm praying that this is not the situation when I'm thinking it is. I think you have that massive tornado right there on Highway 102, and I think what's going on is the reason why you're seeing those other debris balls outside of the main one is that debris is being thrown back behind the tornado here. You can kind of see it. The area of rotation where the debris ball is clearly right there on 102, but you can clearly see the debris being spread out away from the tornado itself. Man, this is very reminiscent of what happened in El Reno in 2013.
No, that's that's another small one.
That's another one. That'll be another satellite. So it'd be a combination of both. Man, this is man, folks. You got to get to shelter immediately if you know anybody in this area, or if you're in this area listening to this live stream, you got to get there immediately. I mean, your life
in this
and
tornado
your
warning
on the line. Yeah.
If you're in this tornado warning, your life is at risk at this point with all these satellite tornadoes. You just need to be in the ground. To ignore the pathing at this point. You need to get, you need to get to the lowest level of your house, get away from exterior walls and windows, get underground if you can. I don't even know if evacuation is really even safe at this point.
If you're
bathtub.
If you're in Rogers, right? What time is 1:25 right now? If you're in Rogers, if you live in a trailer, unfortunately, would it be 1 o'clock in the morning? Not a lot of things are going to be open. Derek, I need your expertise on this. Any kind of gas stations that you can think of, that up there near Bentonville and the Rogers area, along 49 right now,
like a Valero or Love's,
maybe, and that's going off of a Hail Mary pretty much. Because, like I said, that area up there would have been 1 o'clock in the morning. Unfortunately, you don't have a lot of things that are open.
With it being 49, there might be some truck stops. There might be some truck stop gas stations up there on 49.
What I would do if I was traveling on 49 right now is I would find a gas station. I'd find one of those truck stops. Get there. Tell the employees the reason why you're running in there, because there's a tornado coming. And recommend everybody else that's in that vicinity to get to shelter if you can do that. For our folks in Bentonville, the Rogers area, and also the Bella Vista area. Now, Rich, it looks like from the radar, it looks like now this is kind of moving to the north and west of downtown Bentonville. I don't want anybody in Bentonville getting out of the shelter right now. You stay where you are. Stay put. Stay where you are. But my folks up there along Interstate 49, the Bella Vista area, you got to get there. You got to get to shelter. There's a new tornado warning. Finally, now it's going to go. I do believe it's going to go for Bentonville, Rogers, the Lowell area, and also the Bella Vista area. Get to shelter immediately, guys. You got to get there now. And also, listen, for favor, share this live stream out, guys. Hit that share button. I promise you, it's not going to cost you a penny. You're going to be saving somebody's life if you do that, guys. Okay, take your tornado precautions now. Right now, you're in Bentonville, Rogers, you're on 62, and you're along Interstate 49. This is a situation that you just need to stay where you are. You need to hunker down, stay where you are, okay? That's the biggest thing that I want to stress right now. All right, you
definitely.
go. You go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm seeing possible development of two more unique rotations developing along the cell. And I can see the satellite ones still kind of lingering in the back
Yeah,
here. But I don't know if you can see this, but it does look like there could be the development of twins again with this, and this is going to be
I see
just outside of
triplets.
Centerton.
What
Oh
do you
yes,
see in
yeah,
the there's triplets. You have the main one.
In
There's
that
one.
massive,
There's one.
strong level rotation, they could produce at any time.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Just think it easy, but I don't know. They
it
went
might be
from
handing off.
yeah, it looks like it's trying to hand off,
Yeah,
but folks just at this point ignore the wording. Just ignore the wording from that particular tornado warning. It's a tornado warning for a reason. We have
yeah,
confirmed damage now coming out of the Decatur area. I'm taking a look at the reports here. Anticyclonic tornado with tornado debris signature on the radar via the National Weather Service observation in Benton County. So, folks, like I said before, it's time to get to shelter immediately here. You've got to get there immediately at this current time here. That's going to be. I'm right now. It looks like it's going to track just to the north and west of downtown Bentonville, but I'm worried about the sub areas outside of the Bentonville area. You know, your apartments outside of the Bentonville area, those that live along the interstate or just south of the interstate or north. I'm worried about those areas out there. Folks, gotta take your tornado precautions down here. And this is a situation that obviously you have your main circulation, and then you have the two areas back out towards the west that may be what we call satellite tornadoes. If you're not familiar with those, that wording, basically you have, think of it like, you know, what like you see an animal on the road and you see the two babies with them, you know, use that kind of like you have the mama bear and then you have the two little cubs right next to her. That's kind of the situation you're in right now, where you have the main tornado potential right there, and you have these little circulations that are kind of on the outside of it right now here. Okay, so listen, folks, take your tornado precautions immediately, and also I want to throw this out to you. You know, normally, Rich has been doing an amazing job over the last couple of days. I've been out. I'm on chase-cation right now. I'm not even in the studio, but I'm breaking in, helping Rich out, and helping the team because this is a very deadly situation for our folks up here in Benton County right
So
now.
I'm getting reports from the National Weather Service in Tulsa.
Yeah.
You have a developing tornado near Centerton that would track over the town of Bentonville. We also have
He's got it on there. He's got it on there.
We also have a partner with AWW who is chasing now just over just to the south of the town of Concord, Oklahoma, the very back end of the storm. He said it just dropped a brand new tornado within minutes.
Wow. Yep. Wow, that's crazy.
Have two on the ground, one on the southwest side of the storm, and one in the center now.
That's heartbreaking. That is absolutely heartbreaking. And
he's also reporting damage to the west of Decatur. Right
okay, yeah, and I'm getting a lot of reports in that area too.
Okay.
This is heartbreaking, man. This is absolutely heartbreaking, and I want to make this clear too. Rich, you may have to refresh me on this. Was this area in any kind of tornado risk tonight?
Yes.
As far as I remember, as far as I remember, let me check. It was just
in the
barely.
5%. Barely, it was just barely in the 5%. Wow.
Yeah.
That tells that we tell you guys that all the time. That when even in the lowest of the tornado risk, you can still get something like this, and it's just a very unfortunate situation right now. Folks, if you're in a path of this, you've got to get to shelter immediately here. This is the time right now to wake folks up, get them up, tell them the situation, tell them what's going on, and take a look at your surroundings and get to shelter immediately here. Like I said, I know a lot of people are going to be caught off guard up here in northwestern Arkansas, given what's happened. But man, I'm very worried. My folks in the Centerton area along Interstate 49, and also the Bentonville area, the downtown area of Bentonville. Rogers right now looks like it's going to, barely scrape you to the north and west. But you need to stay where you are. Just do not get out of shelter until this entire storm has cleared your entire area has left out the entire area and things start to quiet down. But man, this is heartbreaking right here, folks. If y'all can share this out, we would really appreciate it. Like, we would absolutely appreciate it. If y'all could do that for us here, you could potentially be saving somebody's life at this point.
Yep. Yeah, we always say these east moving storms are the ones.
Yeah, it's always those right hand movers, the ones that move right. Yeah, that's gonna be it.
It's now a deadly tornado storm. Getting multiple reports now just across the border. A campground full of Memorial Day campers was destroyed.
Oh no,
they're
man!
reporting mass casualties, mass loss of life at a campground just west of the border.
That's heartbreaking, man.
The problem is the campground is at least 2.5 miles wide.
Yeah,
there's nothing left.
That's man, and that
Bentonville needs to be underground now.
Yeah,
this is a deadly storm. Reports coming out of
look at there. Look at the newest scan. Yeah, that guys, you got to get there. You've got to do there at this point. And I know a lot of people are going to be, in a situation like this, your fight and flight mindset starts to take over. But you got to get to shelter. I mean, if somebody gets mad at you for blowing their phone up at 1:00 in the morning, just tell them to just send them to us. Just send them to us, and we'll gladly explain the situation. But man, this is heartbreaking. This is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, I was just about to say there are twins again.
Yeah,
there are twins again.
Yeah. It's man, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy here. And like I said, unfortunately, Arkansas is going to have more severe weather to deal with tomorrow. Me and Derek are going to be, we're going to be in Arkansas tomorrow chasing. So we'll talk more about that once we get past this. But man, this is horrible. This is absolutely horrible. And we tell y'all this all the time. This is why you need to pay attention when there's a low risk of tornadoes. This is exactly the biggest reason why we tell y'all to make sure that you're staying weather aware, because of the fact that this stuff can happen. This can happen in a very low risk area, and this is exactly what's going on right now. So, folks, if you're in the path right now, you got to get to shelter. Okay, this is not a time to be trying to go outside and try to go live on TikTok or Facebook. Your life is so much more important than that, guys. Social media is going to come and go, but your life isn't. You've got to get to shelter immediately here. Okay, when you do that, you're putting yourself and everybody else at risk. You got to get to shelter now. Like, man, oh man.
Yeah. I am seeing a possible development of new debris. This is going to be just to your northeast of Centerton. We're waiting to see if another scan can kind of confirm that, but I am getting worried that could be the one that one of the twins could be a development from over here, because we've got multiple areas of rotation right now with this, and it's kind of hard to try to track both of these. And I just want to emphasize with this is all developing right now. There are rotations along this circle right here. And so if you're in the city of Centerton,
I'm definitely getting reports. I'm definitely getting reports out of the I've got law enforcement. I've got law enforcement. There's been multiple structure damage. First responders en route to Western Benton County. There's now people trapped. Oh man, folks, this is a very, very, very important situation. I'm about as serious as a heart attack here. Do not, and I want to repeat this, do not try to attempt to go out there. Let first responders get out there and take care of what's going on here. Do not try to go out. I know for folks that are going to be wanting to try to go out and help, but you got to let first responders get out there and take care of it. We've got people trapped right now. This is just Rich, this is just a very heartbreaking situation here. I mean, this is bad. Hey, folks, if you're in this path, I'm begging you. I am absolutely begging you to the bottom of my heart. You've got to get to shelter. Like, you got to get underground. You got to get to that center part of your home, that lowest part. If you got a ton of windows in your house, this is a situation where you're going to have to find that closet or that safe place immediately. I know there's a lot of people up here that probably didn't even know that tornadoes were even possible today, but this is a situation that we're in, a situation we've been dealt with. But folks, I'm begging you to the bottom of my heart, you've got to get to shelter now. Don't go outside and try to get footage of this. Your life is so much more important than a video. We will have, we'll have our first responders telling us that there's damage and stuff like that. But folks, you got to get to shelter here. Okay. Your life is so much more important than that. You've got to get a shelter immediately, guys. Okay. Very, very, very heartbreaking situation up there right now. And it's going to go right over the interstate. And it's going to go over. Yeah. I'm seeing the pictures. That's
from Joe.
Man, that's heartbreaking. Back to you, Rich.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for another development scans. Really, our CC is really complicated right now. It seems to be extremely glitching out at this point. So I don't have any reliable. So if you zoom out, you can see it is all glitched out, and so that's a radar glitch. So we're not going to be able to get reliable confirmation of debris at this time for Centerton.
Rich, apparently the siren's not going off in Bentonville. Oh,
the sirens
man.
are not going off in Bentonville?
The sirens are not going off in Bentonville from what I'm seeing right now. Oh, no.
Oh,
Guys, share this. Share it.
Please.
God, share this live stream right now. Oh, my God. No. We can't have that. We cannot have that with a situation like this. You got to get to shelter now, guys. You got to get to shelter immediately here in this area. This is south. This is just south of the interstate. It just went over Centerton. Bentonville, you got to stay where you are. You got to get low. You got to get underground if you can. Stay where you are. I'm begging you, stay where you are. Do not attempt to try to go outside and spot this for yourself. This is a deadly situation. You got to get to shelter immediately, guys. Okay, I'm mad. That's I don't know what the issue is. All the areas that are in that polygon, the tornado warning polygon, need to have their sirens going right now. This thing has had history of producing very, very destructive damage, and we've got people trapped at this current time here. Okay, so you got to take your tornado precautions now here. I don't know what's going on in terms of sirens, but you got to take your tornado precautions immediately here. Go ahead, Rich.
Man. Yeah. And the unfortunate thing is we are rapidly approaching radar gap. And so I don't know if I can pull up if Springfield is going to give us a little, not much. I mean, it gives us a little indication. So we're going to be struggling here as this continues eastward. We're going to struggle a little bit trying to keep exact track of where it is. Latest scans indicate a much stronger outflow, but that could also honestly be a radar glitch too. And you have more experience in dealing with Northwest Arkansas than I do, Cameron. What's your particular take on this latest scan?
I still wouldn't. I still wouldn't let my guard down. That's going to go right over Interstate 49. It does look like you have another. When you zoomed out, it does look like we have some tornado warnings in northeastern Oklahoma. We'll have to see what coming out of that. But it looks like right now that it is with these tornadoes. What they'll end up doing is they'll have this really strong area of rotation. They'll produce this big tornado, and then it will lift, it will recycle itself, and then it could potentially produce another one downstream that could be probably somewhere just south and east of the Bella Vista area here along 94. So you folks, you got to get to shelter now. And those that are in Centerton that are asking right now, my best advice for right now is until this tornado warning has dropped, you got to stay where you are. Folks, this is a situation you just don't want to, hop on and get out of the shelter right now. You've got to, man.
Simply because it has a history of producing multiple satellites. So you don't know when things are clear. When that tornado warning drops, that's your best bet to know that you're clear. That's all I can say on that.
Folks, you've got to go. And they're just now, I believe they're just now souring the sirens and Bentonville. That should have been taken care of a long time ago.
A long time.
But yeah, this is bad. This is absolutely heartbreaking. If you're in Centerton right now, those that are listening in Centerton, stay where you are. I mean, do not get out of your shelter. If you get out of your shelter right now, you're putting your life at risk at this point. You've got to stay where you are. And Rich, if you could do me a favor, there's another area of rotation just south of 102. You can actually see it outside of the main tornado, you have what's called these little satellite tornadoes that are roping around the main circulation.
Mhm.
That's why we're telling you in Centerton, don't just, get out of shelter right now and go and see what's going on. You got to stay where you are. Like, you've got to stay put. You have to stay put. You've got to let this thing clear out. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you what to do. If you are in this tornado warning right now, I would not get out of your shelter until this tornado warning has been canceled. This
Right.
is something that you have to stay where you are. Okay, you have to stay where you are. In this situation, if you're in that tornado warning, just stay where you are until this tornado warning has been canceled at this time here. This is a very dangerous situation here.
Yeah, yeah, and I wanted to show the reflectivity here because I want to demonstrate where this could actually start. It could produce more satellites. So you're not out of the clear yet in terms of um, since this has a history of producing satellite tornadoes. Don't trust that since it's already over towards Bentonville, that it's already over. You need to keep sheltered until most of the cell has already gone past you. Um,
Yeah.
it
Uh,
is it is cur- it looks like Cameron. It looks like it's trying to redevelop here, just
I was
on into the north of Bentonville. Yeah,
I was just getting ready to say that. I was
yeah,
just about to say that. It looks like it's trying to develop once again. Another area trying to get going near the Gentry area once again, just to the east of the Gentry area. That man, this is this is honestly, I don't even know if I would say this is El Reno. This is kind of reminding me of the Joplin situation, where you had this one supercell that kind of developed, and a tornado developed right over town, and it just kind of sat over that one area, and you had these little multi-vortice tornadoes around it. So I said I'm getting reports right now here. We'll let you guys know the latest at this time, but this is a situation that you need to be in shelter. Okay, don't try to go outside and see this for yourself. It's about to be 2 o'clock in the morning. It is heavily rain wrapped. We don't want you guys putting your lives at risk for that. I mean, we have first responders that are gonna be out, and they will let us know if there's damage or anything. But folks, you got to be in shelter immediately here. I'm literally begging y'all. You got to be in shelter now if you're in this area here. That's just to the north and east of the Centerton area. That's crossing. Looks like it's crossing now over Interstate 49.
yeah, yeah. That large particular uh, concern is definitely crossing over Highway 49. I just went and tried to view from multiple areas here. Obviously, we're going to get some radar issues out here simply because we are in a radar gapped area. Um, trying to see if I can get. Yeah, I'm just having all sorts of issues here. It wants me
No,
to what? Yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I was just gonna
you're
say
fine.
it's in a radar loss zone right now. It's between Tulsa, Little Rock, and Springfield. So
And
radar is going to
Portsmouth.
be very, yeah, force about it. It's going
Yeah,
to be very difficult.
Springfield.
yeah.
Go to Springfield.
Springfield, okay,
Look at that.
Springfield's going to give you the best view.
Okay.
Wow, that's man, that's just heartbreaking. That is just absolutely heartbreaking, man.
Yeah, obviously,
So
obviously, this area right here is a major concern for us, simply because it's radar gapped, and we don't. It's really hard to really pinpoint where your gate to gate is, where your center of a particular tornado is. In that entire area, just kind of consider threat carefully, where I highlighted, and obviously they just shrunk the um, the tornado warning. It's still radar indicated, so there is no confirmation that it dropped back down again as far
yeah,
as National Weather Service is concerned. So, yeah, we're basically just waiting until the storm, which is moving about 20 miles per hour now. Oh, it picked back up to 30. So it's moving about 30 miles per hour, and this is kind of moving at a it says east, but it's more of a oh, look at that camera. Look at that latest scan.
I just saw it. I just absolutely saw it, man. It's man,
Yeah,
I don't have words right now. I don't even
yeah,
have words, and y'all know me. Whenever I do these tornado warning coverages, I bring I bring a ton of energy to them, but man, I've hit a freaking brick wall with this. This is just heartbreaking. This is just
Yeah.
absolutely heartbreaking, man. I'm praying right now, and for those that are listening, I need y'all to pray that these folks up here that we don't have a massive loss of life from this. I mean, outside of what we heard earlier on, I just man, and I'm still getting reports of the damage that this has done, but man, I don't have any words for this right now, guys. You have to get to shelter here. Your life is in your own hands. You have to get to shelter, and this is up here in Benton County. I know we have some other storms down in the other part of the state here, but I'm going to be straightforward, y'all. This is going to take priority. This is this is going to take priority, man. This is man,
Yeah.
man. This is just heartbreaking. This is
Yeah.
absolutely heartbreaking right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is the only tornado warned area in Arkansas, and the severe thunderstorm warning that's just outside of Fayetteville is not toward possible. So this is our main focus right now. This is our main threat, and it has been up and down in this area. It has been observed, radar observed, and we have seen debris indications. So we're basically focused completely on the Bentonville area, and this is going to be crossing over Interstate 49 here within the probably the next 10 minutes or so.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, folks. Like I said, man, you got to be in shelter right now, man. Like I said, honestly, that's the biggest thing that we could just recommend at this point. This is a situation where, um, and unfortunately, this is 2 o'clock in the morning. I know our followers are doing their absolute hardest. We're trying to get people up and tagging people in the comments, and I love seeing that. But unfortunately, this is just coming in at the absolute worst time possible, with it being 2 o'clock in the morning. You're not going to be able to get every single person up that lives in that area here. I just pray that the folks up here in Bentonville that live along the interstate, they were able to at least get up, hear that alarm go off on their phone, and get to shelter. Hopefully they had enough time to do it. This is just a situation, like I said, for low tornado risk day. You had the storms come out of northeastern Oklahoma that produced these tornadoes as it got dark, and unfortunately, we just had one go through northwest Arkansas. The center area, like I said, for folks that they live in that area, I know this circulation has passed. I'm begging y'all, stay where you are. I'm telling you that for a reason here. If you go back in history with the El Reno tornado, the Joplin tornado, you go with the Moore tornado back in 2013. Those types of tornadoes, this type of tornado will literally sit here. It's only moving at what, Rich, 30 miles per hour?
Yeah.
Okay, it's only moving at 30 miles per hour. So what's going to happen is you're going to have these other little rotations that are going to develop kind of outside of the main circulation. So the main circulation could have passed over you, and you think you're done, and then you have these other little lobes that come through that could produce just as much damage. So what I would recommend doing, kind of make it like I don't know, kind of like a shelter party or something like that, where you're in your shelter, you're hunkered down, and you just stay there. I mean, that's the biggest things I would tell the kiddos, be like, hey, we're just down here, just kind of hanging out for a little bit, letting this kind of pass through, and going from there here. But I mean, man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. And property could be replaced, houses, cars, stuff like that could be replaced. I'm just praying that we didn't have any, significant loss of life or significant injuries. Out of this, what we do have. Yeah. You have it on the traffic camera?
Yes.
Okay. Can you screenshot that, send it to our server so we can get that information? I don't know if Rich is gonna be able to pull it up on air. I know we haven't sat down and gotten that taken care of, but even honestly, even without the traffic cam, the radar tells you the story.
Yep.
Like this is bad. That folks, you need to be.
So where the corner of 49 is right now, where it curves.
Yeah, where it curves up there. Yeah.
You've got two traffic cameras that are surrounded in some kind of circulation. Nothing can be seen on it.
That is terrifying, man.
Yep, you got two cameras, one looking north, one looking south, and all you see is lightning inside of some kind of. So.
Yeah. Yep, that would be it. I mean, it's crossing over. We see it right now. It just went southeast, Rich, towards Rogers.
Yeah.
Look at there.
Yeah. Yeah. So it is changing course like nonstop. I'm having a hard time. I'm trying to bounce between the different ones, and obviously um one radar tower is going to give me a lot more different results than another. If I
Yeah.
go Fort Smith, it's going to push it a little further. If I go back to Tulsa, now I'm going to try Springfield again. It has not been
Your best one
extremely
is
reliable.
looks like Tulsa has a decent reading on it, and
Tulsa
Rich,
does, yeah,
yeah, Tulsa's going
yeah,
to be your best shot, and I'm gonna
yep,
be honest with you, my folks in Rogers.
yep,
Right now here, this is a very unfortunate situation for my folks in Rogers. This went from moving northeast, now it is curving to the southeast right now here. I know it's very erratic, what we call erratic motion, but it has gone from Bentonville, now it's targeting the Rogers area. So Rogers, and like I said, for anyone in that tornado polygon, I'm begging y'all, you know,
yeah,
take your tornado precautions here, guys. Get to shelter, get to the lowest part of your home. If you've got a storm shelter, get there, please. If you can get on the ground, that'd be even better. But if you can't, you got to get to that lowest center part of your home. Grab some pillows, grab a helmet, grab something to protect your head from potential head trauma with this. And they're
yeah,
also begging folks, out there towards the Decatur area, please let first responders take care of that, folks. Okay, I understand that everybody wants to get out, try to help out and stuff like that. You've got to let first responders get in there and take care of that. They've got to get people that are trapped right now. They assess the situation, assess the damage. I've got emergency management that lives up here that's giving me the information. But folks, yeah, if you're in that area, if you're in the Decatur area, they're urging you guys to stay out of that area as much as possible to allow first responders to come in and take care of that here. So
This is
what we have
on the ground right now.
Yeah, I know. We're looking at it right now.
Okay, because I'm looking at the traffic camera.
Yeah.
On I-49 in Rogers, you have rain bands being taken towards the storm right now.
Man, that's classic tornado signature right there. Yeah, I see it. I see it. That'd do it. And another thing here, looking at the traffic cams, guys, this is going to be heavily rain wrapped. This is going to be a situation that you're just not going to be able to see it. Rich, if you could do me a big favor, kind of zoom this out. That way we can kind of get a little bit of a perspective. Folks, I want to make this clear too. This is tornado warning coverage. You're not going to get your questions answered during this live stream. It's just not going to happen unless you are directly impacted by this tornado warning storm here. Unless you are in Benton County right now, we are not taking any questions right now. We're not going to be answering questions on air. This is a deadly situation. You gotta, if you can do us a big favor, like I said before, if you live in Little Rock, you live in, Memphis, Jonesboro, somewhere that's, outside of this area right now, the biggest thing that you can do is help us by sharing this out, by getting this information out. I know it's 2:00 in the morning, folks, but man, this is a heartbreaking situation here up here in northwestern Arkansas, and I wish we could have. I know we had the low risk of the tornadoes up there, but with the environment, I wish we could have probably gotten a higher risk up here in northwestern Arkansas for these storms that were coming out of northeastern Oklahoma. But
right.
folks, you've got to take your shelter. I mean, you got to get there right now. If you're in Rogers, you got to be there right now. What are you seeing over there?
Reports from the Decatur, Arkansas, earlier this evening. Radar data, the one they do the estimate on the wind speeds and debris. Radar based upon wind speed, 160 miles per hour.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, we were looking at the same thing over here on our product, and man, if you're in Rogers right now, you need to be in shelter. You need to be, if preferred,
power flashes in Rogers.
Yeah, power flashes. Yeah, yep. It's bad.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I mean, this whole area is just prime for potential rotation at this point, and it looks like it's kind of changing its direction. You can kind of see that. You see the velocity changing changing its direction out there, and so that makes me wonder. I don't know when it gets to that situation, we end up having even more trouble seeing it on radar. And I don't know if Cameron's still with me. Did we lose Cameron? Oh, wait, hold on. There's Cameron. Yeah.
I'm here. I'm sorry, it disconnected for a second.
Oh, no, you're good. But basically what I was saying was when it gets further east in Arkansas, we end up having more problems being able to actually see it very well on radar. So I think we're going to end up having a situation where we just have to say a broad area at this point needs to be taking their immediate tornado precautions. And looks like
Hey,
National Weather Service has continued the tornado warning and shrunk it.
Rich, if you can do me a favor and show everyone the CC drop or the debris indicator.
Yep.
I mean, man, I folks, if you're in Rogers, you've got to be in shelter. And I know what National Weather Service in Tulsa is doing. The biggest reason why they're saying this is a severe thunderstorm with strong low level rotation that could produce a tornado at any moment is because you don't have a single soul out here chasing this. This is 2:00 in the morning in northwestern Arkansas, trees everywhere. You don't have anybody out there, like this was like in central Arkansas, something like that, or in southeastern Arkansas where it's a little bit more flatter, you'd be able to see it. Up here, it's heavily rain wrapped. You've got trees everywhere and it's 2:00 in the morning. I don't think there's a single chase right here that's going to risk their life trying to get this, and that's perfectly understandable. So what Tulsa's doing is they're seeing the area of rotation. They see how strong it is, and they're saying that this thing has strong level rotation that can produce a tornado at any given moment. A couple of our followers up here in the Rogers area saying they hear what's called like this whistle sound or this train sound right now, and that is classic tornado sound. Whenever you're dealing with something like that. So if you're in this Rogers area right now, you got to get to shelter immediately, folks.
I think I've been able to kind of,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think I've been able to kind of pinpoint here using Springfields. I think I've got a better grip on the potential of rotation here, and it looks like it handed off towards in between Bentonville and Rogers. Do you see this on the stream right now?
I see it. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
that is absolutely heartbreaking, man. That is absolutely heartbreaking, man. That, like I said, folks, you got to be on the ground at this point, or if you're not on the ground, you got to get to that center part. I recommend grabbing some mattresses, or grabbing a helmet, something to protect your head from potential trauma. You got to get that center lowest part. That could be a bathroom, that could be a closet, that could be a kid's room, somewhere that doesn't have the windows. And a lot of people will say, make sure you lift your windows up before you do it. No, don't worry about that. The tornado is going to take care of that. The tornado is going to take care of that window problem. Don't try to go and lift your windows or anything up. The biggest focus is getting to that center lowest part of your home at this time. If you don't have a basement, I've seen some people in there. If you don't have a basement, it's not the end of the world. Center part of your home, the center part of your home, that lowest part where your closets are. It could be a kid's room, a bathroom, or something like that, somewhere away from windows and somewhere where there's like a ton of walls around you. That is where you want to seek shelter right now here if you don't have a basement. What are you getting over there?
Spotter has reported a large tornado in Rogers at I-49 near exit 85.
Yeah. Okay. So this would be accurate.
Yeah.
This would be accurate
also,
right here
that's
in this area.
Lake Charles, a forecaster from Lake Charles, Louisiana. In-laws in Rogers were hit by a tornado on Pecan Street in Rogers. There is damage in their house. They are trapped. Water pouring into their.
Oh man, we don't want to hear that. That's man, a very, very heartbreaking situation. Rich, if you could do me a favor, can you switch over to the correlation coefficient, the CC, or what we call the debris indicator? And like I said, my heart just goes out to these folks. This is obviously 2:00 in the morning, worst time scenario, but on top of all of that, this is a Memorial Day weekend. You're going to have a lot of people that are up here that are that are visiting from other states or visiting family and friends. So folks, please keep them in your prayers. I know a lot of people are tuning in right now that are from Little Rock or from Central Arkansas or something like that that's watching this that's not even affected by that. But folks, man, you got to get them up. I know it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I know I sound like a broken record, but this is what you can do in this situation. You hit that share button. You can tell your family and friends about it. For somebody that's up there, give them a heads up on what's going on across the area here. And then you zoom down across the board, the other storms that are going on right now in western Arkansas. None of those storms, fortunately, are tornadic, but this is one of the more life-threatening ones right now here. Okay. Also, I have a lot of people that live in apartments as well. The biggest advice that I would give to folks that are in the apartments, and I believe Jeff Baskin had talked about this. I think you have to get to what is it, Rich? I think it's the lowest.
The stairwell. Yeah,
The
you can get the
stairwell. Yeah.
stairwell. Yeah.
The stairwell is going to be the best option if you live in an apartment. Those
Yeah,
apartment
as long as
buildings
it's
right
an
now.
internal inside stairwell. And if
Yeah.
it's not, if you don't have an inside stairwell that you can get into, um,
Yeah.
apparently we're getting possible reports that there are twins again.
This this is this is reminding me so much of Joplin, of what happened in Joplin. We had a supercell stall over the area, and it just kept producing a tornado over and over and over and over again. Man,
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
very heartbreaking.
yeah.
You got to
Okay,
please pray
so
for these folks up here.
there's the debris ball for the twin that just formed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you can
gonna be
see.
it.
And then right here, I would not doubt if this was the beginning of a debris. And then the problem, though, here's the problem, though. The National Weather Service continues to say radar indicated, but we keep getting damage report after damage report.
For it. I'm wondering what's going on. I'm wondering what's going on with that because I've got emergency management saying that same thing that we have damage. By the way, we have a brand new tornado warning that's in place that
Yep.
just got extended over towards Eureka Springs. But yeah, I've got emergency management telling me the same thing that we have damage. So I don't know what the issue is, what's going on. Right, the reason why this is not a PDS. But folks, don't worry about the wording right now. Don't worry about that radar indicated wording. There is a tornado warning. This thing has produced damage. I'm praying that no one got injured or killed or in this situation. But yeah, this has some serious history of damage. Regardless, guys, you got to get to shelter. Okay, don't worry about the radar indicated. You got to get to shelter. Yeah, I see it. PDS sounding. Yeah, I mean
800 M2 shear with this storm we're right now.
Yeah,
it is producing its own environment.
Yeah, I hate saying this on air, but this is kind of like Joplin 2.0, if you want my honest opinion, because this is exactly how that storm went, where it just kind of just sat over the same area. But the best thing the best thing that I could say about this is, I mean, I'm hopefully it rains itself out. I mean, that's the biggest thing that you can just hope for. Unfortunately, the environment is just not. You don't have a lot of wind shear to push this out. Otherwise, this would have been, this would have been a one and done. But man, oh man, right there on Highway 12. Make sure, like I said, folks, you got to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here. Rich, if we can switch back to how the reflectivity for just a little bit, excuse me. Kind of give some folks what's going on.
Yep.
But man, oh man. I am dreading to hear what's going to end up coming out of this area here.
Yeah, definitely.
Go ahead. I'm
No.
going to read this in a little bit. You go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just getting more and more concerned as it goes more east, because we're gonna have less and less radar reliability, and that might be the reason why the National Weather Service hasn't pulled the trigger on calling it observed again, is because they might not be seeing this on social media. They might not also be seeing this from emergency management.
Yeah.
So that might be the reason why they're not pulling the trigger. But go ahead.
Okay. If you could do me a big favor while I say this, and this is going to be absolutely heartbreaking. go ahead and put a track on this storm here. So this is, like I said, a very viable source emergency management up here in northwestern Arkansas. Via the mayor and the Decatur area, structural damage is confirmed on the southwestern side of town. Multiple homes are damaged. One shop building completely destroyed. Crews are working to get access to homes. Trees and power poles are down. Areas that are clear are sending resources to the Decatur area. Benton County Department of Emergency Management has declared an emergency incident in the Decatur area. Emergency management services and also the urban search and rescue units across northwestern Arkansas are being sent. Is being sent to this area here, guys. Okay, so I'm begging y'all, folks, you got to be taking your tornado precautions, and also please keep the comments civil and respectful, guys. This is a situation. This is a very, very serious situation. We're all adults here. You got to act like an adult, folks. This is like I said before, this is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. There's people that's lives being impacted by this. You got to grow up. You got to. Okay. So make sure if you know anybody in this area that you take your tornado precautions immediately. At this current time, Rich, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just basically kind of, shooting from the hip here on best to put the tracker. I mean, this is about the best that I think I can kind of put it
Yeah.
without, because it keeps going north and south. It keeps going, northeast and southeast. So I'm just going to leave this here for right now. I'll adjust that as each frame goes by. But
Yeah, and I want to stress this too, guys. Rich has been working very, very hard in time to making sure that y'all are having the information and y'all are having a track and everything like that here. In this situation where he's trying to put a track, it's not going to be 100% accurate. I want to stress this to the moon that this is what we call an erratic tornado right now. This is a tornado that we've seen this back out in Oklahoma that could change direction at any given moment. So we're trying our best to give you guys the answers as quickly as possible, but y'all are going to have to be patient with us. This is a situation that you just cannot know the location, right down the map, because this thing can change on you in any given moment. At first this thing looked like it was going to miss Bentonville, and then now it hit Bentonville, then it went to Rogers. So this thing is going to change paths on you in any given moment. So if you are under this tornado warning, guys, and I know you guys want the location as much as possible here, we're trying our hardest, but you've got to seek shelter, folks. If that tornado warning comes on your phone, get to shelter. Think about your family and your friends. We know you want the path. We know you want the timing. But if that tornado warning is going off on your phone, that means you are in the path. That's what it means. That is common sense 101. If your phone's going off for a tornado warning, that means you're in the path of that storm. Yep. You've got to get to shelter, guys. This is an erratic motion. You're not going to get a 100% clear minute by minute path on this, because it's going to change directions at any given moment here. Like you guys have seen this on radar. You got to get to shelter here. And you can see it when he loops the radar, how erratic this is. It's going from northwest, and it'll go northeast, and then it moves south and then southeast. So it's erratic. The motion of this tornado is just kind of all over the place right now. So the best that we can do is put a big polygon out, say, hey, this is the area of potential impact, and then get to shelter. Okay, so remain patient with us, guys. Like I said before, we're trying our hardest to get the information out as quickly as possible with the reports that we're getting in. But folks, common sense 101. If that polygon's going off and your phone's going off for that tornado warning, you're in the path of the storm and you need to seek shelter immediately here.
And I just want to make mention real quick. If you guys notice this, the warnings that the National Weather Service is putting out is not a cone. What they're doing is putting one big giant block, and they're saying, this is your tornado warning. That is because it's been so erratic. It went from looking like it was going to go out of the state into Missouri, miss Bentonville, and then it went straight down, changed course, went straight through Bentonville, down to Rogers, and now it is continuing on an eastward path. And I don't even want to say if Eureka Springs is in the clear or anything, because I don't think it. I can't
honestly no. Honestly, no. With the erratic motion of this storm, I mean, all it takes is just one little, hard northeast turn, and it's going right for Eureka Springs on Highway 62. So, I mean, if you're in this, and like I said, common sense, guys, common
Yeah.
sense 101. Your phone's going off for that tornado warning. It's going off for a reason. You got to get to shelter, okay? And when you get to shelter, that's getting to that lowest center part of your home and getting to that lowest part. Grabbing a helmet, I would put shoes on as well just in case. But I want to stress this right now here, okay? Because a lot of people were coming in, trying to figure out the path, and I understand that, especially in a situation like this. But the problem is this thing is so erratic right now, man. It's just, man. I wish we can give you guys a minute by minute timing when this is coming in, but I can't rule out this thing moving, a northeast turn towards Eureka Springs, or is it going to continue to move to the east and stuff like that? So, folks, if you are in that tornado warning area right now, if your phone is going off saying tornado warning, common sense 101, that's getting to shelter. That's just how it is. That's getting to that center part of your home, and that's getting into a storm shelter if you have it. But man, this is crazy. This is crazy, Rich. This is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're having a real hard time getting CC to show up correctly because we are in that radar gapped area. And what I do know about some radar glitches is when there is any type of interruption, it towards the end it would cause itself to kind of echo through the rest of the way. So there is the potential that there could be extremely large hail here. There could be the potential for debris in this situation, and I'm wondering with this latest CC drop, just to okay, no, we've got 2 rotations again.
Yeah, you do. It's 2 rotations again.
That is a CC drop right here. This is going to be going over Rambo Riviera. This is going to Rock. What highway? Is there any highway? Highway 12, 127.
I think that's 12 and 127. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
So this is
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but we do. It does appear that there are 2 unique rotations again, and we're basically kind of just we're just kind of winging it here because of 2 things. One, it's radar gapped in a way, and 2, it is moving so erratic, it's completely unpredictable, completely pathless. So that's what we're dealing with right now.
All right, and I want to make this crystal clear too, guys. If you are in the path of this storm, do not attempt to try to evacuate to the south. That is an absolute last case scenario where you don't have anywhere else to go. You don't have a sturdy building or something like that. That is an absolute last case scenario. But folks, if you are in your house and it is a sturdy house, do not attempt to try to evacuate. You've got to get to shelter, guys. Okay, that is just only if you are in a situation where you're either traveling or you have nowhere else to go that is safe enough for you to be in. But we don't want anybody doing that right now, guys. You got to get to shelter, okay? We know this is a situation up here in Northwest Arkansas that you didn't expect. I wish we could have given you guys a more of a heads up on what was going on, but unfortunately, this is something, Rich, we talk about this all the time with our meetings, is that you get the unexpected, and this is the unexpected right now. And I just, like I said, if you're in this area, folks, be patient with us. Those that are tuning in, those that are wanting the timing and stuff like that, be patient with us. This is a situation that, like Rich and Rich were talking about a second ago, it's the motion of this particular tornado. It's moving east, northeast, then it's dropping south. The motion is so erratic with this right now. So right now, the best advice I can tell you is that if you are getting that tornado warning on your phone, you're living on 23 or in West Liberty or in Lone Star or in Rock or anywhere in these areas in here, if you are getting that tornado warning on your phone, you've got to get to shelter. This is a storm that you do not want to mess around with. Don't try to go outside and see it for yourself and stuff like that. This is not one of those situations. This is a situation that you put your life and whoever around you's life in safety. That's the biggest thing that I want to stress to you guys. Okay, so you've got to stay where you are. My folks that are in Centerton, those that just been impacted, the Bentonville area, the Rogers area, Folks, I know it's tough. You get a situation like this, you immediately want to get out, but you can't. You can't. I'm begging you. I'm absolutely begging you. Stay where you are. Let this storm pass over you and let the tornado warning drop. I'm going to make that crystal clear. Do not attempt to try to get outside during this right now. You've got to stay where you are. If you are hunkered down, stay hunkered down until this storm has passed over your area here. But do not attempt to try to get outside and see it or confirm anything. Leave that to first responders and emergency management, okay? This is a deadly situation up here. Folks, you've got to be smarter than this. You got to get to that safe spot immediately here. This is a situation that you're putting yourself and whoever around you's life in your own hands. You've got to get to that safe spot immediately at this current time here. Okay, but yeah, if you're in, and Rich, if you could do me a favor and zoom this out, kind of give our viewers kind of a perspective. But folks, if you are you got to stay where you are. I mean, you got to stay where you are. You got to let this tornado warning drop and let it get out of here before you get out of shelter. Even for those that have been impacted, Eureka Springs area, same thing. Those that live along 62, along 23, along Highway 220, 221, excuse me. Stay where you are. If that tornado warning is going off on your phone, stay where you are. Stay where you are until this tornado warning has passed, and that is it. I want to make that abundantly clear to our folks that are watching this right now. Here, you've got to stay where you are at this point. Okay, so from emergency management, once again, Rogers have multiple roads blocked by trees and power lines down, trees on houses, and unfortunately, people are trapped in downtown Rogers right now. Very sad situation.
It is.
Very
Yeah. I mean, you just kind of hope for the best, and you hope that those threats from the west end up dying out before it comes to Arkansas. This is one of those nights that I did not anticipate having to cover a very catastrophic situation.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, folks, like I said before, you got to stay where you are. If that tornado warning is still in effect for your area, we're begging y'all, please stay where you are. Okay. And I want to make this abundantly clear too. We're not answering questions on air. We're not doing it. Okay. You got to figure out where you live. You got to pay attention, folks. If that tornado warning is going off on your phone right now, that's common sense 101. That's getting to that safe place. Okay. If you don't know where to go, that is that center lowest part of your home. I want to make that clear. That's the center lowest part of your home, away from windows, and there's as many walls between yourself and this potential tornado as possible. But if you are under this polygon, that tornado warning is going off on your phone, stay where you are. Get to shelter. Stay hunkered down. I'm not sounding the all clear for anybody up here in Benton County until this storm is completely gone. We're not sounding the all clear for anybody right now. This is a situation that you just got to stay where you are. And I know for folks over there, on the western side of Benton County, that this has passed. But the problem is, if you sound it all clear, some folks, if they have to get out, they're going to try to travel, and then they're going to travel right into the storm. You got to let this storm pass before you sound the all clear. So you got to stay where you are at this current time here. Okay.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for this particular part here to cross Highway 23, and this is going to happen probably within the next 10 minutes. The next 10 minutes, I'm going to pass between West Liberty and Lone Star. I keep it on high res velocity, and I know it kind of looks confusing to the viewers, and I probably should keep it more on high res reflectivity for you guys. But at the same time, it kind of gives us an idea of where this is kind of jumping back and forth. So I apologize if I'm confusing people. That's why I'm
you're okay, man. You're doing a great job. You're doing an absolute great job. Don't worry about it. You're gonna have those rude ones out there. Don't worry about it. My folks in Berryville, Rich, if you do me a favor, let's zoom that back out. That is oh man, that I'm Berryville.
It's taking a new trajectory change. It looks like it could be going northeast. Could be changing northeast here very soon.
Yeah.
So yeah, Berryville. I'm gonna actually clock you for right now. This was
Oh man, oh man.
yeah.
Rich, if you could do me a favor, this is the one time I wish I was in the weather center helping you out. I could have drawn on this map. If you could draw it out for me, show everyone the inflow and the outflow on this. I mean, this thing looks like, man, this is, if you had a textbook on what tornadoes look like, this would be a textbook structure of what this looks like here. You have your inflow coming in, and then you have your outflow on the back side where you see that purple kind of going down to Highway 12. That's your that's the other side of the circulation here. Unfortunately, I think Berryville is just to get ready to take a direct hit. I think
Let
they're
me
getting ready to
check.
take a direct hit.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does look like it is starting to change trajectory. I'm going to keep
Yeah.
this path for right now, but I definitely I want to watch this, but in the next couple scans. But yeah, so
Oh
your particular, yeah,
man.
uh,
I'm not meaning to interrupt you. Sorry, I'm just getting a ton of reports from emergency management. Per Benton County 911, calls are being backed up, delayed response due to the number of calls. First responders are having to prioritize calls countywide right now.
oh wow.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy, man.
And it looks like on top of what happened, they are now experiencing a flash flood warning. So you guys are experiencing torrential rainfalls on top of the damage, and I'm really sorry for you guys. I really am. Our thoughts and prayers are definitely with you guys during this evening. It's not going to be easy.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh boy. Rich, if you could do me, I don't want to take anything away from this tornado warning. I really
Yep.
don't. But we're getting like overwhelming people coming in trying to figure out what this is. Um, let's zoom this out, kind of give everybody a perspective from a broad Northwest Arkansas view.
Yep.
Um, this is right now as it stands. This is going to be impacting our folks up here in the Eureka Springs area. This is up here towards Eureka Springs. We can let's see here. It's going to be coming out. There it is. I'm just catching up on my end. This is going to be near the Eureka Springs area. For those that are in Bella Vista, the Rogers area, it looks like the tornado warning is gone. So you can get out of your shelter. You get out of your safe place if you are in those areas. I'm very concerned for my folks further downstream from there. If you can just give me just 1 second to get this up. Benton County right now, like I said before, per the 911 servers, the calls are being backed up right now with overwhelming responses coming in. First responders are just, they're trying their hardest. They're working out there. Please be patient with them. Don't be rude. I know what's going on up there right now here, but first responders are trying to get to it as quickly as possible here. But this is moving now into Carroll County. I'm very concerned for my folks in Berryville. That is, you can see it on radar where you have that, what we call that appendage on the southern end. That is where the tornado is going to be. And it's moving right now. It's moving due east, but it's so erratic right now, man. Emotions are just so all over the place. It's not even funny here. So if you are in that polygon right now here, you need to be still in your safe spots. I can say for my folks in Bentonville and Rogers, you can come out of your shelters. It does look like the tornadic part of this storm has pushed off towards your east. You're no longer under that tornado warning, but the flash warning still remains in effect. And I'm getting a lot of reports right now. Reports of damage in Rogers. Also got large tree down in Benton. I've got wind gusts of 60 miles per hour, just east northeast of the Benton Rogers area here. But folks, this has been a catastrophic situation for our folks up here in
Yep.
Benton County here. Okay, please keep them in your prayers for tonight.
Absolutely. Um, yeah. And I know there's been some brief mentioning about still current active things going on in uh, northeast Oklahoma. I don't believe any of that is going to be coming to Arkansas. So don't fret about that.
No,
What is
no, it
happening?
looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
But what I was going to say was basically what is happening right now is basically what's on the board in terms of tonight's threat. Um, we'll continue to monitor in case something has changed, but I do not believe that that particular threat that is actually going east northeast at 45 miles per hour. So that is not going south by any stretch. So do not worry about the stuff in Oklahoma right now. What we have is what's on the board and at play for Arkansas, and this is our main threat that we talked about earlier in the day. We posted the severe weather packet. Uh, this is about to actually go past our threat zone, the SPC, what the SPC laid out. So this continues to be on, uh, you know, if this continues to rotate and possibly be on the ground, we uh, we would definitely be well past our threat zone, what they laid out.
Yeah. Ignore that. Sorry, I kicked over a cup. Um, right now, it does appear, like I said before, it's going to track right over Highway 21. That's just south of the Berryville area. Right now, like I said before, I'm just if I go quiet, guys, I've got emergency management giving me updates on what's going on up here in northwestern Arkansas. Um, I mean, this is just heartbreaking. Hearing this about 2 o'clock in the morning is absolutely heartbreaking. At this time here. Okay, so okay. So yeah, back to you, Rich. Right now, it's just a bunch of tree and damage reports.
Yeah,
Fortunately, right now, um, I have not heard of any injuries or any fatalities, which is a great thing. But
that's
um,
wonderful.
we'll continue to keep you updated on that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And basically, what we're dealing with. And if somebody's wondering why there isn't like um, why I'm kind of placing this a little different or a little odd is because you have to consider your um, radar distance. The the distance that a radar can go, the further it goes, it starts to bend and start to stretch. And so the reason why I'm placing this a little more north of where your velocity is simply because the radar starts stretching it out and starts placing it in a different spot than it really actually physically is. So if you guys are wondering why I'm placing, I noticed a couple of people commented, why I'm placing my path the way it is because you have to consider the fact of radar distance. We're in a radar gapped area, and this is placing the particular the data coming in, the vector velocity or the velocity, and all that in a stretched manner. So it's
Yeah,
actually more north than it is on the radar right now. But so that's why I place this a little differently than what you are actually seeing. So it has nothing to do with my my skill or knowledge and what's going on. It's because you actually have to account for the distance of the radar. We are at the edge of Springfield. Very, very edge.
definitely. I want to kind of address a couple things. Number one, power outages. Power outages are now up to 65,000 across the state. Easily 80% of those power outages are out of Benton County, where we have over 59,205 customers without power. Folks, like I said before, I'm talking to emergency management over here. The one thing that they're urging is patience, and I'm gonna tell you this right now: you don't have patience, it's time to learn it. It's time to learn it if you don't have patience. This is a situation where first responders are going to be up here. They're trying to get to people that are trapped. They're trying to get to the damage. They're going to try to get to the power, stuff like that. I don't want anyone out there treating these first responders or treating the emergency management, like trash. You don't do that. You don't do that. They're out here making sure that people's lives are being saved and stuff like that. So please be patient with them. That's the one thing that they're urging. They are urging folks to, and I get it. I know there's family, if your family's been impacted and everything, I understand, but they've got to get there. They've got, first responders have got to get there. There's search and rescue underway right now in the Bentonville and the Rogers area. Please, 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 please be a decent human being and respect first responders, guys. They are out there trying to save someone's life. Please give them the space that they need. And like I said before, you'll keep you updated on that. But right now, the only good news that I have to report right now is that I have not heard any injuries or any fatalities. I will let you know when I get that information. But right now, the biggest thing that they're stressing is please be patient with emergency management, guys, and please be respectful to them as well here. Please be a decent human being and be respectful to those first responders here. Back to you, Rich.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And basically, at this point, we're just kind of trying to figure out what the National Weather Service wants to do with this particular warning.
It needs to
Um,
be extended.
yeah, it does, and I I would love to know. No shade on National Weather Service or criticism. I just like to understand why they keep wanting to say this is radar indicated. When
I'm wondering the same when we're getting a ton of damage reports right now.
Yeah,
I mean, an absolute ton of damage reports.
yeah, power is going out nonstop. We're at 65,000 people without power. Um, that is incredible, and we've got constant CC drops. Constant CC drops. Latest scan though has dropped it some. So I'm just wondering basically what it is that they're kind of doing. But as far as concern goes, if you guys are in this area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. You need to be in shelter, treat it as on the ground because this is obviously this has been on the ground many, many, many times, and we can't stress this enough. Just take your safety into your own hands. You know, protect your family, protect your loved ones. Call people up if you know people up here. Call people, get them woken up. This is a very dangerous situation right
Goodness. Okay, so right now I want to kind of reassure my folks over here in the Bentonville area. Right now, folks, there's no ongoing tornado warning in Bentonville. I know the tornado warning itself is for Benton County. The tornado part of the storm here, like I said, Richie Bake, you're going to be zooming out a bunch. I'm sorry, man, but we're getting a lot of people that are coming in asking about it. Um, right now, I want to stress that Bentonville itself and the Rogers area is no longer under the tornado warning itself.
now.
The tornadic part of the storm has pushed off towards the east, so it's not impacting those areas here. Okay, the flash warning still remains in effect, so obviously the flooding threat is going to be there, but this is not affecting those folks over there anymore. This has pushed off towards the east, and we do not have another tornadic storm moving into this area at this current time here. Like I said, I'm still dealing with emergency management over here and everything like that here. But we don't have any more tornado warnings moving into that area right now. That tornadic part of the storm has pushed off to the east. But I do have some good news to report, Rich. It does appear that there is a boundary moving south very, very quickly
Yeah,
that may be able to kick this storm out and help get it out of Arkansas and kind of help decrease it in coverage over the next couple of minutes here. So hopefully we can start to weaken this storm and start to put an end to this. But
yeah,
this is just going to continue to push off to the east here.
Brand new tornado watch.
yeah,
I just saw it.
definitely.
10 a.m.
So I'm just gonna do the best that I can here in terms of continuing the path until they expire this. Um,
Let me take a look at something real quick. And I do believe they just extended the tornado watch that's going to go for much of northern Arkansas is going to go until 10 o'clock in the morning.
okay.
So yeah, so that watch up there, I do believe they will probably more than likely, um, it will probably end before 10 a.m. way
Yeah,
before then, because I think this is going to come to an end pretty quickly. In the majority of this, okay, so the new tornado watch is for that cluster of storms. It's for that cluster, and then it's for majority of Missouri and into Illinois in the Boot Hill region. So this storm in here is once this has passed, then Arkansas should be done. But the Missouri part of the tornado watch is going to go until about 10 o'clock in the morning here. And I know you're going to see it on the northern end, but that one cluster is going to be it. And then you're going to have that bigger cluster up there in Missouri that's going to move through. So Arkansas is going to be kind of on the border of this, except for this one storm right here. Once you get this one storm out of here, you should be good to go. But this
Yeah,
may be a situation where the continuous live may just be on like during the overnight hours just to be on the safe side here. But yeah,
right.
unfortunately, we're still dealing with the storm, and the storm is still tornado warned at this current time.
Yes, exactly. And trying to get a new read on this right now. Best I could tell is that I don't know if you can kind of help confirm this. Is this starting to shift more south now again?
It wouldn't surprise me because of the erratic motion. It wouldn't surprise me, and this is what we've been begging people to understand: is that everyone wants that specific minute by minute timing, but we can't do that, folks. We can't, not in this situation, because it's moving so, what we call erratic. Basically, it's just moving all over the place, and it's super duper hard to get a certain read on this. I will say this though, is that there are showers and some thunderstorms to the south of it that's playing defense. And I'm hoping that the cold air, the what's called the RFD, is able to kind of surge out and put it into this rotation, and it
Yeah,
just becomes, obviously you're still going to deal with the damage you went threat. That's not good news at all, but you substitute that tornado threat for that damage you went threat. So you just have to kind of watch that very, very closely here. But
right.
brand new tornado warning, by the way.
Yeah,
That
this
should be issued.
yeah, and this is going to be 1.5 inch ping pong ball sized hail along with this tornado warning, and this was issued for northern Madison and Carroll County, and this is going to go for 3:45 a.m. And these storms are moving now at east at 35 miles per hour, so they're
So it's
starting
going
to
to
pick up.
cross, yeah.
Yeah, starting to pick up a little more speed in all of this. So we're just going to get our bearings here real quick. Hmm, and we're skirting the line on Springfield here. Uh, this radar. So best I am gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and try to put a different type of tracker on this, and I'm just gonna go ahead and have this going a little bit more south. Said 35, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna go 35. We're gonna bring this south here, southeast, or east southeast, and so we're gonna go ahead and zoom in a little bit, and I kind of put it a little bit ahead of the rotation, just kind of give you guys more of a heads up. So at this time, looks like Cabanel, Gruel, uh, Connor, Hugh, Coyne, Carrollton. Uh, these are the major cities about to be impacted within the next, I'd say, 30 minutes. Pretty
Yeah,
good.
that's gonna move. Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna track just to the south of the Berryville area. Stay where you are, by the way. Green Forest, the Alpena area. This may make a run, by the way, for Harrison. Harrison, if you're watching this from Harrison, I would definitely keep an eye on this storm here. This storm looks like, I would say, Rich, it looks like it has gained speed as well.
Yes.
It was slow moving when it was in Benton County. Now it's already making its doorstep to Boone County up here in northern Arkansas. So this is going to continue to move off pretty fast. So if you're in Boone County right now listening to this, you're in Harrison. This need to continue to move on towards the east. We have to keep an eye on it. If you're in Harrison, get those folks up. I know it's 2 o'clock in the morning, about to be 3.
Yep.
But to get those folks up, same downstream, for our folks in Marion County, Baxter County. This is also going to include our folks down here. I do believe that is going to be Fulton County. And also, I do believe that is going to be Izard County as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as it continues to move off towards The east at about 40 miles per hour, but it's definitely gaining speed compared to what it was doing before. But hopefully, we can get some showers and storms to develop on its southern end and choke off the inflow and put it into this tornado threat as it continues on this eastward extent. But obviously, we still got to continue to monitor the tornado warning is still in effect.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eureka Springs, I know we're not answering questions, but there was a lot of concern for Eureka Springs right now. I want to say just kind of wait until your tornado warning has expired, but for the most part, I would say a lot of your threat is more towards your south.
Yeah.
It's not producing satellite tornadoes like it was before. So, I mean, that is to say, for right now it's not. But, you know, just kind of stay in place until your tornado warning drops. At least the last one, or the previous one. Wait until that drops because we we've had way too much unpredictability with this particular storm. Um, Way too much unpredictability.
Yeah,
So we're just kind of,
definitely.
just yeah, we're just kind of playing it safe here for you guys. You know, we want to let this go past you before we kind of give you an all clear uh, at this time. But
Yeah.
yeah, there's definitely going to be your threat of your hail threat is increased some, I believe. Uh, no, it's been about the same. So it's maintaining about the
It's
same
actually
hail threat. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, actually, when it was in Benton County, I didn't even pay the tornado threat was there. I didn't even pay attention to this. It was producing 4-inch hail. When it was
Oh,
in Benton County. We didn't even pay attention. And like I said, that was just because we had a catastrophic tornado that we were tracking. But yeah, it had the large hill when it was in Benton County, and then all of a sudden when it got into Carroll County, it kind of started to die off. So it's generally under an inch right now in terms of the hill size. Um,
yeah.
the velocity, I said, the only good news that I had to report is that this is nowhere near as strong as it was before when it was coming out of Benton County.
Right.
That doesn't mean anything in terms of, oh, it's not, it's not going to do anything anymore. It's all done. It's said and done. This storm is very dangerous, folks. It's got a very, very nasty history of damage. People being trapped. All this history back when it was in northeastern Oklahoma. This is a dangerous storm. Regardless of what happens, this is going to be a dangerous storm. So my folks in Berryville, over in Carroll County, over towards the Boone County area, you do need to take your tornado precautions. Rich, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna play this out for a little bit longer,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna turn coverage back over to you fully because I do
Yeah.
need to rest up for the Arkansas threat later on this afternoon,
Yeah.
and into the evening here. But I'm gonna stay on as long as this thing has the potential of producing a tornado. I'm not gonna let it go until I know for a fact that it's within a manageable level. I just wanted to let you know because I know we're gonna have to. We're leaving here first thing in the morning to head to Arkansas for more severe weather, and we'll have an info report and stuff like that tomorrow afternoon. But it's yeah, our we're going to be dealing with some additional severe weather in Arkansas tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, from what I've seen so far.
Mhm.
But right now in Carroll County, take your tornado precautions. Like I said, at this moment, and I'm praying that this continues. It does look like the rotation is starting to kind of the window because there are storms to the south that are beginning to choke off the inflow to this storm.
Right, exactly. And we knew that there was the potential for capping in Arkansas, so that's why we weren't that worried. This system, this whole major supercell, was that strong that it tore through whatever capping we had. So we always stress, even though there's a cap in place, that doesn't necessarily mean that everything is 100% protected. That it tore through our cap, no problem, and it produced multiple satellite tornadoes, and we got multiple debris signatures back in Benton County. And speaking of which, we have over 61 1,000 people without
Yeah.
power in Benton County. That's nearly 50% of the entire county without power.
Yeah, I am. The amount of reports that I'm getting in right now, damage wise, is going to be, it is crazy. It is absolutely crazy, guys. I am begging y'all in the comments to act like adults here. Okay, I get it. I know we had a situation that went through northwestern Arkansas, the Benton County area. um, Folks, Rich and this entire team is working their behinds off to give you the reports, to give you the updates and stuff like that. Stop complaining that we're not getting it out fast enough and stuff like that here, folks. We're trying our best to make sure that the folks that are ahead of this is getting the updates while getting over the other damage reports here. So I am begging y'all, have some patience. It doesn't kill you to be nice. It doesn't kill you to be kind. We understand what's going on. We do. I guarantee you that we do. There's absolutely no reason for anybody to be rude in the comments right now, especially with everything that's going on in northwestern Arkansas. We're getting reports left and right in terms of emergency management and everything like that here. But you've got to be patient with us and be patient with first responders. First responders, I'm getting the information right now. That is a ton of damage. They're trying to get to it as quickly as possible here, and everything like that here. But folks, you've got to be patient and understanding and kind in these comments, guys. Okay, I don't know what the issue is and stuff like that here, but we're trying our absolute hardest to make sure that everybody is covered right now here. In terms of the Bentonville area, I've said this earlier on. Right now, you are clear, but there is damage. There is damage. You guys didn't get out of that unscathed. Um, you know, I'm gonna get we're gonna get the reports and stuff in. We'll have that reported, but right now we still have an ongoing tornado warning in place right now here. Okay, so please understand that we have a tornado warning ongoing right now. Once that tornado warning has been dropped, then we're gonna be good. I've said this before. This has been a problem recently. I'm not robbing anybody else of weather coverage. If there's a tornado warning in place, then there's going to be coverage talking about that tornado warning. And once that tornado warning has been dropped, then we're going to be good to go. But right now, if y'all saw the damage reports that we're getting in right now from emergency management, I mean, it looks like almost an essay from coming in out there in Benton County right now here. Okay, so just stay patient with us. We've got to go over this tornado warning right now. But right now, Bentonville, Rogers, you're good. But there's a lot of damage right now. There's a lot of damage right now.
Latest velocity scans actually have me just a pinch concerned. It looked like it was trying to die down, but I think it's trying to really cycle back up a little bit.
I see it.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So this this might not be done in northern Arkansas. We're kind of playing this by ear and waiting it out. But if you are anywhere within this southern part of this warning, you are at most at risk. Uh, and uh, I think it's done dancing as erratic as it was earlier, but uh, I think we're gonna see multiple potential shifting still, and I think that's why the National Weather Service decided to issue tornado watches even more south. And you can see they issued it here for the Mountain View area, down here along Jasper, Ponca, Marshall, just in case, because uh, the cell is just it's moving uh, north and south as it moves east. It's just kind of going up and down. So there's no
Yeah.
yeah
I'm really hoping that the cold air that surges out from this storm ends up coming in and just like completely like killing this rotation.
yeah
Um, because this is sad, guys. This is absolutely insane the amount of damage we're getting in right now from Benton County.
yeah
Um, and here's the deal. I know for a fact that we're going to get additional damage reports out of this storm. And, it impacted more than just Benton County. It is in Boone. It's moving over towards 412 and stuff right now. So we're going to get more damage reports. the situation in Benton County, though, I mean, it is almost catastrophic. Um, you have multiple reports of trees down. You've got people trapped. Like I said, the only good news I had to report right now, guys, is the fact that I haven't heard a single report of a fatality or an injury. I'm praying to God that somebody, people were able to get out of this without any major fatalities or major injuries, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's going to be damage. That's just how it is when you deal with a very powerful tornado like this. That stuff can be replaced. Houses, cars, TVs, all that stuff can be replaced. You can't replace a human life. So right now, I haven't heard anything in terms of that. I hope it stays that way. Um, but yeah, if you have any family or friends in that area up there in Benton County, check on them. Check on them. Make sure they're okay. And please respect the first responders. I know that sounds like a broken record, but the people I'm talking to up there is going to be it's just urging the same thing. It's just making sure that you're giving them space and stuff like that. But yeah, if you have family and friends up there, I know it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Please call them. Please, it takes 5 seconds to pick up that phone. Please call them. Just please call them at this time.
Now, I will say, though, while we have no confirmed reports of fatalities, we do have unconfirmed reports of fatalities. So we're not saying that there are fatalities. We're saying at this time there are unconfirmed reports. And we hope that it's not
Oh,
true. We hope it's not true at all. I'm sure there's going to be quite a bit of injured. This was instant and this was erratic and unpredictable. But we hope there is no one dead. We hope there's no fatalities with this at all.
you know what? You know what, Rich? And I'm just gonna be, I'm gonna be straightforward with you guys. If we get out of this without any fatalities, that is gonna be an absolute blessing.
Yeah,
Because this in the combination, here's what happened. You had a quote unquote low tornado risk up here today in northwestern Arkansas. Um, and the storm just absolutely just came out of the blue. No one forecasted really this, you know, no one really forecasted this intense of a storm moving through northwestern Arkansas. Most of your data had it either skirting the Arkansas Missouri border or keeping it up in Missouri. We really didn't expect this to be a big issue for Arkansas. And unfortunately, we saw a southern trend with the storms. We saw an intensifying with the storms, and unfortunately, we've got the tornado through that area here. So I just kind of want to clarify, my folks in Rogers and Benton County, that you're good to go right now in terms of the tornado part of the storm. But I mean, just the damage is yeah, it's very, very catastrophic at this current time.
correct. Yeah. So we're kind of playing all this by ear. The rotation was getting impressive for a few scans. It's kind of dwindling again, and I don't know if that's because it is radar gap, or the lack of radar coverage in that area, or if it is really actually degrading. And we hope it is, actually getting lower. We hope it is falling apart, and I would suspect that if this continues, this trend, we could probably end up just seeing a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, being extended from this tornado warning. So, but obviously, we don't set those watches out. We're just waiting right now to see what the National Weather Service thinks about that. Let's see. Yeah. I'm going to check to see here the latest. Okay, so latest power outages in Benton County is 64,941. Carroll, we're getting 500 out. Madison, 1,442. So we are experiencing power outages, massive amounts of power outages out here.
I'm here, Rich. I'm sorry. I had to turn my phone off for just a second. We do
Okay.
have a oh, look at that Mexico discussions out there in Texas. Um, I mean, I'm just looking at everything right now. I haven't heard anything else in terms of any damage reports or anything like that per up there. Um, obviously, some of the stuff is gonna be Vlad and stuff like that. I'm gonna check with, if you give me just 1 second. It's gonna be Tulsa. Um, let's see here. Okay, so for those that are wondering, the campground that Derek was talking about, it was what's called it's going to be a KOA campground that was east of the Claremore area, was struck by a tornado. Multiple entrapments and rescues are ongoing. That was a very 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 sad situation at that campground. And then obviously what happened in Benton County. Right now, like I said before, I haven't seen anything in terms of any additional reports right now. Um, I'm really praying that that trend continues. To be honest with you, obviously, with it being 2 o'clock in the morning, um, you know, daylight is going to expose what happened tonight. I mean, we're not going to be able to see what actually 100% happened until the sun comes up tomorrow morning. I've had some people ask, is this going to impact tomorrow's severe threat? Unfortunately, it is going to actually help with tomorrow's severe threat. I will explain all of that tomorrow. I'm not even going to attempt to try to touch that right now, because of the fact that we've got to get past tonight. But yeah, right now I haven't heard anything. Um, it Right now, like I said, for that campground that was in Claremore, Oklahoma, which is in northeastern Oklahoma, it was associated with this exact storm that went over Benton County, that produced a tornado there. Here, guys, like I said, out of respect to those areas, not going to touch into that too much. You have to check and see what's going on with that. But right now, I'm still dealing with what's going on here in Arkansas at this current time.
It looks like they did put out a tornado warning uh, ahead of this. They decided
Yeah,
to
yeah,
continue the tornado.
they're gonna get. So what's gonna end up happening? They're gonna continue the tornado warning all the way until this circulation either dies off or it crosses into Missouri. I will say this: it is trying to turn northeast once again.
Yeah,
Um, I'm really hoping that we get something going. I'm seeing some storms coming to the rescue, coming out of Newton County. Hopefully, we can start getting some showers or storms to kind of get under this thing and push some cold air in there and kind of cut off the inflow so we can put an end to this rotation. But yeah, they're going to continue to run. They're going to continue the tornado warning. Um, I don't think necessarily because of the rotation itself. I think it's because of the history of this exact storm and the damage that it's capable of producing.
that makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Well, I wonder, because it keeps going back and forth on these velocity scans.
Yeah,
I
it's going to do that.
Yeah. So it's trying to reorganize itself, kind of cycle itself back out and get your your classic like gate, you know, uh, your classic tornado signature velocity. So basically, we're just kind of waiting to see if it does get its act together. And so for the new tornado warning, this is going for our folks over here. And for exact wording, it'll be for Boone County in north central Arkansas. And this will be till 3:45, quarter size hail. This will be for Harrison. This might, since it's going a little more north again, and there's no guarantees, Harrison, zero guarantees that this is going to end up missing you. But as of right now, it does have a slight northern trajectory about to happen. So instead, if you're in the town of Hugh, Alpena, Little Arkansas, Ridgeway, Prosperity, Francis, anything along Highway 62, eventually coming up to Highway 65 and Highway 62. You guys need to definitely take your tornado precautions at this time because it is trying to increase and it is trying to bend in velocity. So when it starts to do that, that's when we know it's starting to get its act together. And so if you are in anywhere along the Highway 62 area, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions. You need to get to the lowest level of your house, away from exterior walls and windows. And if you are not in the best of a sturdy building, such as a mobile home or an RV, just kind of use your best judgment and try to determine if you're possibly going to be directly affected by this. I'm going to try, this is going to be a little hard based on where this is at, and where they believe that this might be. I'm going to try to put best guess going up a little bit over here. And I'm going to place this around about 35 miles per hour. So if you're in this path, your best bet is going to be to consider leaving if you are in a mobile home or an RV. Because at this time we are seeing the potential of it regrowing and recycling. And we have no confirmation that this is on the ground. We can try to take a look at our correlation coefficient, which is kind of our debris indicator here. And I believe that would be Derek snoring in the background. So, yeah, so, all right, so yeah, this is going to be going along your highway, Highway 412, 62, 65. That is your biggest threat right now. Do you have anything you wanted to add on that particular threat zone, Cameron? Sorry, guys. They're in a hotel right now in Oklahoma. They need to actually they need to get back to Arkansas here. But Derek went
Yeah,
to sleep.
hopefully you guys are. Yeah, we're just getting rest up for tomorrow. I haven't heard anything outside of this one right now going through North Central Arkansas. All the ones I've been hearing so far is out of Benton County and northwestern Arkansas.
Yeah,
I don't even think this one is actually even on the ground per se.
I don't think
That's
so
moving
either.
towards Harrison, but I wouldn't risk it. I mean, the history with this storm, I wouldn't risk it, and the overwhelming power outages we're getting right now as well. Power outages stand right now over 79,000 customers without power.
Wow.
We also have, for some reason, we have some power outages down here in southwestern Arkansas too. Grant County, Pike, over towards Sevier, and Little River counties here. So that is something that we'll have to watch. But the majority right now is Madison and Benton counties, and we're now starting to get some power outages in Carroll County at this current time here. Wrench, what we'll probably do, I think it's, I want to put this in very, very loose terms. This doesn't
Yeah,
mean that, it's not like nothing's going to happen. I think this is at a safe enough level that I'm going to turn it over to you so that way we can get some rest.
yeah,
Because we are going to, for those that are wondering that are tuning in right now, um, we are going to be back in Arkansas tomorrow. There is a slight risk in place for all of the state, and that it does include the potential damaging winds, hail, and a few tornadoes. We will let you guys know in the morning about all of that. But we are going to turn. I'm going to turn things over to you, Rich. If you need anything, please let me know.
yeah,
I'm going to be here. My phone's going to be on. You can let me know. But yeah, we're going to be back in Arkansas tomorrow. For those that don't know what I'm doing, I'm on what's called Chasecation, which means I'm out of the weather center for the next 10 days out, kind of chasing and stuff. We're going to be back in Arkansas tomorrow. There is a severe threat for tomorrow. This does not cancel your severe threat. Matter of fact, this is going to actually increase your severe threat tomorrow. unfortunately, here in Arkansas. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow morning and everything. But yeah, I'm gonna turn things back over to you, Rich. Folks in the comments, please be respectful to this man. He has been working very hard over the last couple of days with multiple rounds of severe weather here in Arkansas. We've got this tornado warning right now in Harrison that is still in effect. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. Common sense 101. If a tornado warning is going off on your phone, don't wait for us to call your specific area out. Go ahead and seek shelter. Okay. Use that time wisely. Get those folks up. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's going to wake a lot of people up. Get to shelter here. Okay. But I want everybody that's listening to this man right now, please be respectful to our entire team back in Arkansas. I am out of the weather center, but we will be back. Being there, both are going to be back tomorrow morning, going in tomorrow afternoon to cover the next round for severe weather across Arkansas here. So, like I said, Rich, if you need anything, my phone's on. I'm gonna hop off of here and get some rest for what could be a long afternoon for us here in Arkansas.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining me in the beginning on this one. It was
Yeah,
definitely yeah, it kind of took me by surprise, so I was really happy that you decided to join me on this one.
yeah, it's no problem, man. And like I said, if you have another situation like that, please feel free to wake me up, and I'll gladly help out.
Yeah, 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 absolutely. Try to
Okay.
get some rest and drive safe coming back to Arkansas.
All right, we will catch you guys later. And like I said, just if you have any plans today, this afternoon, please be weather aware. We'll talk more about that in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's see here. What we basically have here is we're waiting to see if this actually cycles and decides to become a threat again. Can Berryville leave shelter? I'm going to start paying a little bit of attention to YouTube at least, because it's a lot easier than Facebook to follow. Can Berryville leave shelter? I would say Berryville, yeah, you can probably leave shelter. Uh, and I appreciate all of y'all's positive feedback about our coverage. Uh, it's been one of those nights. It's one of those nights you never want to cover. Um, it was a very it's very very tragic to see what had transpired coming straight into Arkansas. That was a very very um, dangerous situation that went into Bentonville and Rogers, and we and also over into Ionia, Centerton, Cather, Cherokee City area. That was a very very strong system, and as you see little icons probably on this little map here. That's indications of damage reports and all that. So we're currently sitting at a total of 79,200 people without power, and you have to understand that that number is just that has about 6,000 other people before the storm even hit from the previous night, the previous night's severe weather. And so we've just been getting pounded back to back to back to back, and it's been absolutely brutal on us, the staff, everything, um, and so we're just kind of trying to do the best that we can with what we have, and I know there's a couple questions on if this is getting serious again or if this is calming down. At this time, it wants to continue. It's got a still got a very strong uh, rotational ability, and I have no indications. I can go ahead and check to see if there's any potential debris. Um, the problems that we're going to face out here, and this is something that's completely out of our control, is this is extremely radar gapped, and what that means is it is a very far distance from the radar site. So I'm going to zoom this out here to give you an idea of how far the radar is. And you would think that, like, well, hey, Springfield, that doesn't seem that far. Well, Springfield also has to compete with elevation factors. This is a very elevated area, out in the Ozark areas. And so it basically has to compete with quite a bit of things in order to give you an accurate representation. And best way that I could describe the situation on how well we have information. See this little round area? This little round area right here? Well, that is about the boundary of reliability, and that's even pushing it. So basically, what we're dealing with here is the situation where we're not going to get the best information, um, in order to really pinpoint it. Like, say, if it was actually next to Little Rock or in Hot Springs or Benton. Northwest Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas, Southwest Arkansas, and Southeast Arkansas are all in the corners of areas that are not going to have the best radar. But I will say, though, the last couple scans, while I've been talking about radar gapping, has me a little concerned about potential rotation building. And as you can see here, we're starting to develop, as Cameron mentioned earlier, appendages. We're starting to see here the potential for building another rotation. So Harrison, considering that the warning was meant to go north, now it's ending up actually going south. Harrison, at this time, I would honestly, well, see, that's the problem. We're getting conflicting reports here. You probably, Harrison, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions. You are in. I'm going to draw this area out here. This is the best way to describe the situation here. You are anywhere in this particular area where I circled. You 100% need to be taking tornado precautions. Because we're dealing with a storm system that is bouncing up and down. And we also are dealing with the unreliability of being so far away from our radar. So your best bet and to prepare for, the worst, if you're in that circled area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. You are potentially in this path. We have no indication that it's on the ground. National Weather Service has very rarely said it was on the ground, even though we've gotten multiple damage reports, and it was definitely on the ground, especially earlier when it entered Arkansas. So you guys all need to be taking your tornado precautions in that circled area here. And it looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Not to take away from the tornado warning at all. I just want to double check, make sure it's not tornado possible. It looks like these cells are starting to kind of break apart now. It's starting to kind of create its own little ecosystem for each of these cells that's kind of breaking off. And I'll kind of show you that through radar motion here. And you can see this was all kind of together and it was great. And now you're starting to see the potential cutoff where the storm is going to start kind of tearing itself apart a little bit, and we want to see that. We definitely want to see that. And if you have no sound, make sure you check to make sure that you don't have it muted. Check to make sure the sound is muted and refresh. I just realized he probably wouldn't hear me if he said he has no sound. Me giving him instructions. That's how tired I am. But anyway, so anyway, getting back to this, we want to see the tearing apart of cells. And we're going to go and stop this motion. And we're going to go ahead and kind of examine our velocity scans here, we're still seeing a bending, which implies potential rotation factors. So we need to definitely be taking our tornado precautions here. 65, Highway 65, Highway 62. You definitely, Highway 392 as well. You all need to be taking your tornado precautions in this particular area. And highlight this. You are in this particular area. You need to be taking your tornado precautions, be it on the lowest level of your house, away from exterior walls and windows. And if you are not in a structured house, that, say for instance, you're in a mobile home or an RV, try to seek shelter at the nearest place that you can get shelter, decent accommodations for shelter. You have roughly, I would say, if you're for north of Harrison, you would probably have about, let's double check this speed, 35 miles per hour. Okay. So we're going to track this about 35 miles per hour. And do that. All right, so these particular areas, Batavia, you have 321. That's going to be in like roughly 3 minutes or so. Harrison, 330. Bergman, 341. Keener, 343. Harmon, 350. Zinc, 350. So you guys downstream, you guys need to be taking tornado precautions. This thing keeps bouncing. This thing keeps bouncing back and forth, up and down, north and south. And so don't rely too much on my pathing. If you are anywhere around my pathing, you need to take your tornado precautions. Now, say for instance, you're all the way up here, like near Diamond City. You are good. You're good right now. You're completely okay. Omaha, Berryville, Green Forest, Hugh, you're good. Alpena, you need to stay in place a little longer. Little Arkansas, you definitely need to continue to stay in place. You are that particular risk of rotation is right above you. Francis, Caps, Caps, you are right near that. Again, you are. There is no indication that this is on the ground. We have confirmed bending of velocity, which usually indicates rotation. So if you're in this particular path, you definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions. And this is going to be very, very rain wrapped. So this is going to be very hard to see if it is on the ground. So just kind of take your tornado precautions. At this time, I will say it's not really impressive in terms of structure. It does have some bending that we're a little concerned about, but other than that, it's not very impressive. And so we're just kind of making sure that we're not going to. Sorry, I just had to catch up with some of the text messages that I had gotten in from fellow staff. But yeah, just make sure that if you're in this particular path, you're taking your tornado precautions, you're staying safe, you're in your lowest level of your house, away from external walls and windows, and continue to shelter in place until this passes you. Again, we have no confirmation if this is on the ground, and so we're just going to kind of treat this as a very serious situation, and because it has a history of being on the ground. And we're just going to be here until this tornado warning drops. And I'm going to check here, check our latest. I'm going to try and take away from, oops, I'm going to try and take away from anything from you guys from potential tornadic activity here, but I want to double check on more of the power outages. Yeah, Benton's now at 70,442. Carroll is at 686. Madison 10,000. That is actually very concerning that Madison jumped up to 10,000. And I honestly wonder why Madison did, other than the fact that it did briefly go through. It could have actually cut them off from a major power source. That could be that usually happens with a very large, a very large system, very large destructive system. But I'm gonna zoom out real quick. Kind of give you guys like an overview of the state where this is at in relation to things. If you are in this little path here, and I will draw this out too. You're kind of in this little path right here. Be prepared for a potentially long night. We're gonna be here all night long monitoring, but that doesn't always mean that this tornado warning is going to be up all night. So basically, we're just kind of monitoring the situation, and we're waiting to see how the rotation builds back up. I wonder, anybody in the audience, any of you guys up here in this particular area, hopefully you're in a safe area, but I was wondering if you guys could say anything like in YouTube, if you guys are in this particular path, this area near Harrison. I wonder if you guys could safely, no, go outside. Do not go outside. Do not take yourself away from any safety. I just was curious what kind of experiences you're having up there from your safe area. I was just wondering if you guys, I'm in Harrison, light rain, small winds. Okay. All right. That's good. That's good to hear. Just about to catch from Harrison. Okay. And so it's gone quiet in Harrison. Okay. And I noticed a quick question about Marshall. Marshall is just in the path of a severe thunderstorm warning, potential severe thunderstorm warning. So I'm not I'm not worried about Marshall. I am just worried about this particular area for the tornadic path. Winds are kicking up a little bit. So, okay, so we do not have reports of anything significant going on, and we love to hear that. And we don't want you to try to find out anything for us in a dangerous situation, dangerous way. We want you guys to be able to, you can tell us something from your safe zone, great. We really appreciate those tips. That kind of gives us an idea. And I'm just kind of looking. I'm not trying to take away from you guys in that tornado warned area. I just kind of zooming out a little bit, kind of getting the lay of the land here as far as how things are around this area. And we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. Rain picking up significantly in downtown Harrison. I definitely believe that. It's a high amount of rain. And so we've got a situation here where we're running more and more into a radar gapped area. And it looks like, unfortunately, another severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. And it looks like those storms, after all, are going to come down. That could be because of that cold front that was developed. So we are all kind of gearing up for an potentially extremely long night. And so we're kind of just waiting and seeing at this point what this tornado warning area is going to do. Rotation's not impressive anymore in the Harrison area. Obviously, there is some bending still, but we're not seeing a whole lot of anything that's kind of screaming potential tornado or tornado on the ground, that sort of thing. So we're just all kind of just playing the waiting game, waiting it out. And this is a rather slow moving storm. So we're just going to kind of be here for a while, sitting down chatting, waiting, and looks like extremely heavy rain now in downtown Harrison. Thank you, Elizabeth. Appreciate you. Emily, after this one, is there more tonight? I am getting a little worried that could be the case, especially coming in from behind this storm. But as of right now, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning coming in from behind it. It's not tornado possible or anything. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet that the energy, the particular instability in this area, has definitely been worked out quite a bit because of the intensity of this. Looks like. Hold up 1 second. Yeah, I would assume that's what they would be doing. So yes, now they have issued a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to expire in 46 minutes. And we're going to read the details here real quick. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for western Marion County and Boone County. And this is going to go till 4:15 a.m. And this is going to be a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this particular system. Now, latest scans, now that velocity scans have kind of got their act together, and they may have adjusted the elevation slightly. That could be it. Latest scans do have me a little concerned for the southern front of this, the southern part of this. So I'm curious to see what all is going to happen, and we're just kind of waiting for more scans to kind of come into place. It looks like they just shrunk this tornado warning. Oh, okay. I think I understand now. This is the radar gap situation that we deal with. We have a little unreliability in data, so we just kind of have to wait a couple scans to kind of figure out if it's just a junk scan, because you see how glitchy it is at most of the point, and then we finally get this, and then it looks like there's something serious, but no. So we do have rotation. It's very broad. It's nowhere near where it was in Bentonville, and this is a very, very good thing, because we definitely that was very intense, and there's a lot of destruction. And as Cameron said earlier, basically we're just gotta wait until daylight to really shed some light on the full picture. The question was asked: is there a tornado around Harrison? Basically, there is rotation above Harrison as we speak, and if wind and rain, there's a lot of wind and rain being reported. I am getting a little concerned. I don't know if this is just kind of a huge outflow, or if this is just a broken echo because it is at the edge of the radar system. But Highway 65, if there's anybody along the Highway 65 that can kind of share something, safely, I'd love to hear from you guys in that particular area. As far as CC goes, yeah, we would have heard about anything serious because that's just going to be glitches. And we can even see on high res reflectivity that a lot of this has greatly kind of like degraded. The structure of all this is not as impressive. And yeah, there's going to be definite lightning. Definite lightning with these storms. So, this is a continuing tornado warning. Expires in 13 more minutes. And if you are in this particular box, you still need to be taking your tornado precautions. That's going to go for Harrison, Bellefonte, Valley Springs, Pleasant Ridge, Zinc, Bergman, Wind Hills, Myrtle, even Myrtle at this point. Caps, Little Arkansas. This should already be past you. And Red Bank, Hilltop, Gaither. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Dogpatch, Elmwood. You guys should stay hunkered in place until this passes. Basin as well. Wait until these particular storms have passed. Let's see here. Let's zoom out. Hilltop, as far as Hilltop goes, Hilltop, you actually probably are pretty much in the clear. You could probably get out of your safe zone for right now. It looks pretty clear. Yeah, we definitely need a radar that is to close this gap up here. Sometimes we don't really get much of anything. And then all of a sudden, we get one very concerned situation. Okay, hold up. We just got a new tornado warning, radar indicated. Yes, there is very impressive rotation on this latest scan, too. And remember, I mentioned earlier, I was a little concerned about this. And turns out, yes. Okay, so Valley Springs, Bellefonte, anybody along Highway 65, Highway 62. If you are in Crawford, Pleasant Ridge, Everton, Raleigh Hill, Arrows, Pyatt, Powell, take your tornado precautions immediately. We've got a new rotation. This is going to go for Searcy, Newton, Marion, Boone County, all those counties. This is going to go until 4:15 a.m. So if you are, here it is right here. And we're going to clock this at 35 miles per hour for right now. Yeah, so as you can see, guys, this is breaking off from the main area of where this was, and we've got new rotations now. And so we're going to bring up high-res reflectivity. You guys are in the path of this, and I'm sorry it's a little hard to see. There, hopefully that's a little bit better. If you're in that red cone, please take your tornado precautions immediately. Get to the lowest level of your house. Stay away from exterior walls and windows. You're going to definitely have the potential here for a very, very serious, a very potentially dangerous situation because this system has been known to drop. And if you're just joining us, it actually produced several tornadoes along its path from Oklahoma into Arkansas. And so it is now producing a new rotation. And so I mentioned it looks like a hook echo. Yes, exactly. It is producing a new rotation along this system. And if you are in that path that I laid out, Valley Springs, Olvey, Raleigh Hill, Harmon, Crawford, Everton, Arrows, Pyatt, take your tornado precautions now. You know anybody in that area? Call them up, wake them up, tell them you've got a very dangerous system coming in, very dangerous supercell cluster coming in, and this has been producing tornadoes on the ground, off and on throughout the night. And you know, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. And so we're going to take a wild guess here. I'm actually going to leave my path the way it is right now until we can get a kind of a, oh, okay, all right. So we're going to kind of adjust this slightly. I'm still going to kind of capture, but oh, that's tricky because you got radar bending. Um, so you know what? I'm just gonna say this: if you're in this tornado warning, you anywhere from the north all the way almost to the southern part of this cone, take your tornado precautions immediately. Simply because this is dancing back and forth. It is a very uh, volatile system, and it's proven to be extremely volatile. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get to the lowest level of the house, and get away from uh, get away from the exterior walls and windows at this time. Give me 1 second. I need to type this out real quick. So give me 1 second here. Okay. So let me double check here. Okay, nothing extremely important to report. Okay, this is now on the ground. We have an on the ground report, tornado on the ground. And I was kind of worried about that, how quickly that developed. I was very worried about that. And now we have reports that this is on the ground. And yeah, we see the potential debris signature near Valley Springs. Please take your tornado precautions immediately. Get to shelter, underground shelter at this point. If you can find anything of sturdy structure, and I'll show you where this is going. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is going to be very difficult because it is on the edge. So we're talking about Valley Springs and beyond in this particular area. And yeah, it's going to be about, and listen, the only reason why I'm saying about is simply because of the fact that we have radar bending. We are at the very outskirts of this radar system. It's going to be very hard to pinpoint. So, yes, you all need to be taking your tornado precautions and get to safety. Get to your safe spot. If you do not trust your safety, go to a bathtub, put sheets, put blankets all of you, so protect you from debris. This is on the ground, folks. This is on the ground. This is a very dangerous situation right now. It is observed, and we can't stress enough how dangerous this system has been throughout the entire evening. Very, very dangerous. So please take your tornado precautions immediately. Get to your lowest level of your house, away from exterior walls. Call people. Call people. If you know people up here, get them on the phone. Tell them you have a very serious situation. And you know, we just don't have the exact location that we can pinpoint with any due accuracy because we are dealing with massive radar bending. Um, Give me 1 second. So yeah, just get to shelter immediately. This is going to be in your Valley Springs area. Man, this is a mess. This is really hard. You know, if I had to pinpoint with any form of accuracy, ah, gosh, this is really hard. This is going to be in your Valley Springs area, basically between Highway 62 and 206. area. Okay, so Valley Springs, Raleigh Hill, Crawford, Everton, you are directly in the path. And so you guys are directly in the path of this observed tornado that is being observed as being on the ground at this time. And this is moving at about 35 miles per hour. Excuse me, sorry. But I've been losing my voice. I've been talking nonstop every single day, so forgive me. But yeah, this is a very, very dangerous situation. It is observed on the ground, and it is incredibly hard to pinpoint. So if you're in this tornado warning, don't ask me where is it at. You just take your tornado precautions immediately. I know your anxiety is going to be through the roof. My anxiety is through the roof because I can't pinpoint with accuracy because of how far away from radar this is. But just be very careful. Take your tornado precautions. And listen, folks, if you are down the path, I cannot stress this enough. If you are in a situation where you are in a structure that's like a mobile home or an RV, do not risk it. This is on the ground. Get out. Get out now. If you can't go north or south, go east. Just get out. Go. Do not risk your life. Property, items can be replaced. People cannot. Yes, there's currently an active tornado in the Valley Springs and Everton area. This is on the ground. If you're just joining us, this is on the ground right now. And I cannot pinpoint with very much accuracy. So this is going to be between around Highway 62. It's going to be around the Highway 62 area between Highway 62 and Everton. So between Harmon and Everton area. Excuse me. So this is the particular area that because it's radar gap, we cannot provide much accuracy. I am looking at the radar in Springfield. We're at the gap. But anyway, so basically what we're looking at here, and I'm sorry if I'm getting cranky. I have been up nonstop every single day for severe threat, and I appreciate you guys' feedback. I'm just doing the best that I can here with what I got, being so far away from a radar. I'm so sorry, guys. Just treat this as it being on the ground somewhere, anywhere around your Valley Springs, Everton, Crawford area. Okay, and I can't. There's not much that I can do or say other than maybe follow the debris ball, which puts it around your Crawford area. And that debris ball is now as I mentioned, it was between Harmon and Crawford. Now that debris ball has moved. So that is going to be about our best bet at tracking where this potential tornado is going to be at. It's going to be somewhere just south of Pleasant Ridge. And this is going to be going northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So if you are anywhere in this circled area, you are potentially in the path of this tornado. This is on the ground, folks. The debris ball is very huge. And so we are extremely concerned about this developing situation. They have allowed the other warning to expire because this is what happened. It shifted over. It handed itself off. Harrison is currently in the clear, yes. If you are in this area right here, you have a tornado on the ground that could easily come right over. Now, this is a very erratic system here that we've been dealing with. It keeps going south and north, south and north. There is no reliability. There's no real way to tell you if you're going to be okay, if it's just going to miss you, because it is so erratic and is completely unreliable in terms of being able to tell you exactly where it's at. We can tell with some accuracy, however, that debris ball continues to remain. So this continues to be on the ground, folks. This is continuing to destroy potentially homes, businesses. It could be hurt, it could be injuring or harming people. So this is a life-threatening situation. If you are in this circled area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. You need to be doing you guys should already have a plan in place to for your family, and you should be saving. You should be focusing on saving yourselves, not your property. You can replace property, you cannot replace yourself. So please, please take your tornado precautions immediately. And currently at this time, I'm going to try to see if I can pinpoint again. Well, it looks like I might be able to give you a little bit more of accuracy. I mean, as you can see, this is a mess. This is a terrible mess. In fact, according to this, technically we should be dealing with 2 tornadoes. But obviously, I don't know if that's entirely accurate. Because the way that it bends, the way that the radar is so messed up over here, it is very hard, very, very hard to tell you with any form of accuracy where this is. So I'm going to go ahead and draw based on potential here. This tornado is going to be in this particular section right here at this time, or about to be. And we can easily kind of confirm that with the CC drop. So by the next scan, it should be in this particular area right here. So this is Pyatt. This is Highway 62. This is going northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So obviously we have a very, very serious life-threatening situation and is continually observed. So this is on the ground, folks. On the ground. And is that the latest scan? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's the latest scan. Okay, so this this is definitely this is generating a lot of debris, folks. This is 100% still on the ground. So where I've circled, that is the path that's the area that this particular um tornado could potentially take. And the reason why it's so broad, why it's so wide, is simply because we have no reliable way to 100% pinpoint this because of how far uh, this is from the radar to the edge of its scanning range. So we can't pinpoint with much accuracy. There's nothing we can do about that. That is the National Weather Service, and that is their radars. They just they don't have the funding to keep putting up radar stations, I guess. So this is the best that we can do. And we can see at this time a little bit more accuracy in terms of where this tornado would be, and this is depending on the latest radar scan too. So this is basically the general area, the general gist of where this potential tornado would be, and we can double check that and confirm that too with our CC. We can see that would be accurate because that's where our debris signature is going to be. So this area right here, you are in this area. You are in a life-threatening situation. And no, I cannot use any other radar. No other radar will reach this. This is it. I'm sorry, folks. I really am. If Cameron was here, he'd be telling you the same thing. He has he has very, very limited ability when it comes to accuracy up here, and that is the nature of the beast. But we can tell you with some accuracy, and we're gonna wait for the latest actual CC drop to develop to continue to kind of help us guide us. And I can tell you with some accuracy the path, the potential area of impact. It's going to be that little circle right there. So it's going to be crossing over Highway 62 again. It crossed Highway 62 briefly. It kind of touched it earlier, and it's going to be going through the Pyatt area. If you're in Pyatt, you need to be in your safe zone immediately if you're not already. It actually should already be over you. And you need to continue to stay sheltered in place until this is fully past you. Don't try to take pictures. Don't try to do anything with this. This is a very dangerous situation. This is on the ground, and it's going to be very much so rain wrapped. And let me show you, kind of draw you basically what we're kind of dealing with. And latest scans just came through, so we can tell you a little bit more about the latest positioning here. Yeah, latest scans show a more scattered, a more prominent debris signature, and it's kind of torn. So I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned about this, and I'm gonna try to go and see if we've got any type of update to our velocity. Let me just kind of replay this right now. Maybe I can get a little bit of better. Oh, that was rough. Obviously, we are pushing out significant winds. This is still on the ground, folks. This is still on the ground. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of draw out here the potential path of this. And actually, I'm going to make that a little broader. And I know people are going to complain about it. That's fine. I just want to tell you, this is a dancing storm system. I call it dancing because it is erratic. It is going north, it is going south. There is no rhyme or reason for it half the time. I'm sure there is, but it's beyond being able to understand that in real time right now. And we saw this in Bentonville when it went north to Bentonville and then south back to Rogers. And it keeps going up, down, up, down. So don't believe that if it's going in a straight line and you're just south of it, that you're okay, because I can tell you from personal experience with this storm system that it's not going in a straight path. It is erratic. It is very extremely erratic. Okay, and we could tell with the latest debris scan, it is still on the ground. It is still potentially on the ground. Because it's a very prominent debris signature. It looks like they just issued a new tornado warning, and so we're going to take a look at that. Yes, they continued the observed, so they are extremely scared about this particular storm system, and so basically we're going to kind of circle this out. This is the best way that I can tell you how this is going to go until it actually starts coming into a place where it's got better radar, because this is the best that I can do, and there's nothing I can do about that. It is radar gapped, and so we're going to work with the best that we got, best tools that we got. And so if you're downwind here, near Flippin, Bull Shoals, Gasville, Mountain Home, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Okay, this tornado that is observed and on the ground producing debris is crossing Highway 62. This is in Powell, Turkey, Kamal. This is going northeast, east northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Okay, and we're gonna try to quickly zoom out, try to get a general idea of what it's kind of doing in general. Yeah, so like you can see the rotation going along as it passes Pyatt. And I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I'm just moving quickly. As it crosses Highway 62, and you can see the general rotation within the high res reflectivity. And we're going to take a look at velocity scans real quick. Oh, okay. So we're getting a little bit better area. We're getting a little bit better picture now of where this is going to be. Okay. So this is just on Highway 62. This is going north east at about 35 miles per hour. If you're downwind of this, do not, like I keep saying over and over again, do not assume that this is going a straight path. Okay. And I'm growing increasingly concerned for just south of it because I believe it could be handing off at this point. In fact, I'm willing to bet money that this system is actually going to hand off. Now, I am so extremely concerned about this debris signature. We have seen it scan after scan after scan. This thing is still on the ground, folks. This thing is still on the ground. So if you're in that circle, you are in the path of a observed on the ground tornado. So get to your tornado safe location immediately. Get away from exterior walls and windows. It's been a very terrible night for Arkansas tonight, and my thoughts are with you guys in northern Arkansas at this time because this is incredible. It's just it's been extremely intense. And then we had a brief break, and now it's back into full swing again. It's moving about 35 miles per hour, so you're going to be. But like I said, I am very concerned that it could be handing off. So we're going to have to keep an eye on our debris signature. As of right now, we continue to see it's heading northeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour. It continues to change. This is continuing at 35 miles per hour. So we're going with 35 miles per hour. So basically at this time, what we do know is that the path seems to continue to indicate around this particular, actually, let me draw that out a little bit better. I'm sorry. It's going to be continuing along this path. Okay. So basically, yeah. So I'm growing increasingly concerned that there's either two tornadoes. I believe the National Weather Service is claiming. I am so sorry. I believe the National Weather Service is claiming that there are two tornadoes on the ground right now. Now this makes a lot more sense. Okay, so Yellville, Ralph, Cohen, this entire area right now is in immediate threat. You guys are in immediate threat. There are two potential tornadoes on the ground as we speak, and I see this is the problem with radar gap, is it's really hard to tell what exactly is going on in these situations. And I can't draw a track for you guys. All I can do is I could do this, and I could do this. This is basically what we're working with. So basically we've got two potential tornadoes on the ground. They are both saying that they are observed. So we are treating this as they're still on the ground. Yeah. Okay. Now you can more clearly see the rotation factor. So there are indeed two tornadoes on the ground, one in Yellville, one in Summit. They are so close together that they were messing up the radar, and so I was basically focused on that one up there, and I don't see any CC potential for the one in Yellville, so it may not be, but I've got two warnings that say they're observed. So we're going to go ahead and treat these both as on the ground. We're going to treat these both as on the ground, okay, folks? So we've got this path here, and we've got this one going here, okay? So we're going to zoom back out and go back to high-res velocity because we can see both clearly now, since it's getting a little easier to kind of spot those rotations now. So basically, north and south of Yellville, you are looking at two tornadoes going north and south of you. And these are both going northeast at 35 miles per hour. And give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, we're looking at two tornadoes. It looks like we just got a latest scan update. So we're going to kind of update the potential location of both of these. And so basically that's going to put you still around Yellville. And of the first one, and this one is kind of going just it may impact Summit. It all depends on how it's going to handle uh how it's going to handle going through that area, if it's going to stay on track or if it's going to dance. And so we're going to go back to CC. Oh my goodness, wow. We still have a debris signature. And we've been tracking debris all the way back here. So this continues to stay on the ground. And we've got a second one that plans on going northeast, and I'm drawing a broad circular rotation or circular circle to kind of show you the potential path of the second one. Now, we now have a debris signature for Yellville, south of Yellville. We now have a debris signature south of Yellville. So there is one of two things happening. This storm could be handing itself off. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay. So yes, this storm seems to be it seems to be handing itself off. So that's what's happening right now. And we're going to continue to monitor the potential for what's going on with this. And let's pull up our CC. We can see that this one has greatly diminished, the Highway 62. And we can see the one that has started to develop down just south of Yellville. So this one may be done and debris is just falling down to the ground. And this one is picking itself up. We will not know until the latest scan comes about. But if this one is still on the ground, this one would be going within the circle that I have drawn, and this is going northeast at 35 miles per hour. Excuse me. So basically, we have had a extremely active night tonight, Arkansas. It has been non-stop, back to back, ever since Oklahoma ended and moved into Arkansas. I'm going to zoom out real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything. Make sure we're not dealing with another threat. It looks like there's one just north of this one, producing up there. So we're going to zoom right back down. I don't know if that's okay, so that's the same debris ball. Okay. All right. So basically, if you are we're gonna continue to assume that this one could potentially be on the ground, while we also continue to draw this new one. And I'm gonna make it kind of broad. I'm gonna make it kind of broad because these are dancing back and forth, and so basically, if you're in Flippin, Cotter, Gasville, Rio Valley, even Hand Valley, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get to the lowest level of your house. Stay away from external walls and windows at this time. And if you are in a mobile home or RV, get out. If you cannot escape immediately to your south without harming yourself in being in the path of the storm, go east. Just go east. Get out of this tornado warning. Keep going east until you can get out of danger and go south. Because at this time, these storms are going northeast at about 35 miles per hour here. Okay, so latest, give me a second, let me kind of track this. Latest velocity scans are getting kind of messy because we continually kind of skirt this we kind of skirt the whole edge of the radar. Let's see here. Okay, I might have some good news to report. We're gonna continue to treat these as on the ground, okay, but um I'm seeing less debris. Now that could just mean it's not going through as much of a populated area too. So let's go ahead and continue to treat the. I will say up here. Oh yeah. This is definitely a broad rotational area. So oh wow, I don't know why I drew that like that. So we're gonna continue to treat the one that was south of Yellville as potentially still on the ground. And and the reason why I kind of draw it backwards is just because kind of highlight where it kind of started. But this is going northeast, and we're gonna go ahead and pull up a CC indicator. We saw debris briefly in Yellville, and it kind of disappeared. And I just wonder if that's just a glitch in radar for it disappearing. I do believe that there was potential debris signatures just south of Yellville. Um, I wonder if it's cycling at this point. It could be cycling. So basically what we're dealing with down here is extreme glitches in our radar velocity. Obviously, I don't think we're experiencing 123 miles an hour on this particular system. We would see an outrageous debris ball. And obviously we're not. So this is a glitch. This is a radar glitch. And so I would still consider this as potentially on the ground, and this is going to be the path. It's going to be the path of this particular threat. And Flippin, don't let your guard down. This is dancing. This is going back and forth because originally it was up here, and now it's handing off to the south. So you want to be very careful in believing that between Yellville and Flippin, you guys are good. Because at any point in time, it could hand up like it did earlier. It was bouncing up and down, up and down, up and down. And so you guys need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately, no matter what happens with that storm. And I will say, if you are behind these tornado warnings, you guys actually, well, I may get back to you guys on that. I'm a little concerned about that. I will get back to that after this thread is over. But as of right now, you guys are definitely over here in a very serious situation. I want to see if they have canceled or so they are still both observed, folks. They're still both observed. And so basically what we're kind of doing is we're going to kind of lay out a path here. And they did drop no, they made it smaller. I see. Okay. They are still concerned about potential rotation within this area here. So basically, they're going to continue that warning. And let's see if they made it radar indicated. No, they're both still observed. So we've got 2 tornadoes still marked by the National Weather Service as observed, meaning they could be. I don't want to try to pull it up and try to see if it's a radar indicated observation or if it's just um or if I doubt there's a spotter up this late at night. So if you are in these 2 circled areas, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. And by this time, it should more or less be in. Oh boy, this is getting kind of hard to tell. We're back to dealing with radar gap issues again. Okay. All right. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to kind of draw this out here. And yeah, I know I'm using circles. It's just basically because we have 2 different systems. Yeah, the gaps are terrible. Ricky, you're absolutely right. The gaps are absolutely terrible, and they put people's lives in danger. We had a tornado the other day that went completely unwarned near DeQueen. It was EF1 or EF2, I forget. But anyway, it went on completely unwarned. But anyway, so basically we're just kind of waiting to see. I'm not seeing any CC drops. I'm not seeing any debris indications. So this is very good news. We're not saying this is off the ground, and we're just basically saying that we don't have much of an indication at this time. So this I'm not seeing much rotation up here for the second one. I'm not seeing as much rotation. So they could just be keeping it and letting it expire just in case it hands itself back off. But at this time, the potential where this could potentially be is near Rhea Valley, Hand Valley, coming up to Cotter, Gassville, Buford. This is continually observed, so this is still considered on the ground. So you guys need to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. That way, regardless of the situation, you guys are in a safe location with you and your family. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of keep this circle up for a little while. We're keeping it broad, keeping it very broad, simply because we're in that radar gap zone. So if you're just joining us, we're basically complaining about the fact that we don't have enough radars in Arkansas to accurately depict where this major threat is. So I'm giving you a very broad location where this tornado potentially is and where it's going to immediately be. This is the best way that I can keep you guys safe. And let me make sure that you guys are getting the full picture of this. Yes, you are. Okay. So basically right now, Gassville has very heavy rain, a lot lightning. Okay. All right. So latest scan. Latest scan has me concerned. I can't tell between the glitches. Is this trying to hand off again? Okay. Okay. All right. So here's what we're doing. Basically, we're going to treat our tornado threat as potentially in this area right here. So it's just going to be just south of Gassville. If you're in Gassville right now, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get to the lowest level of your house. Stay away from exterior walls and windows at this time. You need to be in a bathtub if you don't feel like your structure is safe enough. Or if you're in a mobile home or an RV, you guys should have already have left. I'm sorry, guys, you should have already have left. But basically at this time we're looking. You see, this is what we deal with. This is obviously an extremely corrupt radar view, and it's largely unusable half the time because it's too far away from the radar. But anyway, so this is basically a general area of where this tornado is going to be. This is going to be just south of Gasville. So basically, this is going to be going northeast, east northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So if you are in Mountain Home, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. I don't care if you think it's going just south of you. This storm is bouncing up and down, up and down. You guys need to be safe. This is an observed tornado. Is it still? Excuse me. Okay, so now they just issued a new tornado warning, and now we've got some rotation up here. Is that going to fill out? Okay, I'm going to be watching this up here. I'm a little worried about that. But as of right now, we've got a new tornado warning that's going to be radar indicated, okay? And I'm not entirely convinced. Let me see here. Okay. Let me walk through the products here real quick. Oh, that's rough. That's real rough. Okay. So yeah, this is going to continue on this particular trajectory, okay? And I'm going to continue to draw it extremely broad. Yeah, I appreciate you, Ricky. I mean, I could try. I'll try. I'll try anything at this point. Uh, Radar Omega's still saying the best radar is Springfield. I'll try. Oh, just as unreliable. No offense. Just as unreliable. I mean, you can kind of tell. I'll pull up velocity. Yeah, Springfield's still gonna be our best bet. So it says it's radar indicated, okay? And we're just gonna kind of put the path for right now. We're gonna wait to see. We're gonna wait to see our latest radar scan, see if we get anything better. Yeah, thank you, Harley. There is gonna be no rest for me for the next. Not for today, not for Sunday. Yeah, it's gonna be a while for until I get any rest, unfortunately. But thank you, Haley. So yeah, we're still tracking the storm. National Weather Service says it is radar indicated. So we're just kind of playing this by ear here. We're gonna wait to see. No indication of CC. No indication of CC. Yellville, you are behind. You're behind the threat. Yellville, if you guys are okay, I hope you guys are okay. You guys are seem to be behind this particular threat here. So we're going to continue to kind of track the potential momentum of this threat about here, simply because we're kind of dealing with it. Yeah, Bull Shoals. Bull Shoals, I believe you may. I mean, I'm a little concerned about potential rotations up here, but it's not impressive at all. So just kind of give it a little bit. Yeah, can we? Let me check something. It's not any better. Okay. Yeah. So this is going to be the potential threat range here for right now. Just kind of taking tornado precautions if you are within that particular circle area. We're just kind of waiting for another scan real quick. And give me 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to drink some liquid here. Throat. I've been talking the last several days on air. 1 second. And looks like they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning, and it is not marked tornado possible, but they went ahead and just marked it as a severe thunderstorm warning. There's still continued definite rotation in Glassville. They're saying Boone County Sheriff's Office got hit. Trees and power lines down out there on Highway 65. Damage in Bellefonte area. Unconfirmed fatality. Okay, I hope that just continues to stay unconfirmed and like it's not real. I don't hear anybody being killed tonight. That would be it would definitely be amazing if we can get out of this unscathed in terms of no fatalities, but this is a very critical situation. Okay. So basically, I wonder why we have not had an update. Oh no. I hope Springfield's radar did not just die. Oh, that would be terrible timing if Springfield's radar just died. I need to go to Little Rock right now. Not that impressive. I believe something's wrong with Springfield's radar at this time. I'm going to give it another 30 seconds, but I think something happened to Springfield's radar, and this is the worst timing. Look at all these tornado warnings on the board right now, folks. This would be the worst timing imaginable for that radar system in Springfield to go offline. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings that Springfield is covering right now. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay, we just got an update. Okay, it was a little delayed. Maybe they went on backup emergency power at this point. Who knows? Okay. Yeah, and it just now updated. So, all right. So basically, we're going to be looking at potential rotations within this area right here. All right, so if you're, it looks like it might be just barely going south of Mountain Home at this time. I believe it's just barely going south of Mountain Home at this time. I'm not going to let my guard down because it keeps handing off back and forth. I'm going to try to go back to a high-res reflectivity, see if we can kind of pinpoint. Yeah, you can see it kind of hand itself off. Boy, oh boy. This cell has been extremely unpredictable, and it has been very dangerous. But if there were potential rotations or any concerns, it would be over Highway 201, just to the west of Briarcliff, Salesville, Norfolk, in that particular broad area. And I'm not going to put a tractor down. I'm actually going to draw a circle, okay? Because like I said, this storm has been handing itself off to the north, to the south. It keeps constantly rotating, and there's no discernible pattern to it. It's just constantly recycling itself, bouncing off to another part of itself. It's a very dangerous cell, and it's been that way since it entered into. Actually, before it entered, it was since Oklahoma actually. So, I'm gonna go to high-res reflectivity for a second. How big is the hail? The hail is going to be around 1 inch, but you know what? I'm going to turn on the hail indicator real quick, kind of get a better idea, see what's up in the atmosphere. Looks like about 2.22. So yeah, it could be anywhere between 1 and 1.5 inch. Okay, all right. So latest velocity scans brings us up to a little bit of a concern here. And this is going to be for our folks over in Arcana. So if you know anybody in this particular area right here, they need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. If you know anybody in Briarcliff, call them. Timberlake Manor, call them. Salesville, call them. Norfolk Village, Norfolk even. Yeah, Heritage Estates is potentially in this path. Now, I believe at this time we're looking at potential of 2 rotations again, and man, it gets really complicated when that happens here. So I'm kind of breaking down our products here, kind of going through. I'm going to check out our debris indicator just in case. Okay, I'm not seeing any indications for debris, which is good. I'm getting really concerned that this is handing off again. Man, that's a very broad rotation. It's a very strong but broad rotation. And on top of that, we have to deal with the hail, or the radar gap issue. We have a very serious radar gap issue that gives us very corrupted data. It gives us very, very subpar information. So basically, we're just kind of circling the latest potential area of where this rotation is, and we're telling all of you to treat that as it's going over your house. If you're in that circle, treat that as potentially going over your house at this time. And I want to try to see. Okay, they're both radar indicated. That doesn't mean much, but it means enough to where they believe it has lifted up, and we don't know if it has put back down. We don't have any indications for debris since the latest scan, so we're just kind of waiting this one out, playing this by ear here. And I think they left the old tornado warning up in the event that it handed itself back up. Some people are asking what's going on in Grassville. Grassville looks like it could potentially be okay. Could be clear now. Yeah. Grassville's okay. It's clear. Let me see here. Okay, so if there is any potential rotation, it's gonna be within this particular area right here. So any rotation, any potential rotation is going to be within this particular area, and you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. And let's kind of look ahead here. Basically, what we got going on up ahead: Timberlake Manor, Woods Point Landing, Rodney, Hopewell, Salesville, Briarcliff. You guys are actually already in the potential rotation zone. But Holiday Hills, Ruth, Elizabeth, Mitchell, Gap, Wild Cherry, Bexar, Byron, not so much, excuse me, not so much Weidman, at least not yet, unless it changes course again. So we're going to kind of keep an eye on that and see if it starts to go south again. I'm just kind of zooming out and kind of zooming back in. Oh, wow. Either that's radar glitch or we've just got an increase in velocity. So our continued concerned area is going to be anywhere from actually here to here. And I'm just giving kind of a broad range because I'm accounting for radar gap corruption at this point. So if you're in that circled area, I hope you are in your tornado safe zone. hope you guys are safe. I um, hope you guys are in the area where you would be in the most secure part of your house, away from exterior walls and windows, and you're on the lowest level, because at this time this could go back into. Okay, so maybe they are treating that still as separate rotations. I just wonder about that. Um, yeah, so I just wonder about that because it's extremely hard to kind of identify that. And um, maybe if we read our text real quick. No, of course it's not. No, of course not. So basically, it kind of leaves us up to our own self-interpretation. This particular area right here is going to be a broad potential of rotation. We're just going to kind of treat power went out in mountain home. Okay. Multiple people confirmed at the same time power went out in mountain home, so I'm going to assume power went out in mountain home. And that's probably because you probably cut yourself off from power station, substation, something like that. Okay, so latest scans. Let's take a look at our CC real quick. Nothing, nothing screaming that this went back on the ground, so that's a good thing. But anyway, so this is a broad area. There are potentially uh, two rotations within this clustered area, and these could be twins. These could be handing itself back and forth. Um, Basically, it could be anything at this point. Simply because um, it's so far away from a reliable radar source that you're just gonna have major issues with identifying exactly where it's at. And not to take away from you guys in the tornado warning real quick, but I just want to say that there are currently 96,044 people without power, and that's 73,000 in Benton, 4,000 in Carroll, 1,200 in Boone, 4,900 in Marion, and 2,600 in Baxter. So this is taking out our power in northern Arkansas. This is definitely, these things are ripping through, and when it's dropping down, it's just tearing things up. We saw a huge debris ball over at um, what was it, Pyatt, in the Pyatt area, Pyatt and Turkey Summit area. We saw huge debris balls. Okay, so go right back here. Now this is making a little more sense again. Okay, so there are two distinct rotations again. And this is gonna go for your Briarcliff, Salesville, just east of Norfolk and Salesville, just northeast of Briarcliff, and um, let's see here. Basically, if you guys are in this entire I'm just gonna say it, just this entire tornado warning, you need to be taking your tornado precautions because we've got two distinct rotations that are coming through here, and they could be handing itself off. It could be twins. It could be anything. And now they have just issued. Okay, we are back to on the ground tornado warning. Um, okay, so oh my goodness. Okay, so yes, we have confirmed on the ground. I need to constantly pay attention to the CC drop. I swear. Oh, this was the latest CC drop. Okay. All right, so there is now a debris signature just to the northeast of Briarcliff, and there is a potential. Is that a debris signature near Hopewell? I don't think so. Let's go back to. We have a tornado warning. The tornado is on the ground, and this is going to go for northern Izard, Fulton County, east central Baxter, and west central Sharp County until 5:15 a.m. Okay, and these are this has been a long tracked on the ground off again tornado cluster that has been producing multiple tornadoes at any one point in time. And so basically, we're going to go to our CC drop and we're going to kind of identify where this potential tornado would be. So we're going to circle that part here, right? Yeah, a long track tornado system that has been producing tornadoes. That's correct, yeah. A long track system that has been producing tornadoes. I'm sorry, I am very tired, guys. I've been going nonstop all week long with severe weather. If I'm saying weird things, it's because I'm so tired. I'm doing my best here, y'all. Okay. So we're gonna go back to high res reflectivity. It's gonna be a rain wrap tornado. You're not gonna see this coming at all. And we're gonna hit play real quick, kind of get our bearings at where the potential is. That's interesting that they did that. But anyway, if you are in the path of this tornado, this is an observed back on the ground tornado. Give me just a moment. All right. So basically, this is we're going to go back to velocity here. We can see the rotation in this section right here. And okay, yes, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. We have two unique tornadoes. One is going to the northeast. The other is going east northeast. So, that one's observed. That one's observed. We have two observed tornadoes on the ground at this current time. We have debris signatures for the northern one. That could be. There could be a signature for the southern one. I'm not sure. We're at the edge of the radar, guys. So, but yeah, if you are in the path of either of these tornado warnings, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. These are highly erratic tornadoes. The rotation is bouncing north and south, left and right. There is no control, no rhyme or reason in any of this. They are just all over the place. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. You need to be getting to the lowest level of your house. You need to be getting away from external walls and windows. And if you are in the path of the storm and you are in a mobile home or an RV or something that is not well structured, if you are able to leave the premises, if you are a safe distance away from this tornadic threat and you're able to go east, or you're able to, I would not recommend going north. I would just recommend going east. Keep going east. Keep going east until you can go south. But you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. That is that is, if you have kind of questionable situation, you can always use your bathroom. You could always use the bathtub, and you can put a sheet or a blanket over you. If you got any helmets, put those on. Just you need to do anything you guys can to protect yourself in this situation. And we always tell people uh, to make a plan of action. Make a plan of action here. And so right now, I'm going to kind of draw a potential path, and it's not going to be perfect because we are dealing with extremely erratic setup. We're dealing with an extremely erratic setup at this time. So this is the best that I'm going to be able to give you. If I ended up putting a path in play, I'm going to have to basically delete it. And so I'm just giving you guys a broad rotation, or a broad rotation, a broad circle, general area where this threat's going to go. Because we now have 2 tornadoes, and these are both observed. Um, and So basically, at this time, they continue to have a very strong rotational signature. So I'm going to check the debris signature. All right, so the one in Briarcliff, that one continues to tell me that that is for sure on the ground. This one for sure is definitely on the ground, okay? This one is extremely questionable at best, but this is still, it says is observed, so we're going to treat it as observed. And we could be in a situation where it's not running into a whole lot that could potentially be throwing up debris into the air. So um, basically what we're dealing with is just kind of waiting and seeing, especially with the fact that we're in a radar gapped area. Being that we're in a radar gapped area, we're not going to get extremely pinpointing accuracy data, and that's why I am using well, that's 2 reasons why I'm using just a little drawing tool, kind of point out where this threat's going, where this is. One, it's unreliable data because it's at the edge of the radar system. 2, these are extremely erratic, fast moving, fast direction changing tornadic storms, and every time I put down a path, it's just going to change. So the best way to do that is continue to tell you guys you are in this potential path, this potential zone. You basically need to treat that as you are potentially in that threat zone. Okay? So we're just going to kind of draw out some arrows here, and this is going to go. This is going to be the path of your 2 tornadoes that continue to say that they are observed. And we're going to continue to check. Okay, they're still observed. So I'm going to zoom in here real quick, folks. This is going to be Highway 62. It's going to be crossing Highway 62 in a matter of about 10 minutes. So it's going to be, as it could affect Holiday Hills, Ruth, Gep, Elizabeth, Norfolk Lake Estates. Later on down the line, Pickering Hall, Bidet, Kumi, and possibly Viola, but we'll get back to that just in case. Down here, we got Wild Cherry, Bexar, Union, Oxford, Wideman, Crossroads, even potentially. Mount Pleasant, Fairview, Morriston, Union, Oxford, Wiseman. You guys are all in the potential path, and do you see the dangers that we're dealing with? This latest scan completely cut off any visual of this velocity scan. So we're going to continue to assume that it is continually going on the path that we saw it, and it's going to be heading towards Highway 62 up here. This one's going to be crossing Highway 62 up here. So on both ends of Highway 62, that is basically, oh, Jeep. Oh, Gap is Jeep. Okay, sorry, that threw me off. It's like GIF and GIF. Anyway, actually, let me redo this one. This one's this way. Okay, at 4:28 a.m. Cody Hudson with Boone County confirmed the death. I'm very sad to hear that we do have our first confirmed fatality with this storm. And if anyone has any other official reports, please send it to AWW. Our thoughts are with that person's family. But getting back to our current threat here, yeah, these are both still observed tornadoes, and yeah, if you are in the path, if you're in the cones, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Don't act like, well, don't be like, hey, well, where is it at? Where is it going? These are dancing. They're going north and south. You're just joining us. You probably haven't seen the history of this storm system, and you probably don't realize how significant this threat has been. I mean, look at this. I mean, this storm system's still supporting 2 tornadoes. I don't even know how. These have been kind of defying the laws of meteorology. Let's just say that. Let's leave it at that. These have been defying the laws of meteorology. This is definitely going to be one for the record books, and historians are going to have to study this system very carefully. And let's see here. Let me make sure I'm still live. I think I'm still live, right? Let me confirm. Yes. Sorry, I saw some sort of potential glitch here, and I just wanted to make sure. I've been live on Facebook for 4 hours now. That sounds about right. Okay. So, continued potential pass here. Now, this one, we can't even see where it's at. So we're going to go a very broad circular path here. So I'm going to zoom in a minute so you can kind of get an idea. You can kind of get an idea of where this is at. Mountain Home, yes, you're in the clear. I did see that on Facebook. I was checking if I was still live. So yeah, if you are in a tornado warning area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Currently, these are still observed. They're considered on the ground. They're considered extremely dangerous storm systems. Bro, oh my goodness. Okay. So we have a massive debris ball going on the northern storm here. Massive debris ball. Wow. This is very hard to see. This is very hard to talk about. This is a very destructive tornado. And so this is going to be going over Highway 62. This is going to be going through Bidet, Kumi, Norfolk, Lake Estates. It's already gone through you. And so basically, if you are towards the edge here on Highway 87, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. You can get underground. Get underground. That debris signature continues to track. There's a very, very large debris signature here. You guys need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get to the lowest level of your house, away from any walls or external walls or windows. I don't have much information to share about the southern tornado threat that branched off, because it is experiencing massive issues with the radar gap. Let me try to. It might be trying to hand off, and if it is trying to hand off in the area that has no visibility of velocity, I'm just gonna tell you folks this: if you are in this tornado warned area, you are in the path of this tornado, because at this point we have no idea to tell you exactly where this is at, because I can try to change the tilt a little bit. It doesn't help us very much. I think it's trying to hand off though, folks. If you are in the southern tornado warned polygon, it could be handing back off to the south here. And if it is, you guys are in the direct path of this tornado, and I can't tell you with any certainty exactly where this would be at. A lot of it's getting kind of cut off. I can kind of, wow, it's just terrible. All right, let me do this. I mean, I could kind of see a potential prevailing hook down here, but it's starting to kind of fall apart. So we're basically going to kind of, I think we're going to continue to kind of treat this as both are potential, still observed. So we're going to continue to treat those as observed. We continue to see a debris signature up here. This has already gone past Highway 62. This is going to be going northeast toward excuse me, sorry. I've been going nonstop all day long, so my stomach's a little upset. Vedette, Pickering Hall. Pickering Hall, it's going to be crossing Highway 87 if it hasn't already. However, the rotation is largely kind of fallen off on that. So that may be the only saving grace in that. And I'm not sure why they haven't dropped the observed out, other than the fact that it is very hard to kind of see through here. Actually, I think what happened here. Yeah, okay, that's what happened here. Yes, okay. Don't stress so much about this top northern tornado warning anymore. I am a little concerned about some of the identification down here. Now, you guys need to continue Highway 9, Mount Pleasant, Wheeling, Fairview, Morrison, Wiseman, Union. You guys need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. We have no real good visual on this because of it being radar gap, but we can tell that we potentially have some rotation going on up here, and so that's going to continue to go in a northeasterly direction here. So basically we're going to put this in motion here. Yeah, okay. All right, so that is your indication of where the potential for rotation, and if this is still on the ground, where it could technically be and where it could be heading. Okay. So this is the best that we've got up here. And this is going to be affecting Wheeling in about 5 minutes. It's going to be crossing Highway 9. It's going to be affecting Salem in about 10 minutes. These are moving at now they're moving east at 50 miles per hour. That would explain why they're tearing themselves apart so quickly. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. These are going to be tearing themselves apart pretty good. And let me just make sure, not to take away from you guys in tornado warning, I just want to make sure real quick that the rest of Arkansas is, I have not been able to poke my head out of northern Arkansas for the last 2.5 hours. That's how long these tornadoes have been going. Anyway, so we're observed both of these still. I would highly suspect that the northern one, they're just gonna let that expire. That is extremely done. Unless that is potential rotation right there. And I can check to see if we've got a debris indicator. We may have the potential for, oh no, okay. Yeah, so we may have the potential for another rotation, and it's really glitched out. And wow, that's even more glitched out. Okay. So there, it may have handed itself off. All right. So it may have handed itself off, and it is now. Again, folks. So you guys can't blame me. I'm trying to tell you guys, if you are in these cones, you need to continue to treat this as you are directly in the path, because this is how unreliable up here radar is. You guys need to continue to treat this as you are potentially in the path of tornado and take the tornado precautions. I cannot guarantee you guys anything about any location anywhere up here, and we're seeing extremely concerning. Uh, we got debris signature possibly. We got another debris signature. This could be falling from the atmosphere, or it just could be the echo. But this right here is more defining. And we know that this tornado warning is observed. So it may have handed itself off down here. And it may have been on. Yeah. It did go through Elizabeth. Okay. Yeah. And then we've got this one right here. This is going to be in this general area right here. And then going towards Salem. Has the potential of going towards Salem. It's really hard to tell, folks, because this is radar gap. This is the outskirts. This is like Wild West, you know, on the edge of civilization. For radar, as in like the way that radar can kind of treat things. Let's see. Some people want me to kind of check some things for them, and I can't really do that at the present time. I'm sorry. All I could really kind of tell you guys is that if there's bad wind damage in Flippin', okay. All I can really tell you guys is that we've got a very dangerous situation on the ground. We've still got 2 observed tornado warnings, and this is going to be for our folks in Izzard, Fulton, Baxter, Sharp, and again in Fulton and Baxter. And these are going to continue to go for another 14 minutes. And what this system has been doing is it's been producing multiple tornado systems by handing itself off, and basically kind of bouncing up and down on the cell. And it's been doing that all night long. We're going north and south, north and south, north and south. And we are approaching a point now where this may this is if you by the way, if you are in Salem, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. You have a potentially life-threatening situation. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. You need to be lowest floor, lowest level of your house, and away from exterior walls and windows. I just want to express that real quick because this continues to be passing off and continuing to be a threat. But anyway, this cell has continued to bounce tornadoes in the north part and southern part and duplicate itself and hand itself off, create twins, create satellites, tornadoes. It has been doing everything. Everything imaginable, it has been doing it. And it has been a roller coaster ride tonight. Absolutely roller coaster ride. So we're going to go ahead and check our correlation coefficient. That's interesting that they haven't issued. That could be debris from. That could be. Yeah, that could be just debris signatures. Um, that could be debris signatures from when it was on the ground. Okay, so all right, we are back to radar indicated. This one continues to be observed. I think, although I'm having a hard time kind of understanding exactly where this would be. I think there's just that. Boy, I hope they fix this radar gap situation by next spring. I really do. This is really hard to identify. Okay, okay. All right, so we are treating this particular area as potential. And then, of course, we've got this potential area right here that's just coming into Salem as we speak. So, Viola, Salem, this is right on you guys. You guys need to be in your safe spot for the tornado precautions immediately. So, at this time, let's take a look at our. Okay. Well, I don't think that is debris. I don't think so. I don't think that matches with your reflectivity. No. Okay. So I'm not too worried about that one. These are both now radar indicated. Okay. That makes a lot more sense now. So basically, we've got a handed off system that's kind of going eventually out of here. Yeah, this is going to be going northeast now at this point. So, no, that one won't actually. That one will actually continue to go on this path, while this one may continue to go up here a little bit. They got a kind of wonky warning going for that one. Now, you remember, if you were with us about 35, 40 minutes ago, you watched as two tornadoes went through, and what was that? What town was that? Was that Yelling or Flippin? I believe that was Yelling or Flippin. Or Yellville. I'm sorry, Yellville. It went to the north and south of Yellville, and this is another example of it doing that again. It is it's got two systems, south and north of it. So basically, excuse me. So basically, we're just kind of waiting for these to leave Arkansas. And once these leave Arkansas, now they're claiming that they're no longer on the ground, but continue to treat them as potentially on the ground. But I think we can maybe take a little bit of a breath, a little lower the anxiety just a little bit. Thank you, by the way, those sending us pictures and stuff. I would love to show them, but I don't have it set up on my streaming thing yet. I really need to do that. I just haven't had time, and so I'll have to set that up for next time. But I think we might be posting some pictures at least a little later on, if we are able to. But basically, we're just kind of watching these systems, these two systems, kind of leaving state, and um, give me 1 second. I'm trying to communicate to staff here. Yeah, so both these tornado warnings expire in 7 minutes. The second that these tornado warnings expire in 7 minutes, we basically I don't believe we will have any more tornado warnings, and I do believe that we could finally go off of Facebook and go back. Oh, okay. Well, I spoke too soon. They're going to go ahead and extend another tornado warning, radar indicated, into Arkansas for another 51 minutes. This is going to be radar indicated. I was hoping that this storm was going to go more northeast and be out of state, but it does not want to. So this is the particular rotation area. It's going to be in or around the town of Salem. And this is basically going to be going in a northeasterly direction. So we're just kind of basically, actually, I don't even think that's right. I really have questions about how that's going to be kind of set up. And they must think that has the potential to hand itself off. Yeah, that's what it is. They think it has the potential to hand itself off again. So basically, for right now, unless something changes, that is how this is going to go. Salem, I hope you are taking your tornado precautions. If you are further down the line in camp, Friat, anywhere along Highway 9, anywhere near or along Highway 9 is actually a perfect example of where this potential threat could be. Highway 9, if you are within a mile of north or south of Highway 9, you are in the direct path of this rotation. And let me try to pull up our CC, see if we're getting any potential indications of debris. No, we are not getting any potential indications of debris. So that is good. We don't have, we do have some broad rotation again. I am getting concerned that this could go back on the ground at any moment. I mean, it's a very strong potential here, and this is going to be following. Uh, so yeah, this is going to be following along I-9 or I-9, Highway 9, uh, and this is going to be going northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So basically, we're gonna kind of set this out, or not set this out, but we're gonna sit down. We're gonna kind of catch our bearings here. You are in the path of it, be it Camp, French, Saddle, uh, Friat, Mammoth Springs, anywhere along 289 or Highway 9. You are definitely in the path. We have reports of power out in Salem. Looks like there's a new tornado warning as just outside of Mountain Home. Okay. All right. So we now have a new tornado warning issued just outside of Mountain Home. Uh, and this is going to be for Bolton and Baxter County. And this is going to be, looks like there's no indication of hail. And we're going to go ahead and view our CC indicator real quick. See if we got any potential CC. No, nothing impressive on that. Basically, if you are anywhere along Highway 62, that is going to be your most immediate potential. I wish we had a better view of that rotation. So basically, we're going to be looking at this whole entire area, and we're going to be paying attention to what goes observed and what goes radar indicated at this time. So yeah, Highway 62. If you are anywhere along Norfolk Lake Estates, Ruth, Jeep, Kumi, Bidet, you guys know the drill. You guys are back in a new tornado warning. And this is going to go for the next 31 minutes. Okay, so we're going to come back here real quick and take a look at Salem. All right, we're just kind of taking a look at our CC drops down here. I am not seeing anything that screams. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that screams anything for potential debris signatures. I am seeing a lot of glitches, unfortunately, in the radar system. Yeah, and I do have one of our chase manager Jesse here. He's kind of with me. He's kind of talking to me and kind of keeping a heads up for me. Um, yeah. But as far as it looks like it's just could potentially be an echo. So we're gonna go back to high res velocity. We're definitely seeing some very strong rotational ability again in just to the north, or well, east northeast of Salem, and we're gonna kind of keep an eye on that. And it's gonna be following up along Highway 9. And yeah, another scan indicates continued cause for concern for just east of Salem. And we're going to take a quick look over here, make sure we're still radar indicated. And pull up CC one time. Well, hold up a minute. We're gonna rewind Salem, and okay, no, that's still potentially. Um, okay. All right, no, that debris signature would definitely be um, not in the section at all of where the storm is. So that's good news. And as far as these two tornado warnings go, um, this one was the cell concern, the one in Salem, because this one has been the most completely volatile cell that I have ever seen in the history of me working with Arkansas weather watchers and my experience in weather in general. It has been one of the most complicated ones because it has done whatever it's wanted to do, period. I've seen some pretty moody supercell systems, but I have never seen such as this go for so long. So we're gonna basically kind of look here. This is this potential tornadic threat over here near Mountain Home continues to follow your Highway 62 section. So that makes it kind of easy to kind of tell where this threat is kind of going. If you're along Highway 62, you are in and around the potential threat of that area of that tornado warn system. And as far as Salem goes, it's following Highway 9. So around Highway 9, between Highway 9 and 289. So that should kind of help you guys kind of identify where these two potential rotations could drop down. And if you kind of give me, you guys can give me just a second to kind of catch my breath. I've been going live for 4.5 hours now. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to keep this radar up. We're going to constantly loop it. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'm right here. I just need like 1 minute. So I'm be right here. I'm just muting myself 1 second. All right. So I am here. I'm back on the microphone. I just need to do something real quick. When you've been going for 4.5 hours streaming, you sometimes need to go get a new glass of water to help your throat. So we're looking at the debris signatures again. I'm not seeing anything too impressive at all to report. I don't think these are on the ground. But again, oh my goodness, that is an incredible amount of velocity here. So I am definitely concerned for folks over here in between Highway 9 and Highway 289. That is either that's an impressive like radar glitch. Um, it could just be a radar glitch because we're on the outskirts here. But anyway, so we're just kind of moving around here. We're kind of examining the situation, trying to find our bearing in terms of where this potential threat would be. These are very messy because they're on the outskirts of the radar. And so we're just kind of examining things as this, okay, the severe thunderstorm warning is not tornado possible. So we've got that going for us. And I believe Heidi told me that, yeah, they did let some of these watches drop. They did not let these drop yet, but I think they're just kind of waiting for all these cells to kind of dissipate before they let them drop. We are seeing some indications of hail with this particular our troubled cell that we've had all night. Is generating hail again, and that could imply that it is powering back up, and that would be in that particular area right there, and that's going to be going for your Friat. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. It's going to be following Highway 9 in a northeast pattern straight to Mammoth Springs. So if you know anybody in Mammoth Springs, tell them they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Anybody between here and Mammoth Springs, there is somewhat of a gapped area. There's not a whole lot of populated areas in this section, but every single house, every single person is important to us, and so we're just kind of examining this area right here. And okay, yeah. So this rotation between the radar gap glitches and what it's trying to tell us, it's kind of gotten broadened out a little bit. So we're gonna kind of keep an eye on that still, but I don't know if I'm so concerned about that. I'm gonna let me check something here. I don't know if that was debris, but I'm gonna kind of rewind this and see where that matches up. That could have been hail, or that could have been debris. I don't. Or it could have been a glitch. See, that's what we deal with. Is it hail? Is it debris? Is it a glitch? Because we're that far out from the radar system. So we're going to go back to our velocity scans, because that kind of helps us kind of paint the best picture here in terms of what we're dealing with. And we're going to do a high-res storm relative velocity to kind of cut through some of the messiness. And so kind of just watching this particular area, watching this particular area, and we're just kind of waiting to see where we go from here. It's been a very long night. If you've been with us for the last 4.5 hours, we really appreciate you staying with us. And it looks like they have issued a new tornado warning ahead of this one. And this one seems to be taking a more of a northeasterly pattern. So let's take a look at that. Okay. So basically, we are looking at this particular thing, this particular rotation, kind of going in a northeasterly fashion. And this rotation here continuing to go along or skirting along Highway 9. Let me check up, get back with our staff here, and okay, just double check and make sure that I didn't miss anything. See, it's 5:30 in the morning. Yeah, we gotta wake up and do this all over again tomorrow. So it's been like that every single day. Arkansas has been the most active in the last week than it has in the last 4.5, 5 months. So anyway, we're gonna go and look at. We're gonna put this into motion here. Just kind of get our bearings here real quick. Yeah. So we're gonna check our CC. No indications of CC. I do see some hail. No indications of debris, so that's a good. That's a good sign for right now. Yeah, we're just basically northern Arkansas. Uh, oh yes. If you're new to listening to me, I always call today tomorrow if it's after midnight. I'm one of those people. If I haven't gone to bed, tomorrow is still tomorrow. It's not today. So yeah, Sunday is tomorrow for me still. Sorry to confuse you. Monday we finally get the break that we most desperately need. But Sunday is one more. Sunday, yeah, Sunday is my tomorrow, and we're gonna have a severe threat again uh, today, Sunday. So let's see here. We've got potential rotation building up again, and this is going to be just north of Cherokee Village. And we've still got rotation building along this area right here in Viola. And we're just kind of watching these, kind of waiting for these two to finally leave Arkansas, maybe finally give us a much needed reprieve. And I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the positive comments. It's appreciate you also being patient with me. It's been a very long week. um, but yeah, so we're just kind of waiting for these all to kind of move out of the state. According to this, they continue to be radar indicated. I'm not seeing any indication that they're on the ground anyway. So I kind of have a little developing concerns about this particular area right here, but um, yeah, we're just basically kind of waiting for these to kind of move out of Arkansas. If you are not in a tornado warned area, I know there's some people asking if it's over. I'll tell you that if you're to the west or to the south of these tornado watches and these tornado warnings, you are you're good to go until uh, Saturday or Sunday. I mean, you're good to go until this evening, Sunday evening. But for right now, if you are in this particular area, you continue to be in a potential threat until they drop the tornado watches. So let's see what we have at this time. You have to excuse my sinuses. Let's see. We don't appear having. Well, let me look up. Let me look and see. Hmm. I am a little concerned about this storm just to the north of Cherokee Village, but we'll see. We'll see if National Weather Service, yeah, we'll see if the National Weather Service wants to declare this observed and on the ground. But for right now, I am definitely growing concerned of the potential for this being on the ground. Um, and this is going to be just south of Mammoth Springs. We have, thank you, Heidi. We have over 107,000 people without power. I haven't seen those numbers since. I don't remember the last time 107,000 people were without power in Arkansas. I think it's been a fairly long time. But we have 107,000 people in Arkansas. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. It is not tornado possible, so that's good news. We're just kind of watching this rotation right here and this rotation right here. You guys are along Highway 62 or Highway 9. Highway 62. I'm sorry, Highway 289, not 9. 289 and Highway, excuse me, Highway 62 going towards Split Springs. You guys definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions. Check to see here. Yeah. Let's see. Is this still radar indicated? Yes, it's still radar indicated. Okay. All right. So it could be a glitch. It could be National Weather Service is not pulling the trigger on it quickly enough. But I am growing increasingly concerned for this system right here, and this is going to be just south of Mammoth Springs. It's going to be crossing over Highway 63 here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we are definitely all our eyes are definitely in this particular area right here. This is going to be for King. I don't have another city that can really be identifiable up here. It's going to be in between King and Mammoth Springs. And so you guys need to be taking your tornado precautions. This is getting a little serious again. So you definitely, if you know anybody up there, give them a holler. Even if it's possible, they might not be in the path. Looks like there's some sirens being. Is that clear siren in Mountain Home? I understand. Okay. Yeah, Mountain Home. You're definitely in the clear now. Yeah, we're all radar indicated up here still, so that's great news. National Weather Service has not deemed this to be on the ground. I'm gonna take another quick look at our CC debris indicator. I don't know. I'm doubtful. I mean, it keeps wanting to kind of indicate possibly something, but I have doubts. But then I look at our velocity scan, and that is either an incredible glitch or we have a pretty powerful rotation here. As you can see, obviously, yeah. See, okay, yes, I am growing increasingly concerned more and more, and I don't know if they're going to pull the trigger. I'm really worried that this could potentially be on the ground. So 100%, you are anywhere near Highway 63, Mammoth Springs, you guys need to be taking tornado precaution, like right now. Let's see here. As far as the other storm goes here over in near Viola. Okay, so apparently there we go. Debris signature finally updated. Okay. Debris signature. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. It's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell at this current point. It is. I'm growing increasingly concerned with how this all looks. Glitches aside, this is a very clear rotational, even through the glitches. So I don't know what National Weather Service is going to do, if they will even declare it observed for the last couple minutes that's going to be in Arkansas. Well, probably the next 10 minutes, actually. But it is definitely a very strong rotation, enough for me to say if you're in Worth, you need to be taking tornado precautions immediately. Highway 175. You know anybody just across the border in Missouri over here? You need to tell them to be taking their tornado precautions. This is it's a very it's kind of getting its act together over here. So I would definitely take that very seriously. As far as this one's kind of broad, and I mean, one part looks good, the other part doesn't. So and I'm not seeing any indications. I see a lot more hail. There is definitely a lot more hail. We're looking at potentially 1.5 to almost 2 inches of hail. Sorry, I had to take a quick drink. But yeah. So basically, we're just kind of wait to see. Okay, yeah. So both of these I am growing a little concerned with now, as far as rotation potential. So we're gonna kind of wait this out. We're gonna wait until these guys are completely out of our state before we say that we are good. I am a little concerned. Okay, so National Weather Service believes that this is going to continue all along the edge of Arkansas. Okay. So we're going to continue to observe these tornado warnings until they eventually decide to finally leave our state. Um, yeah, so this is very. I mean, it's trying to get its act together. It's just not entirely impressive. I don't see any direct indications that there is debris. Yeah, I'm not seeing indication that there is debris. So we're gonna kind of continue to treat this as it has extreme potential, because this is the cell that has been troublesome. Troublesome. Now we do have a potential saving grace here, and that is these cells are about to merge, and they could be deconstructive, or they could be constructive. That's the problem. That's the issue that we run in with when it comes to cell convergence. Now, I can tell you, from experience with this particular storm setup that convergence has been kind of dangerous, simply because um, it seems to kind of feed off of, as opposed to kind of fall apart. So we're just basically going to continue to monitor these, and I wonder if I can get a little bit better picture from. Check. All right. So yeah, yeah, it's about the same. See, this is the problem with radar gap, uh, radar gaps is we end up kind of running and skirting the line, especially when you're in the northern part of Arkansas. And hopefully this one over here can kind of fall apart. I'm hoping it will, because of the simple fact. And no, it doesn't fall apart. Okay. So we're going to continue to follow these new tornado warnings all along northern Arkansas. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yes, birds are definitely starting to chirp outside. It's definitely approaching daylight. So we're going to continue to monitor these. This is a mess. This is a complete mess. Look at all of these tornado warnings, guys. This is how messy this entire storm has been. This has been a very long night. If you're just joining us, we've been live for about maybe 5.5 hours. And we've basically been continually monitoring the storms going, dropping, cycling, going back up, dropping, and then picking back up, cycling, dropping. And so we've been observing this constantly, nonstop, all night long. The same system over and over and over again. And I have not been able to leave live once. And I'm not going to leave live and continue to be here for you guys until these tornado warnings are out of Arkansas, because I want you guys to continue to remain safe. I have given, as far as like the intensity of me expressing concerns, unless they're observed, I'm not gonna have too much intensity. I will say, if you are in the path of these tornado warnings, be it in Elm Store, Armstrong, coming up here on Highway 93, Dalton, Hamel, Antioch, even Warm Springs and Highway 251. You guys have several yeah, if you guys are being rude and disrespectful, please let yourself out. I'm getting reports from staff of people being extremely disrespectful and talking crap. And if you're talking crap about, I don't care, but if you're talking crap about staff, that is extremely not okay here. So anyway, we're gonna go, and looks like they dropped something back here. I think they might have dropped a tornado warning. And it looks like we're down to just this one back here, and we continue to have this one over here. And let's see here. Yeah, so this entire part of northern Arkansas, I'm going to zoom out here. By the way, there's nothing else going on in Arkansas. This is it. This is your threat zone right here. This is from Mountain Home all the way to almost Paragould. Your threat zone right now is in that particular section. And let me do something here real quick. Yeah, so basically we are just continually monitoring nonstop tornado warnings. It used to be one cell for all the way from Bentonville. And then it became 2 cells recently that started producing these problems. So we're just continually monitoring this threat, and I'm going to put this in motion here a little bit and give you a broader perspective of what we're kind of dealing with. We're dealing with a potential cell merger, and we're waiting to see if this particular cell merger is going to be constructive or deconstructive. If it's deconstructive, then our tornadic threat will greatly diminish or reduce. And if it's constructive, we're going to have a problem. And at this time, I can't see anything saying that we have something on the ground. I don't see anything concerning for our debris signature. I don't think we have anything of concern on the debris signature as of right now. No. So we're not going to worry about debris signature right now. We just have very broad rotations on both of these storms. And I'm a little confused by the National Weather Service making that tornado warning go that far out when it's clearly going to the northeast direction. So I guess we're gonna kind of gonna try to figure this out together, unless there are two rotations. We have had that trick before, so let's try to see if we see anything from the Memphis radar. I don't think so. No. So I don't think we have two tornadoes. So I'm not entirely, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't know why they put a tornado warning going up here and tornado warning down here. Unless there are two distinct tornado warning or two distinct rotation. I don't see it. I mean I see the possible potential up here in maybe. Let's go back to high res reflectivity. Yeah, no. I don't think they counted on deconstructive merger of these cells. So we're just going to basically kind of wait this out and really see what this system is going to do. And if you guys were curious as to how the path of this storm has been, this is a good example. North, south, north, east. This is exactly what we've been dealing with all night long, all along the border of northern Arkansas. So, guys, if you guys can kind of bear with me, I am obviously very fatigued. I've only got about 6 hours of sleep last night, and it's it's going on 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'm gonna continue to, cover here until all tornado warnings are gone, and we're just kind of waiting this out, guys. We've got no indication that any of these are on the ground, none whatsoever. They're all radar indicating. We've got no indication whatsoever that these are on the ground, but you guys should treat this as the potential for being on the ground. If you are in the tornado warning, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. For the latest tornado warning, out of 10, how many do we have? I don't know. 4 or 5 of them right now. Out of this one, basically you're gonna be taking your tornado precautions if you're anywhere in this box, because we've been seeing broad capabilities, multiple capabilities of basically the tornado warning or the rotation handing off, to the north and to the south of these cells. And I don't. I am. I don't know what is going on right now with National Weather Service. Why it felt like that needed a tornado warning, to be honest with you. But continue to treat this as a serious threat to life and property. This tornado warning. I am not gonna second guess National Weather Service. I'm just gonna go with it, and I'm gonna tell you guys. Obviously, I am a little concerned about this little part right here, but this is about to leave uh, Arkansas, so I don't know what they're doing with that. But we're gonna. They could be worried about the back end of this, which is understandable. And but I'm there's not much to it. And right now, these two cells are merging. So really, honestly, a lot of this is kind of falling apart. None of these severe thunderstorm warnings are tornado warned, so we don't have to worry too much about that. Um, yeah, so we're just gonna sit here and we're gonna wait patiently for all of these tornado warnings to finally drop off. None of these are on the ground, according to National Weather Service. I'm not seeing any debris signatures. So yeah, we're just gonna sit here and wait for these to slowly try to make their way out of the state, possibly, hopefully. Um, and I'm gonna have member of my staff yell at me if something does happen, but I do need to step away ever so briefly, guys. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours, uh, so I'm sure you understand for a second. I'm not gonna be gone for very long. I'll be gone for like a whole minute. So I'm gonna put this in motion, and remember my staff will our staff here at AWW will yell at me if something serious does happen, if it becomes observed or anything. But as of right now, if you're in these tornado warnings, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get to your lowest level of your house, away from exterior walls and windows. I've said that about a billion times, and I'm sorry if I haven't said that for the new tornado warnings. I've just been saying it over and over and over again. That it's kind of easy to kind of get numb to saying it, and so I apologize if I haven't expressed that how to be safe in that tornado. Just take your tornado precautions, being in this warning, and I will be right back, guys. 2 minutes max. Alright, guys, I am back, and we are still good to go. None of these have been observed as being on the ground, and there is no debris signature. Um, Look at that. Yes, thank you, Jesse. Yes, this one is definitely about to leave the state, and we will gladly wish it well and hope best for our neighbors in Missouri. Um, we will Um, we'll definitely not miss it. As far as the second one, I see this kind of tornado warning possibly falling off. It's not. It's not impressive anymore. I don't think it is going to be continuing. Being that it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning and about to be. I don't even know if it's daylight outside. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, it's about to be. It is daylight. Hey, what do you know? Yeah, so being that it is daylight, a lot of that can help kind of kill off your threat from an evening threat. Uh, let's see here. Yeah, I'm very surprised that these storms continued as far as they did. You guys got to understand the SPC only put this in northwestern Arkansas, and well, obviously we're no longer in northwestern Arkansas. We're already almost towards northeastern Arkansas, and you, the interesting thing is that Oklahoma underperformed, and we had some very serious concerns about it overperforming here in Arkansas. Uh, but we expect that overperformance to happen this evening, Sunday evening, as opposed to this morning. So, we're basically um we're basically at the mercy of these two cells here. And it looks like we're getting some tornado warnings dropping off. That is excellent news. Um, we love to see it when tornado warnings drop off. And let's see, severe thunderstorm warning still over here. Not tornado possible. Not tornado possible. And we should be having another tornado warning dropping off here soon. Um, that one's for 15 minutes. That one I don't think is going to last very long. Um, hmm. Yeah, so basically, we're just kind of waiting for these to kind of start dying out at this point. If you guys are just joining us, we've been live on the air for a long 6 hours. Oh, thank goodness. We'll take that. The first one has definitely left the state. That one has been our troubled one for a very, very long time tonight. And it is merging into the one behind it. But yes, we have been live for almost exactly 6.5 hours now, covering these, um, covering this tornadic threat, and it has produced. I'm not trying to take away from your guys' threat at all. These things have considerably calmed down, by the way. So I'm just kind of taking it all in for everybody just joining us. Um, and just kind of showing that it came in from Claremore, and it came through Bentonville, Rogers. It came all east, all this way, and it dropped multiple times, created several twins, created satellite tornadoes, created just a very, very serious threat. And it wasn't just enough that it created these tornadoes, but it handed off constantly. So nowhere was safe within those tornado warnings. And at times, we didn't even notice that there were two tornadoes within a single tornado warning. So, and not until much later, because these have been in a what we call a radar gap situation. Um, and so, yeah, okay, so that one, that tornado threat is finally gone, pretty much out of the state. I am no longer worried about that one. They got that one going towards Donovan and Poplar Bluff. So if you know anybody in Donovan or Poplar Bluff, you may want to give them a heads up. This one has been a very troublesome uh, system, and it has produced multiple tornadoes. And so definitely give your any friends or family in that general path a heads up, because it'll be knocking on their doorstep pretty soon here. Let's go look at our debris signature. Hmm. Yeah, so basically, yeah. So basically, yeah, I know you can't hear Jesse. And I was listening to him for a second. I'm sorry to cut you off, Jesse. But uh, basically, what were kind of looking at was to see if the debris signature was kind of matching the potential down here, because of the simple fact that um there is some potential rotation that did happen down here briefly. Yeah, and this never went observed, so I'm not sure. Hmm. Yeah, I just really kind of wonder. I wonder if the National Weather Service was not really sure about that, or it wasn't enough, as many frames as they wanted to kind of identify that potential threat. Now, I will say this: the one coming behind our major threat that has kind of just left the state, I am growing a little more concerned about it. Um, it's got that typical bend, which kind of highlights your threat for rotation. Um, we're just gonna have to keep an eye on it. And so, if you're in Armstrong, Dalton, even Elm Store, Highway 93, Dalton, Hamel, Ingram, any of these particular areas, Highway 93, Highway 251, Highway 231, you guys are in the direct path of this potential uh, rotation that is developing along the back end of this the cell merger that just happened. And I'm gonna back it up just a little bit here, and we can kind of see the path that this is kind of taken. I wonder if I can get a better picture. Probably. Well, that looks more scary than it is. Trust me, it's not that intense. Um, we're gonna stick with Springfield just a little while longer, and kind of wait to kind of play this out, see where this is gonna go. Yeah, that ain't gonna work at all. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting to see. I don't know why they haven't canceled. I think they're just waiting for this one to drop. This one's dropping in 8 minutes. So if you are in, actually I can tell you, if you are behind highway, if you're the west of Highway 63, um, up here, you're good. You are west of Highway 289, you're good. Definitely good if you're west of 62 up here towards Salem. Going down here, we gotta watch our back end here because what rotations like to do is they like to walk along the cell to the south sometimes. So we need to be extra careful about saying that you are good to go. If once this actual storm moves out, you're 100% golden. We are not expecting anything until later this evening, and we do need to get a weather product out about that. Um, give me 1 second here. I need to check something. Um, okay. All right. So, sorry about that. I had to check something about a member of our staff. Um, give me 1 second, guys. Yeah. So, sorry, I had to communicate something to a member of our staff. Basically, a lot of things have slowed down. If you guys are wondering why I'm not talking as much, I'm both tired and also there's only so much you could say about the same tornado warning. And as far as like this particular tornado warning, it's had two separate rotations come through on the same thing. And as of right now, no there's no indication for any debris. Hmm? Okay, so apparently there was I'm sorry, Jesse. Can you type that out for me? Something pretty serious has happened. I'm gonna have him type that out because there's no way I can remember all of that so accurately. Just give us a moment, but it's very sad to hear, and I hope it gets. I hope emergency management are able to do it. Reporting in from Marion County, most of the county, if not all, is without power. Um, Tornado hit the snow campground, and people are missing, and there's damage to homes. That's some of the reports we're kind of getting in. This is unconfirmed, I believe, unless it actually came from it. Okay, so this is unconfirmed. We try to be very careful about mentioning anything unless it's confirmed, but I wanted to mention that real quick. Um, Basically, mention the gravity of situation because sometimes when things are that detailed, excuse me, when things are that detailed, uh, they may actually be legitimate. So yeah, I hope everything works out for them, and I hope emergency management can you know save everybody that may be missing at this time. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So we continue to have this broad rotation moving through. It's not very impressive. It's not on the ground. I do not see any debris indicators. There was no, it doesn't match up. Number. Okay, just the glitch. Yeah. So basically, we're just waiting for this last rotation kind of work its way out of Arkansas. They are going to let this one expire in 2 minutes. They don't look like they are expanding. Um, this one, as far as I know, it's very broad and kind of all merged together. And so the northern one could be taking off. They may issue a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, but it has been a while since there has been any indication of an observed tornado. So at this time, if you guys are wondering where it's at, I have no idea. There's nothing here to really indicate. It's just an extremely broad rotation, and most of that is north of Arkansas. And to be honest with you, we're just waiting for these guys to just expire these warnings because honestly, I think this threat is mostly over. So we're just going to continue to wait. We'll flip back and forth through pre-signature hybrids. We are developing a little bit of a hail core here now. So, um, but that also could be a glitch. Well, it may very well be a hail core. Okay, so they did let the one tornado warning expire behind it. We have no tornado warned or tornado possible STWs. The only tornado warning we have left is this one up here, and it expires in 15 minutes. And I believe they're going to torture me and make that expire on its own. When I say torture me, I mean I don't see any indication that they could continue this, except out of an abundance of caution. And I've just been streaming for almost 7 hours, so I'm a little exhausted, folks. I'm sorry. I could get a little cranky. I'm a little older than Cameron. I could get a little cranky. I'm allowed to. But it's been a very long and very terrible night, and I'm sure you can't blame me for wanting this night to be over because it's just very sad. Um, can I clarify on the Marion County comment? I can't because it's unconfirmed. All I can say is that most of the county, if not all, is without power, and I can try to confirm that with our power outage thing that we have. Marion County, nearly 65% is without power. Baxter County, 82% is without power, 22,000 people. We have over 122,000 people without power. But yeah, Marion, more than half is without power. And the unconfirmed report is about a tornado hit a campground and people are missing. And we have a new tornado warning issued for the Pocahontas area. Where in the world? I see it. Okay. Moving east at 70 miles per hour. That is going to be a very fast tracked and very falling apart tornado. I do not believe that that could possibly be able to even be on the ground. So if you're just joining us, folks, today we have a new tornado warning for Pocahontas area. This is going to be for Randolph, Lawrence, and Sharp counties until 6:45. At 6:15, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Raven Springs, or 10 miles northwest of Pocahontas, moving east at 70 miles per hour. So we have a radar indicated rotation, and that's going to be our rotation right here in this particular area. And you got to understand, we are in a radar gapped area. Radar gap zone. Let's see if we can. Not be able to get the. And it seems like they put ahead of that storm a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible. That's going to go all the way towards the end of Arkansas almost. And that's going to expire in 42 minutes. 70-mile-per-hour winds marked with this. Yeah, with the severe thunderstorm warning. And so basically we're going to, am I reading this right? 80-mile-per-hour winds, destructive. Where did this come from? Okay, so they may have issued this tornado warning because there's 80-mile-per-hour winds, and this is a destructive tag. That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. They issued this tornado warning because of the particular wind threat that we have here. Yeah, we're folks. This is serious straight line wind damage threat. This is worse than a tornado. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to get away from your any exterior walls or windows. There's been a considerable amount of flooding. In and around Arkansas, and with that flooding causes the soil to get loose, and we're gonna have trees that could be easily uprooted with 80-mile-per-hour winds. That is destructive wind power. You know, anybody up there that could be at any type of risk with 80-mile-per-hour winds, and you gotta understand, 80-mile-per-hour winds up there, 80-mile-per-hour winds anywhere is going to be extremely destructive. This is very actual life-threatening because anything can be blown over and knocked over. We can have mobile homes actually destroyed, actual like RVs. So you want to warn people right here, right now. If you've got anybody up here in the Pocahontas area, and it's going to be for this is let me pull this up here. Severe thunderstorm were located along the line extending from 6 miles northeast of Dalton, near Attica, to near Emoden, or 7 miles west of Annieville, moving east at 60 miles per hour. This is 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, a quarter-size hail. These are destructive storms for Pocahontas. So right now, Pocahontas, you guys need to take shelter, get away from exterior walls and windows. You are in a very dangerous situation. You are going to be experiencing extremely strong winds. We're talking winds that could bring down trees, telephone poles. I'm sorry, power poles. Not much telephone poles these days, but they are the same thing, I guess. And this is a very, very destructive storm. Okay, so get the word out. You know anybody up here in the Pocahontas area, between Ravenden Springs, 11 Port, Gravesville, Lauren. You guys are going to be knocked out of power. You guys are going to lose power, most likely. This is going to be a very destructive storm, and this is a broad area. We can kind of see it on velocity scan here. That's why they issued the tornado warning. They've been issuing tornado warnings lately for extremely destructive straight line wind, and I think that's what they kind of did, because and the tornado warning, it's got 0 inches of hail. So that's exactly, that's kind of and there's a couple people asking kind of downwind from this. So basically, I'm going to draw this out here. Well, let me put it in motion first. If this particular threat is going to kind of go more through here, and it could take a little bit more of a northerly path. It could take a little bit more of a southerly. You're kind of anywhere near that or in that, you guys are about to experience destructive wind. This is a very dangerous situation, honestly, because you can sit there and you can knock trees down, a wide area of destructive damage. It can knock, it can actually knock over actual like RVs. It can do considerable damage to mobile homes. It's a very dangerous situation right now. So, yeah, if you're in Pocahontas right now, you need to be in your safe zone, away from walls, exterior walls and windows, because even if you think you're safe in a house, you could have a tree end up crashing down on your house because it's 80-mile-per-hour winds on top of the actual flooding threat. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I've got some sinus issues. Yeah, so you basically want to stay away from exterior walls and windows, because that particular threat is extremely dangerous at this time. And downwind of that, it going further ahead, they've got it marked for 70 miles per hour, and this is going to be almost all the way straight out of Arkansas. So let's kind of examine here what's kind of going on. Yeah, we're kind of borrowing from Memphis radar at this time. We're on the outer edge of the Memphis radar, so it never gets any good for Arkansas, for the border of Arkansas. So basically, excuse me, sorry. Basically, we are just we're kind of waiting to see how this storm kind of pushes itself out of Arkansas. Uh, I did not see the 80-mile-per-hour wind threat coming, and I don't even think the SBC saw that. I'll be honest with you. No, they didn't. So, yeah, there was a potential hail threat, but not a wind threat of this magnitude. And the tornado threat definitely was not here all night long, or was not here with the SBC. This was supposed to be a northwestern threat at best, but if you've been with us for the last 7 hours, I don't know why, first off, but second off, I do appreciate it. And third off, you know that we were covering tornadoes in the northwestern part of Arkansas for, about 7 hours ago. And here we are. We're in the northeastern corner of Arkansas at this point, and like we said, SPC had none of this. None of this was actually even remotely conceived, and that is largely due in part to how uh, how Oklahoma how Oklahoma performed. So at this time, we're just kind of bouncing around to the different warnings. It's a terrible hot mess up here. Um, yeah, it's just a terrible mess, and we're just kind of waiting these out here. It looks like a lot of our tornadic potential has dropped and has been traded in for extreme uh, straight line wind threat, which I'm sorry, I would much rather have the tornadic threat than a destructive wind threat, because a destructive straight line wind threat is much more damaging to a wider area. All right, thank you, Jesse. Yeah, so we may have a potential CC drop here near Highway 115. I'm gonna try to get in here. Well then, yeah. I mean, there is the potential of that rotation there. That's bursting off of an 80 mile per hour, moving at 70 miles per hour, or 60? No, it's moving at 60 miles per hour. Yeah. Okay. So we may potentially, Arkansas, we may potentially have a tornado on the ground uh, near Highway 115, near Stokes, just south of Maynard. Going, yeah, it either could be tornadic, or it could be, yeah, no, I mean, this tracks with velocity. So I don't know why National Weather Service has not declared that as potentially on the ground. This is definitely a debris signature. So I don't know. The National Weather Service obviously has had their hands full, but debris signature is debris signature is debris signature. So I'm very worried about this. I am very worried about this. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna ask you all to kind of treat this particular area um, as a potential tornadic threat, potentially tornado. Um, although the rotation is bouncing, I wonder if we're gonna get a potential handoff over here. That could be why they didn't declare that as observed. I mean, you guys can see that clear as day. That is a debris signature that follows velocity scans. There was some rotation in there. It wasn't very well defined, but we also have an 80 mile per hour wind threat on top of that, and it is marked tornado possible, and it is in a tornado warning. So, just Highway 115, Maynard, Washington, be very wary right now. Be very concerned. Get in your tornado safe spot. People have concerns about Pocahontas. You guys are experiencing 80 mile per hour winds. That is, as far as I'm concerned, much more destructive than an actual tornado. And this is moving at 60 about 60 miles per hour. So this is a very fast-moving storm. Um, I'll be honest. I think the reason why they threw a thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, is because of the potential spin-ups. We could be looking at a potential mini derecho event. Um, yeah. Uh, Unfortunately, yes, we do. Just mentioning something to Jesse here, but yeah. So um, okay, nothing says observed. So basically, we're just gonna. I hope everything is okay out there. That is a concerning potential debris signature. Um, I hope everyone is okay out there. Just kind of treat that as well. You're already an 80-mile-per-hour threat. Uh, Destructive tag, 80-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. So you guys need to be taking your tornado precautions anyway. At this time, that this 80-mile-per-hour straight line is actually moving through Highway 62, 67, and this is going just north of Walnut Ridge. And of course, the radar is going to start acting funny. And it's going to be moving east about 60 miles per hour. And give me 1 second. Um, I'm double checking something here. Okay. All right. So we are basically just waiting for this 80-mile-per-hour destructive wind potential to drop, and yep, just as I suspected, they placed a tornado warning on this 80-mile-per-hour destructive wind. And yeah, that's yeah, that's what they did. Um, I mean, there was kind of rotation within that, so I mean, you will get that anyway because of 80-mile-per-hour winds, straight line winds. You're gonna some serious things kicked up within that, and so basically, we're just kind of waiting until I'm gonna hit play on this. We're waiting until this front right here, or rather this boundary, um, kind of makes its way out of Arkansas. I dare I say, I think our our tornadic threat is gone, and we're just going to be dealing with some straight line threats at this time, which, in my opinion, again, is more destructive than a small tornado. So, if you are in the path that I drew out, you guys need to be seeking shelter. You need to be at the lowest level of your house, away from exterior walls, windows, because as I mentioned earlier, you end up having a straight line wind threat. You can end up you can knock trees and power lines down, and they will do significant damage to your power line infrastructure. Sorry, phone's going. Sound's going off a while. And so yeah, it's looks like a lot of people are saying that wind is picking up. You guys are definitely going to have an incredible amount of. This is going to be it's marked as destructive, and that largely dissipated. That is incredible. If you blink, the 80-mile-per-hour wind threat went down to 60-mile-per-hour winds, and they're just marking that as tornado possible. I am telling you, Arkansas, this has been one of the most bizarre nights that I have followed. Now, I will say that this is still going to be a excuse me, sorry. This is still going to be a very strong concern for me as this particular system kind of works its way out of Arkansas, because of the simple fact that it does have a tornado possible tag. And I kind of want you guys to kind of treat this. I know we're all tired. I know uh, we're all ready for all this to go. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. We're in the middle of trying to deal with the actual trying to get the weather packet out. I can't even do that until after I'm done with the live here, and I've been doing this for 7 hours now. So it's Cameron, Derek, they're out. They're out in Oklahoma. They're going to be coming back into Arkansas for tonight's threat. So we're going to be back here all over again tonight with the potential threats, and I'll be posting that to the page here in the next. I don't know. This says that this severe thunderstorm warning expires in 21 minutes. So maybe in the next 30 minutes or so, I might be able to post this. Give me 1 second. Okay, so yeah, we're getting multiple reports from major, like, North Arkansas Electric Cooperative, the Southwestern Power Administration transmission lines. Okay, never mind. We have a new tornado warning, and it's going to be radar indicated. It's going to be okay. So I wonder. Boy, that's really hard to tell. 2 miles east of Pocahontas. It might be bookings. Yeah. Okay, I kind of see it. That is, I don't know how they're even able to see that. National Weather Service. That is a low level mutation. Alright, so you guys are just joining us for this new tornado warning. We have a radar indicated tornado warning that expires in 50 minutes. And this is going to be, I kind of see it's kind of in Brookings right now. You are within, you are basically within the path of this particular tornado warning. Your most immediate concern is going to be within this particular corridor right here. So Peach Orchard, Nobel, Greenway, Piggott. Yeah, you guys are about to experience a rotation above your heads. And at this time, we know that it is only radar indicated. We're gonna. That is so hard to even see anything in that soup. Excuse me. Okay. So we have no. Hold on. Let me try to drink something. We. Oh my goodness! I'm so sorry. So we have no debris signature. We have potential rotation in this broken down area of terrible visuals near Peach Orchard. And it's very, very basic rotation. This has been, I'm sorry guys, this is absolutely insane this night. I've never seen weather act this way in such a manner. Not to this degree at least. But anyway, we have no discernible debris indication. So let me double check this. Let me try to get a path out for you because this is incredibly hard to see. 30 miles per hour. Where? I have no idea where in the world they thought this was. Because that rotation was not there. That is bizarre. Okay. I'm not even see. I'm sorry, guys. I don't see this rotation. If there is potential rotation, I guess it would be around here because it's not visible. This radar is complete rubbish. The velocity scans are terrible. Wow. Okay. So, all right. So this claims it was coming out of Biggers, just to the yeah, and that would honestly put that right here. But there is some minor indenting. So if there's going to be a potential rotation, it's going to be within here. And this is going to be going east at about 30 miles per hour. I believe 30. Yeah. Oh. So yeah, they have dropped the other tornado warnings, and they still have the Spirit Thunderstorm warning here. And so basically, we're just kind of waiting for a lot of these spin ups that have been kind of producing over the past hour or so. Okay, there we go. That is a much cleaner. That's what I see. I figured it was actually right there. Yeah, that is a much cleaner velocity scan. I swear, sometimes being on the edge, it is really hard to get any indication of where anything's at. So it's going to be right there, and it's going to be following along your cone. Oh, okay. So 86 miles per hour was measured at the Sharp County Regional Airport. So that was definitely a straight line destructive tag level. Huh. Because it went out just as quickly. And if you guys recall, that particular system, it started coming in at nearly 60 miles per hour. And now that entire system slowed down to 30 miles per hour. And now we've got rotation. Um, so, sometimes you get these huge bursts out of, especially when you have these storm cells that converge together. You have these huge bursts of wind that kind of come out, and we're basically kind of waiting on the latest scan here because okay, here it is. Okay, all right. So there is definitely some concern going on here near Highway 90, 135. I am definitely growing concerned over the potential rotation, and this is going to be going east northeast. And it looks like they dropped a lot of tornado watches, by the way, guys. So if you're out of a tornado watch, you can go to bed. You're good to go. But for those still in it, still with us, this is the current rotation that we have right now. It's going to be in the Nobel area. It's going to be crossing Highway 135 and eventually Highway 141 here in a little bit. We could put a tracker on it, so it's maybe a little more stable. It's been a while since we've been able to use a tracker. It's been highly unreliable because these storms have been rapidly moving up and down constantly. So here you go. Cache Lake, Temporary, Knob, Boydsville, Crockett. You guys are in the path of this storm. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. This is a radar indicated tornado. I am sorry that my voice keeps lowering. It's hard to hear. I'm not sure why, other than maybe it could be noise adjusting. You know, and you guys could also have weird sound things. What? I'm sorry, Jesse. Okay. All right, give me just 1 second, guys. I'm trying to find out what Jesse, the chasing manager, is trying to say to me. Are you saying that there's another rotation, Jesse? Oh, I see it. Okay. Yeah, it's not tornado warned yet. I mean, we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Because this is in a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Good, keep an eye out, Jesse. I appreciate that. We definitely have buildup of rotation coming out of here right now. It's going to be going east about 30 miles per hour. So basically, we're just kind of waiting to see if this ends up producing. Right now, it continues to be radar indicated. Somebody's asking, is it above Jonesboro? Jonesboro, all the way down here. Yes, this is definitely 100% above Jonesboro. Adjust my microphone here, maybe that'll be a little better. And I am cranking myself up too. You guys claim you couldn't hear me, so I'm definitely cranking myself up. I have to turn me down. You guys have me turned up. So basically, we are watching this rotation coming out of Nobel and Cache Lake. We are still seeing that this is radar indicated and tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. We have no indication of debris at this time. That's a good sign. I do not believe this is on the ground. It's 50 miles per hour. That's fast. Okay. So yeah, we're just kind of watching these. We're just slowly waiting for all of these to finally leave Arkansas so we can all just get a good night's rest. Rector, Marmaduke, Piggott area. Yes, you are all downwind of the tornado warning. So here are your times. Hopefully you can see that. Impact times. There we go. Put it right there. There you go. I'll let you guys see that real quick. I'm here. I'm just stepping aside for just a second. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm back. Somebody asked when will the info for the new round today be up? This will actually be up after I can turn off the live feed. As soon as I can turn off the live feed, I'm gonna type up everything you need to know about today's evening threat. You guys got to remember, I'm the only person in the virtual weather center. Cameron and Derek are in Oklahoma. All of our staff are extremely tired. We've been getting bombarded every single day this week with severe threats. And it's currently 7 o'clock in the morning. There are currently 127,446 people without power. Thank you, Heidi. The worst upending county for people without power probably has to go to Benton County. They still have 67,300 people without power. It was massively hit from Bentonville to Rogers to Centerton. There were satellite tornadoes as well that came through and popped up. That rotation still, it seems largely unimpressive still. We're going to take a quick look at our debris signature just in case. I don't see any debris, so I do not believe it is on the ground. So basically, if you are in the path of this cone that I made out, you are going to be under the rotation of this tornado warning. This one seems a lot more stable. This one seems to be going in a straight line as opposed to the many other tornado warnings we've had. The other tornado warnings have been constantly bouncing back and forth, north and south, So basically, this one has been extremely simple. I'm glad to have a simple tornado warning towards the end of this evening. I hope it doesn't produce. So far, it does not look like it will. But continue keeping an eye on that. We're just going to zoom out here real quick. It's like that rotation that was down there that Jesse, our chase manager, mentioned. It's like that kind of fell apart, which we wanted to. Yeah, it largely fell apart. There's going to be some kind of brief spin ups here and there. And this one continues to follow the path of what is that? This is going to be crossing. Is already crossed Highway 141. It's going to be crossing Highway 90 here in the next 5 minutes or less. So continue to keep an eye on this rotation that is right here. I will move the tracker. Yes, there we go. All right, so we're going to continue to clock this at was this 30 or 40? 50 miles. 50 miles? Let's see. Yep, this was 50. Okay. So let me make sure this is all within the view of my feed here. I believe it is. Yeah. All right. So if you are in the path of this cone that I drew out, you are about to be below the rotation of this particular tornado warning. Somebody asked me what the yellow is. Yellow, so CC, correlation coefficient basically registers any abnormalities in the atmosphere in that general sky. Yellow can sometimes indicate hail, or it could also indicate a very heavy rain. But if you start seeing extremely large blue within the path of a rotation, that is indicative of uh, the debris signature. So we're just kind of chilling, calming down here. So far, not very impressed with this rotation over here, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit, try to give you an idea of where this is at within the state. By the way, there's nothing else going on in the state of Arkansas. This is it. This is the last hurrah, folks. As soon as this is out, it looks like they are starting to drop severe thunderstorm warnings, which is wonderful news. And I think they're just going to basically follow this rotation out of Arkansas. And I do believe once this is out, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief for our folks in northern Arkansas who have just been brutally battered and beaten along the state line. Let's see. Oh my goodness. So apparently there continues to be search and rescue factors in Rogers. There are some people reporting that their friends are trapped, and I hope emergency management is able to, get out there and help them. They certainly have their hands full, and I know that in emergency situations, they usually call out from. I know they already did call out to other cities for assistance, and so they're going to basically be doing some triage as far as who is the highest priority, to kind of rescue, and they're going to kind of go in a straight fashion across the city along the path of all of these all of the tornadoes that occurred in that area. We appreciate you, Bree. That's good of you to do. So here is our latest impact times along the path of this rotation. If it does produce, end up being on the ground. This is going to be the cities that it can impact as it makes its way out of Arkansas, and we are waiting with anticipation because the couple staff who have been willing and able to stay up with us. Big shout out to Heidi. You guys are the real MVPs. We really appreciate you. I really appreciate you staying up with me and helping me spot and identify a lot of these new developments as they come out. We had a lot of information being thrown out, and I really appreciate these guys kind of doing research and making sure that the data coming out is verifiable, verbal. It's been a very we've been operating since about 11:30 to midnight, and it's already 7 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, it looks like thank you. Yeah, yeah. This new severe thunderstorm warning toward possible. I'm not gonna really worry too much about it. Uh, like Jesse said, but unfortunately, you guys couldn't hear him. He mentioned that it's mostly for out of state, so it's just kind of waiting for this particular line to come through. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, this will be out of here pretty soon. Pocahontas is no longer in a threat. Excuse me. Pocahontas is no longer a threat. If you are behind, if you are behind this, uh, you're good. This is the remaining threat in Arkansas. This circle right here. So if you're in this big checkbox in all of the sorry again, I've been up for so long, my voice is just cracking and it's getting hoarse. So, and I keep coughing. I'm very sorry. It's probably very loud microphone. But let me kind of zoom out here and kind of just give you a quick overview. We've got hardly anything. It might be a little loud in Batesville, but these are non-severe storms. I guarantee you. I promise you. These are non-severe storms as of right now. We're just kind of pulling up radar back. Gonna go look at our high res velocity. It's still not impressive. It's still not very impressive. And you probably hear my cat in the background. I'm sorry about that. He's very angry at me that I did not play with him at all today. We've been very busy. He'll live. So, all right. So this is basically what we're kind of looking at. We have no indication that this is on the ground. This continues to be radar indicated. We're going to look at our debris indicator. We have no indication of debris. So basically, this is just rotation at this point. And we're just kind of waiting for this to kind of go out of state here. And so I'm just going to pull this back up here. And if I go silent, I'm still here. there's just not much more to say. I know Cameron could fill an entire 8-hour thing talking. I just have nothing new to add at this point. We're all just eagerly awaiting the removal of all the warnings and tornado possibles. Once this tornado warning drops, or this rotation leaves the state, I am more than confident that we can end this live stream, and anybody in northeastern Arkansas can rest easy or end up waking up in an hour or so if they're actually, yeah, they'd be probably going to church almost. Probably want to kind of hold off on all that until after this kind of clears up, because this is kind of a mess right now. We're gonna check our debris signature. Yeah, our debris signature shows zero debris concern. So yeah, we're not worried about debris here. I do not see any debris. So it's just it's a very broad rotation at this time, and we're just kind of waiting for this kind of leave the state. Excuse me. Sorry, my cat decided to attack me in the middle of a sentence. It's been a day. So we're just gonna continue to wait, and hopefully this will not drop within Arkansas. I don't think these storms are going to make it to West Memphis. No, these are way too north of West Memphis. They're going east between 40 and 50 miles per hour, so they are not going south. This was a question on YouTube. For the record, we kind of mainly pay attention to YouTube for live streams anymore. Facebook's too hard to follow. So I pulled off the indicator. I am growing a little concerned. Close that out. I don't know why I did that. I am growing a little concerned. There's definitely an increase in velocity. So hopefully, no offense to our neighbors to the east, but hopefully that does not produce and be on the ground before it can leave Arkansas. We don't need any more tornado warnings. We do not need any more tornado warnings, radar confirmed or spotter observed or anything. We need these to just continue to work their way out and let our poor men and women in emergency management across the state help the victims to the west, because it was a very, very long night. If you guys are just joining us and haven't been aware, no, there's nothing coming to the state. The last bit of threat is in the northeast corner. If any of you guys are worried, our main threat is for the state is going to be tonight. This was a fluke. This was not supposed to happen this morning at all. Oh boy. Okay, so let me see here. So far, so good. We have no indication of rotation, or rather debris, at this time. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the positive feedback. Yeah, it's definitely been a long night. That's for sure. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Okay, so in Benton County, sorry I went silent. I was listening to Jesse, our case manager, which you can't hear. He's off on a voice server for us. Basically, he said in Benton County there was that one fatality confirmed, but the judge confirmed it, and the judge also confirmed that there were multiple injuries. So there's a large amount of injuries in Benton County, and that's going to be for Bentonville area, Rogers, Ionia, um, that area. So basically, we're just kind of waiting to hear more about what happened and what transpired last night. Now that it's daytime, we'll probably get a lot more reports on damage. And I just hope, like everything, that it just stays at that one fatality. I hope we don't find any more fatalities. Last night was very dangerous. It was extremely dangerous. Um, and it was a complete fluke that any of this is happening. And I think it's for the simple fact that uh, Oklahoma was practically supposed to have an outbreak, and it had an extreme cap in place. And so that kept the threat at bay. But when you keep the threat at bay, you pretty much keep that instability as well. So, um, sorry, I forgot I didn't keep the tracker on. This is where our area of rotation is going to be. We're basically kind of monitoring it. It's very broad at this time, and we're just waiting for it to leave Arkansas so we can happily get the Sunday night weather package out and get that out for you folks, and our staff here can actually enjoy some sleep for a change. Let's see. Thank you guys. Yeah, our staff here really appreciate you guys' positive comments. We appreciate you all too. We really appreciate you guys being patient. I know I'm not Cameron, and I know I have a different style, and it's definitely a change for you guys. But I've been really happy to help keep everybody informed and definitely give Cameron some much needed relief, especially for him on Chasecation, so he can kind of step away for a week and be able to chase the Heartland, with Derek, like they've always done every year, and he doesn't have to worry about Arkansas. He did join us for a couple hours in the beginning, but he knew I had it covered. I'm certain that he didn't anticipate this going on this long, but he knew I could cover it. And we have a great staff here, wonderful people. These guys work their tail off, and we really appreciate you guys. We really couldn't do a lot of things that we do without you guys, and we appreciate y'all. And we appreciate our followers too. We really appreciate you guys giving us, you know, positive feedback, not terrible trolly feedback. We appreciate positive feedback. We appreciate you guys, being patient. We're all human. We're all volunteers as well. Um, so, you know, we're just kind of doing the best that we can out here. So, basically, they're continuing to watch this rotation. It's a very broad rotation. It's not very impressive. It's about to leave the state. And a second that it leaves the state, I'm going to take a quick look at the rest of this line. And if there is nothing to worry about, we're going to definitely end this live stream. I'm going to post the weather package, and I'm going to bed. Looks like they dropped. Looks like they dropped the tornado warning for Northeast Arkansas. Sorry, Jesse. I wanted to quickly announce that for folks. And I'm sorry, Jesse. Go ahead and say what you were going to say into Catherine. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh my goodness. Okay. So there was a report from one of the local news channels up there. A reporter showing pictures and things, and apparently there is nothing but slabs on many of those homes. So that implies that was an incredibly strong tornado that went through in western Arkansas, northwestern Arkansas. That doesn't surprise me at all. Unfortunately, that was incredible, incredible velocity, incredible winds. So, um, yeah. So, yes, the rotation is definitely out of state. I am looking at all of this. Nothing is impressive. Nothing's sticking out. I'm gonna give this a couple more minutes to at least kind of, yeah, this is moving rather quickly, so we're gonna just kind of stick around for a couple more minutes. If you guys got any quick questions uh on YouTube, I'm monitoring YouTube chat, so if you guys got any quick questions, I'll be happy to answer them before I end the live stream. Yeah. Yeah, my throat is all worn out. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, it definitely needs to move out faster. Oh, I don't know if you are an actual meteorologist. Or if you're, rather trying to pretend somebody. But I appreciate your comment today. A moderate risk is not out of the question. There's enough instability to have strong to probably severely. I don't. I hope not. I haven't looked at the latest models. Let's see here. I certainly hope not. That would be very bad. Oh, you are a fake. Okay. Yes. Okay. See, this is why we try to verify. We're gonna go ahead and delete you. I hate people who fake actual real people. Yeah, if sirens are going off in Piggott, that would be because the tornado warning, and the tornado warning has been dropped. It's no if they were late, if they're just now going off, that means it's been about 10 minutes, 5 or so minutes. That tornado warning is dropped, so it was definitely late. Damage around Spring River. No, I don't have any information on that. I'm sorry. Yeah, we've seen um And as far as what we're expecting for tonight, I'll be posting that weather packet here in the next 5 minutes. We'll be posting that in the next 5 minutes because we're just kind of giving this storm. I don't want to have to go live again. When I end live, I want the live to be over. I don't want to go live again, so we're just kind of monitoring this and making sure it, in an orderly fashion, it leaves the state. Yeah, winds should definitely have died down. Yeah, there's in that particular area, Angela and Tim, there were straight line winds of upwards of 80 miles per hour. So that is perfectly understandable. Uh, see here. Well, thank you guys. We appreciate y'all too. We're gonna give this one more quick scan. We're gonna try to see. Here. All right, yeah, this is almost completely out of state. And we're gonna give the velocity scan one more scan. And if everything checks out okay, we're gonna go ahead and end live stream on both Facebook and YouTube because the threat's over. So just bear with us for one more second. It'll take a minute before the velocity scan pops in. Not sure what your question is, Mickey. Are you talking about damage assessment toolkit? I can share that with you in YouTube. If I can find it. There it is. All right, so that link will tell you all you need to know about latest assessments of tornadoes. Expect up to a 24-hour delay. Okay, yeah, latest scan, completely unimpressive. So we're gonna go ahead and end the live stream here, folks. Our threat's over. Anything that could remotely pop up at this point will end up being only a concern for Mississippi at this point. So everyone, please get a good night's rest. Well, try to anyway. It's already 7:30 in the morning. Try to get any type of rest because tonight's another very long night, and we're gonna be right here, and we're gonna keep you guys updated right here on your source for all things Arkansas weather.